You can hear just fine. Smith does stuff. Is it time to start? Let's get started. What's good, nerds? Happy Wednesday. How are y'all? Apparently, there's a new John Hopkins single. That's exciting. I'll be honest. I felt like I can't listen to John Hopkins since he dropped Emerald Rush because it like perfected the thing he was going for. And now that it's been perfected, it doesn't hit the same. And yeah, I love Emerald Rush, but it's made the rest of his catalog a little harder to listen to. But if the new stuff is good, I'll definitely give it a shot. Also, what the hell is Apple TV doing in my Twitch chat? Apple, stay out of Twitch. We'd help you out, Locked. Hope it works out. Let me thank all the subs that we missed while I got ready. We got Ronan with the 19 months, absolute legend. Been here for almost 2 years now. We got Ram Tenna with the 3 month. The Master Nun with the 17 month. All you guys been around for over 2 years. It's crazy. Kaiser Kevin with the Prime. Thank you so much for that. Strax literally on that 2-year mark. 1 month away. Good shit. I can't close the Apple. Oh, I guess I can dismiss it. Yeah. Then we got Zabator XV, 2 months in. Where can you see the specs on my Mac? If you need something for your school work and you're not editing video or doing something else that like really requires the CPU, just get a MacBook Air. It's fine. Any M series Mac with even 8 gigs of RAM is probably fine. Just aim for the 16 if you can. Like, you're fine. Then we got Carlos with the 6 months. My thoughts on F sharp, head empty. No thoughts on F sharp. We got Edward with the gift sub right as we started. Thank you for that. Mocking God with the 8 months. Envision Heavy with the Prime. And Emily, don't worry. I'm pumped you're here now. Let's see how YouTube's doing. Sorry for not being as active there initially. I do see YouTube comments too. Don't worry. I hang out in both. We got some fun stuff to talk about today. Let me make sure my Notion's set up before I open it. Cool. We are good. Let me do Discord as well. Send the @everyone to my server if I forget. Cool. Publish. Nice. Make sure there's something here. Oh, yeah. You guys found some of the articles I was looking to potentially cover. The garbage collection one looked fun. I'll throw that in the list. Why not? Drop that one. And are we in a post-React world? Throw these all in. Plenty of fun stuff to talk about today. Anything else happening on in the tech news world? Hello. Also, something else of note that I changed. We now automatically run ads because I was tired of doing it. I don't make like any money off them, so it's dumb. But now we don't get pre-rolls. Yo, the tier 3 from Emily. Thank you so much for that upgrade. Appreciate that a ton. And Ono Nima with that 4 months on Prime. And Vortelli with the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for the gifts starting us off. Thank you all so much for the support. Really cool to have this type of support right when we go live. There's a don't show again option. Yeah, I should hit that. I help Sasha out with random tech stuff. It happens, okay? Video marker at the end, it does it. That's not a bad idea. But the ads auto run now on a timer. It's whatever. I agree, but if there's no ad when they come in, or if there's no ads running throughout the stream, then there will be ads when they show up. And that means they'll bounce because they're not going to watch the 30 seconds to a minute of ads before seeing what I'm talking about. More JS runtimes than frameworks, lol. Fair point, Lance. I feel like JS runtimes are the new JS framework where everyone's inventing them. Forgot to tell my bed I'm awake, so it's currently vibrating downstairs. Just did that and put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so that will stop. That's all handled. Yo, low level, good to see you. That wasn't a couple weeks ago. That was like a week and a half ago. The contest is finished. I've paid out almost all the winners. I think I owe money to 1 or 2 of them still. I filmed the video. If I go to my YouTube studio, let me not leak things I don't want to. Go here. It's right there. I paid my viewers to fix my terrible website. Currently scheduled for the 4th. I might bump it up, but we have a lot of videos in the queue right now. Things are a bit crazy with the content schedule. Like, yeah. And FaZe is slaughtering. Look at all of these videos done being edited. I also have been thinking about re-recording the Why I Made Upload things. I feel like my explanation and storytelling around that's changed a bunch. So I kind of want to refilm that one and edit it myself later this week. Kind of want to wait till the new homepage is shipped, though, because it'll look cooler. Aiden still remembers hearing the idea for upload thing before we kicked off. Yeah, it's crazy to think how long I wanted upload thing to exist and no one did it, so we caved and did it. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was one of the many times I was bitching about it. I have old tweets. Low level. Okay, here's what we're going to do. For those who don't know, Low Level Learning has a learning website, and he's using React for it. I've read some of the source because he had source maps on. I want to roast it so badly. Should Low Level let Theo roast his site or his source code for content? Yes. Whatever. Nah, that's too harsh. Help me bully Low Level into letting me do this. I think it'll be incredible content. But we need a number to show him. Bully him into it. We'll make it happen. It would be so good. It would be such good content. Look at that. I promise I'll be gentle-ish. Look at that. It's time. Low level. Do it at DEF CON? I feel like JavaScript at DEF CON isn't allowed. Wait, isn't JavaScript one of the safe languages from the government? Didn't they say JS is safe? Yeah. I feel like a Venn diagram of memory safe and unsafe languages would be very funny. Like just showing that like C is unsafe, like just a chart that has C on a different side than JS and Rust feels very funny to me. Memory is so safe in JavaScript that they just like give out the extra. They just spread it around. Also, did I put I had 2 shorts I wanted to film. Wouldn't it be cool if I could film a video or 2 before 1 o'clock? I think that would be cool. So I'm gonna do an offset marker quick. We'll go for 1935. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Look at that. Yeah, Low Level is one of the channels I watch the most as well. I think it would be fun to roast his code. It's mostly just going to be the usual, which is if you're not using React Query, I tell you to. And if you are using React Query, I make sure you're using it right. Like, you know what? That's a tweet. I feel like 50%. Honestly, it's like 90% of the time I audit a React code base. Biggest. Okay. React query ends up being. How do I want to word the second half of this? It's like React query is the reason why, like, it solves so many problems. Just end up recommending React query, and most of the tech debt magically goes away. And I'll just. There you go. Oh, Aiden, what did you do this time? Who are you ratioing now? Oh. Yeah. Lucia replying. Sorry, Lucia is how I'm supposed to pronounce it now. Appreciate the chatting over here. Watching on YouTube and chatting on Twitch is totally fine. Other tweet someone said, though. Which one? Glorified Bluetooth mic or link it? Aha. Magnus is just a 68K wrapper. Every computer is just a processor wrapper. Oh, that would break my heart. I love Lucia so much. I'm still blocked by a ton of people who use Block the Blue really early because I had an early-ass Blue subscription. Anything else here I need to grab? No. Going once, going twice. Just going to close that for now. Human body is just a consciousness wrapper. Not wrong. YouTube Twitch simultaneously. Smart glasses, one stream on each eye. Doing it right. I haven't explored Lucia Auth. The person who created, funny enough, we're talking about blocks. The creator of Lucia Auth has me blocked, so haven't bothered exploring it much, honestly. Next Auth isn't in the best shape nowadays, so I would probably lean towards Lucia Auth, but you guys know me. I'm just on Clerk nowadays. Yeah, YouTube has more latency for sure. Their info works entirely differently. And yes, level, you should definitely open source it, but definitely down. No, I don't have Lucia Auth blocked. They have me blocked. Again, it's either the block the blue thing or they just got annoyed by me. If you think my sidebar is bad now, you have no idea, Wind. I've had 2 page scrolls worth of DMs before. Shall I film the $160 cable video? I think that'll be fun. Let's do it. Yeah, talking about Pilcrow. I have no butt beef with them. I have no idea how I got blocked by Pilcrow, but I am. If they were to unblock me, I'd be down to chat and explore the project more. Just don't know why I even got blocked. You press shift with your thumb? How? How? This stresses me out. I have a new keyboard about to show up, actually. I'm going to finally try the Wooting. I'm very curious. Thunderbolt for iPhone. God damn it, Gabriel. Cool. I got to film this quick. Should be fun. I did a thing I'm a little bit ashamed of. Bought $160. You know what? I'll put this here. I think it's funnier. I did a thing I'm a little bit ashamed of. Bought a $160 cable. Why? Well, this is a normal cable. Surely it's by Apple, so they must be overcharging, right? Well, not really. There was actually no other Thunderbolt cable that's this long and also even kind of reliable. It's crazy to think that Apple's the only company taking Intel's standards seriously, but they are. This cable is 3 meters long, 10 feet for those of us Freedom Unit users. And I got it because I wanted a very specific thing. I have my laptop here, which, while I'm filming live, is going to my computer over there. So I need a cable that I can use to charge this computer as well as connect it to an HDMI thing. So I need a cable for both charging this computer and sending the HTML down. I don't know why I'm saying HTML instead of HDMI. So I need a cable that can both charge this and send the HDMI down. I was using a really long HDMI cable and USB-C before, but those cables weren't in the best shape, and I really just wanted one, which is why I got this cable, because now it's just one cable, and I have a dock far in the back of the room. I can run this cable over, and it all just works. And it's the only cable that's like nicely made, flexible, has a connector that can actually stay connected, and is long enough to do what I need. There's only one cable that comes close by Cable Matters, and it has a terrible failure rate. I've already burned through 2. So as weird as it sounds, I'm actually saving money buying this $160 cable. So here I am. Make fun of me all you want. Cool. I don't have to explain why I have an expensive cable. What if I want to? What if I think it's potentially good content? A 100-watt Thunderbolt cable, 3 meters from AliExpress. I'm sure that will work great. Do I have it misspelled in the description? Let me go fix that. Switch this guy over. No, it's not finished. Is this YouTube gaslighting me again? It does this sometimes. It is. One of my favorite YouTube features, when it caches the status or the state from the other stream being over. So when I open this one, it thinks it's over. It's state management is hard, and the framework YouTube uses is rough. It's Porffor. You know, I checked to make sure I spelt it right, and I think it got changed at some point. Regardless, that is now fixed. Thanks for the heads up. What do you got for me here? I will let you know, Aiden. It's coming soon. I get my tax advice from TikTok? Yeah? I don't watch TikTok. What tax advice are you referring to? Yeah, I did also rewire. iPhone 15 Pro has USB 3 10 gig, which is super nice. You can also record on a USB-C SSD on the new iPhones, which is super nice. You just plug it in over USB-C, and now you can record straight to the drive. Oh, what's funny is I have been so aware of this for so long that I hear this, that I forget people think this way. I got in a fight about this like 6-ish months ago because somebody just straight up thought that write-offs are basically free money, which is not how any of this shit works. It's actually quite annoying. Don't all devices have USB-C by now? How do you still need Thunderbolt? I need 10 gig Ethernet. I need 4K 60 friendly HDMI. And I need 100 watts of power. USB-C is not good at doing all of those things. Oh, the LTT did a rant about that. I forgot about that. Thunderbolt's not over USB-C cord. It uses the USB-C connector now. But Thunderbolt and USB-C are not the same thing. Yep, USB-C is a plug shape, not a... I love that so many of y'all like get it. It's nice. There are so many communities that just pretend they understand these things and don't. It's really nice that I'm in one that does. USB 4 is a very interesting thing, to be fair. It's interoperable with Thunderbolt 3, yes. But I'm on TB4. Close that. I had something else I wanted to tangent on. I'm trying to remember what it was. I did rewire my studio. Mark nerdsniped me into it. So there's finally no cables on the side where I enter, which is actually very nice. It feels much more open, as silly as that sounds. It's been a pleasant win. Unexpectedly so, even. Move that. This one's nice, quick, and fun. Let's film this. I need a nice blank page to start from. Is Google blank enough? What's a good, like, empty page? Something that's, like, almost entirely empty. About blank. Good call. Perfect. Let's do this one quick just to get it done. Marker. Short. Bar that searches everything. Cool. And to FaZe or whoever is editing this, you have the camera footage separate, probably actually going to be useful for this so you can splice things around proper. Anyways, I am almost... One of the questions I get the most is about this. One of the questions I get asked the most is about this. Specifically, how can I search so many different things just by opening up... Specifically, I'm asked, how can I search so many different things just by writing a tiny little command and putting the exclamation point at the end? First off, people think this is Spotlight. It's not. I'm using the browser Arc, and when you press Command T, it opens this thing up that happens to look a lot like Spotlight, which is why I understand people get confused. The more important thing, though, isn't the UI for how that comes up. It's actually my search engine, which isn't every search engine. It's DuckDuckGo. Why would anyone use DuckDuckGo? Let me show you. Let's say you want to find my YouTube channel. I can search t3.gg, and it searches DuckDuckGo normally. But I want to search YouTube, exclamation point YT. DuckDuckGo is a concept called bangs, which lets you quickly search basically every search engine. So all I have to do is exclamation point YT, and now it's going to search YouTube instead. If I want to search on, I don't know, Google Images, exclamation point GI. That's simple. Could have always been this easy. Check out DuckDuckGo. I think it's really cool. Cool. No idea what the Twitter search is. I'm curious what you have linked for me here. Yeah, there's no way I would trust these cables with my dock. Like, just no world in which I would trust these. I'm sorry. I've seen cables like this. I use some of them for, like, my management of my Rodecaster, but I'm not pushing 40 gigabits through this. Yo, Hype Levels, thanks for stopping by. I haven't even started posting shorts. Don't worry. I'm just filming more so I can start. Oh, also, I made a good meme. I've had this one on the mind for a minute. Did I end the DGG short, by the way? GGG. Yep, cool. The tweet I had that I was proud of. This guy. Oh, it did okay. I've had this one on the mind for so long. I was pumped that I finally posted it. Another friend posted a thing about Rabbit, or a thing about teenage engineering, so I just finally caved and did it. I had this meme on my to-do list for like however long it's been since it originally was announced that Rabbit and TE were working together. That specific Cable Matters cable, if this is the one I'm thinking of, I've burned through 2 of. No, this one's fine. This is the short one. Making sure there's no identifiable info here. There's not. Yeah, this one's fine because it's short. It's 3 feet. I need a cable 3 times longer than this, though. It's literally just the op1. So if you think it looks cool, the OP1 has not that screen. You're joining the Firefox Hate Club. Fuck yeah, Embed. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I heard things are absolutely insane in Venezuela. Part of my team's out there, and my heart goes out to them. There's not much I can do from this position, and this is very much not a political or like news channel for those types of things, but no, my heart goes out to everyone there, and I really hope the chaos settles down because that's just insane. Can I explain how this works? What do you got for me? Previous path dot current equals path name. Huh. That shouldn't work. If this was returned at the end as a function, then I would expect this to work as like a cleanup. But the fact that it's here, it shouldn't work. Interesting. The ref would never trigger an update, but like, yeah, it depends on how you're consuming the ref. But like, if you were to console log previous path underneath here, it would always be up to date. But like the quick way to make this work, I wish I could easily copy the code. If I just save image so I can copy the code from the image. Open in preview. Will it let me? It will. Cool. I'll just save this in downloads example.tsx div. Format. Why is it so mad? Is it that? You know what? I'm just gonna import React from React. We'll rewrite it. So for const or function demo, const path name equals use path name. Is it unable to import because I put this in a random place? Let me just. example.txt. I did example.txt because I'm dumb. Okay. On previous path. Okay, cool. So the thing that's missing here. God, I'm trying really hard to like cursor, but it doesn't do auto imports properly like ever, which is worse than not having good autocomplete. So what should work here would be this, where if you have this return a function, okay, it wants us to be like that. There we go. This should do it fine. The reason this will work is it only updates on the cleanup, and that's when you want it to change. So you need to understand the pattern of effect, which is the effect runs whenever this changes. So you could have console.log path name either changed or this component just rendered the first time. Path name. So the first time the component renders, this will be hit. And then anytime path name changes, this will be hit again. When either of those things happen, a cleanup can be created. And then when the next thing happens, this fires. So let's say we start on path A. We mount this component. Path A is the path. This code will run saying path name either changed or the component just rendered path name. So that runs and the path name is set or is logged as A. Then let's say we change it to B. If I add a console.log here, changing off of path name, when we change from A to B, the first thing that happens is this cleanup function runs, logging that we changed off of the last path name, which was path name A. Because in this context, the old path name is still real. So here, we set the old path name to previous path, so we have it still. And then we rerun this effect up here with the new path name. So the order of events would be we start with A, we log this with A, we change to B, this runs with the old stale value of A, then this runs with B. Does that make sense? Hopefully this is helpful. Of course, Fatah. Thanks for the question. That is what the OPS is. Why does it work? And I don't think it works. Like I can go do a quick test. Stack blitz. Make sure I don't leak things. New project. Let's do basic React. Hopefully it's Vite based. Source app TSX. That's app CSS. Cool. So we have this. We'll do const old count equals use ref number use never read. Cool. There's a counter in here already. We'll leave that as is. Trim. Cool. Cool. So now I have this, and if we were to do the use effect, where we old count.current equals count. And then we count here. I have to import use effect. It's just going to always, Oh, it's because this runs after. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That's dumb, but it makes more sense because the component renders and then this runs. That's stupid. React is unintuitive as balls at times. And if I change this to be that, now it's behind by, God damn it, I hate React. The reason for that's really dumb is because this doesn't trigger a state change. If I was to change this to be a use state, this will behave as expected. Oh, I can't do old count.current. There. That's silly. Yeah. That's annoying because the use effect technically doesn't trigger during the render. So the painful reality is that, let me explain that one. Fuck, how do I explain this? So actually, I know how to show this. Const old ref equals use ref number -1 as well for that. But if we were to old ref dot current equals count, yeah, that's what I thought. So the unintuitive thing here is that the state from this is actually new. Hear me out. When you change count, if I get rid of this, the render pattern is we go through, we render whatever we need to, then the effect runs, but the effect runs after the render. So it's actually rendering with the value that was there, which is whatever it was set to before, and then it updates. So even though if I do this, it is behind, if you were to look at React state, this is actually up to date right now, which is unintuitive. But this value right now isn't 2, it's 3. But changing a use ref doesn't trigger a re-render. So the order of events is first, the count goes up, then this renders, then the state change happens. Because of that, we're going to render the old value. Even though the value is now new in React state, it was old when we rendered it. And that's why that works. Somebody already called out, like, what if this was a layout effect? Well, that would fix it, because a layout effect runs before the return. So now, what? I hate this framework. Save the file. That might be it, actually. Nope. I retire. The commented out is for the set old count state. What I'm trying to figure out is why previous ref isn't the same. A layout effect should force it to be the same. This doesn't matter for the demo I'm trying to do. Oh, it's called after the render, but before the DOM update. Okay, yeah, that's dumb but fair. The fun thing is, though, if we force an actual React update, then it'll always be up to date. Another fun way to do this... Fuck, this is going to be a video? If the ref value is a prop on a subcomponent, I don't think that would trigger a re-render, but I think I have all the things I want to do for this. So yeah, fuck it. We'll say this is maybe a video. Let's move that. The marker, use effect kinda sucks. Use previous rant. Cool. Let me put all of this in some backup file so I have it. Do that for now. Cool. I got asked an interesting question, and I figure this is interesting enough to make a video. Also, ran into some unexpected behaviors, so I want to talk about it. The question was about a use previous example. Let me see if I can find the original. Where did the tweet go? I just command T enough. There we go. Cool. Came from Fatah. The question is, why does this work? I don't think this should have worked, but the behavior was unintuitive, so I wanted to talk a bit about it. What's happening here is we're using a ref to keep track of what the value was before, but by the looks of this, this should not work. So let's do a simpler example. This time we're going to use count. So we have a count button. When you click, the count goes up, and we want previous to be 1 behind. There's a very easy way to do this, where we can do that. But let's say count isn't that simple and we actually want to store the previous value. The way the code that we had there, I'll rewrite it quick, would have been like the following. We have a use effect that runs whenever count changes. But more importantly, wrong end there. We need to also store the previous count. So let's do that. We'll say const previous equals use ref number, and we'll start with -1 just to make it a little easier to manage. And now in here, previous dot current equals count. And now if I render previous dot current, it works, which is, in my opinion, quite unintuitive. So the reason that this is working is a bit confusing at first. So hear me out. This works because of the order that things run in React. The first thing that's happening is the state is changing. So count goes up by 1. When count goes up by 1, this component reruns. So it goes through these lines of code, and then it generates a return. The important thing to note is that the effect runs after. So if I was to console.log rendering, or in here we'll say updating with count. But below here, I was to say console.log rendering with count. I might have to open up console the traditional way to see this. Wish there was an easier way in here to do that, but we'll rock with it. Cool. Now you'll see when I update that rendering with 9 happens before updating with 9 does. Because in React, effects run after the render runs. So the state change runs, then the render runs. The reason for that is to make sure the user sees the change as quickly as possible. Then the effect runs, because this is what your new state should change elsewhere in your application. If you wanted the set count to change everything at once, you could do that by, in your function where you're calling set count, change other things in here. So if I was to, let's say I wanted to have previous the boring way, I'll do prev set prev. Then what we could do is in here, we can batch the update. So we'll set prev to count, and we'll set count to be count plus 1. And now if we render, I'm going to change to say previous ref, and we'll paste this to be previous count as just prev. And now this updates automatically. But ready for something particularly unintuitive? What if I move this here? Now everything is in sync. How did putting this here update the ref too? I'm going to change this code a little bit, which might make it a little bit easier to understand what's happening. I'm going to comment that out for now. And instead of prev set prev, I'm going to make this const force update equals use state. I'll just say number -1 or whatever. Cool. So we're going to call force update math.random. Ready for where things get really unintuitive? See how the ref is now staying up to date. The reason for that is because of, again, that order of events. Remember, the first thing that happens is the state changed. Then we generate this response. Then we run the effect. The difference here is that when we call force update, we're triggering another state change, which then triggers another render, which is why, in this case, with just this force update, we have now made this current. Because in reality, previous.current isn't the previous value. The only time previous as a ref is actually the old value is between the render and the effect running. So the first thing, the state changes, then we run this. And since the ref was already bound, it renders with the old value. Then the effect runs, updating the ref to the current value. But at almost all times, previous isn't actually previous. It is actually the current value. And I can prove that by in here, we can console.log previous is previous.current. And now if I open up the console again, you'll see previous is 10. Even though its previous ref is 9, refs don't trigger render updates. Generally speaking, rendering refs is bad. Good point from chat. Rendering refs almost always results in unintuitive behavior, and I would recommend to not render refs. Generally speaking, unless you have a specific reason, I would avoid using refs. The way I would write this code is a little bit different. I wouldn't have the previous set in the on click like I did there. I would want it to always be bound. There's a few ways we could do that. The way I would probably do it would look like this. Comment that out, put this here, make this -1 again. I still do want the use effect though, so let me actually bring that back. I'll rewrite it for you guys. Use effect count, so this always runs on count. And I could set prev here, but that's not going to do anything for us. I'm going to comment that out and put this back in, because now it's always triggering that re-render. So we, oops, hopefully that doesn't kill all my code. It didn't, cool. Can I hide the terminal? Whatever. Cool. So remember, order of events starts at 0. That should be -1. Oh, no, because this runs after. Cool. So we start with 0 for this use state. We render this with the count at 0. Then this use effect fires, because this fires whenever the component renders initially or count changes. So that fires, we set prev to count, which overrides the -1, and then this gets re-rendered again, but this time prev is 0. We run this return, generate the new results, and then the effect doesn't run because count didn't change. But we don't want this to be the current. We want this to be previous, and we want it to always be the previous value. So I'm going to something that for us React nerds makes sense, but to everybody else might be a little confusing. I'm going to return this call as a function. And now it works. Why the hell does that work? The reason that this works is because the return runs at a different step in the process. So remember, first the state changes, then this runs, then this runs. there's an exception here. When the state changes, if it affects any effects, because let's say count went from 0 to 1, if you returned something in an effect bound to count, this return function will run if there is one. This is a cleanup. So we can console.log effect running for count. And then in here, console.log cleaning up for count. So again, we open up the console, and what you will see is that every time the number changes, it runs the cleanup for that number, and then it reruns the effect with the new number. If I was to console log below here, rendering for count, you'll see that when I update this, effect running for 14, and then it renders for 14 twice because it renders twice in dev mode. But that's after the cleanup. So the order of events is it renders for the current value, it chills, but when you update the value, it runs the cleanup for the old value before doing anything else. So we run this cleanup just by increasing state, increasing this count. The first thing that happens is this runs. Then it re-renders this. Then it runs this. Technically, these all happen at the same time, so to speak, but it doesn't matter. These are very, very close, but you get the idea. Hopefully, this helps clarify how to do, or actually, cut me saying that because I have one more thing I want to do, which is, let's say you want to make this a custom hook. Say you want function use previous, and this takes in some value t. So we want to return whatever this is, but what it was previously. What I would do, use state t of value, const prev set prev equals that, and then we can move this effect up to here, change count to value, and return prev. Now we have this use previous hook. Const prev equals use previous count. And look at that. That easy. Again, React's weird. Use effects are not the easiest thing to understand. I'm not going to sit here and pretend they are. But thankfully, most of them can be abstracted away into something like this. My general rule for use effect in a code base is that it should be in a custom hook like this that describes exactly what it's doing, because it makes these behaviors much more intuitive to understand. If I just saw this use effect, I would know what it's doing, but it might take me a second to be sure. But just by putting it inside of a custom hook with a name, it's much clearer. And you can also grab this custom hook from a lot of hook libraries, like React hook or hooks GitHub. I know there's a collection of them. Yeah, there's awesome React hooks. There's React use. And these are just libraries with a lot of these types of things, like use mouse wheel, use network state. I'm sure that previous is in here. Yep, use previous. Returns the previous state or props. If we click here, we can see, look at that. Very, very familiar looking. Hilariously so even. If we go to the source code for it, I bet it'll be even funnier. Use previous. They're using a ref. Oh, that's actually hilarious. Full circle. Ow. I took some soul damage from that. Anyways, hopefully this helps you guys understand a little bit more about the chaos of React and use effect. If you take anything from me, it should be to use references like React use or usehooks.com. Let's see if their use previous is any better. I don't want an example. I want the actual source code. Read the source. This link's there. What TK tweet do you got for me? This is actually hilarious that TK, following the rules of React, came to the same conclusion as me. Yeah. That's kind of hilarious, holding it there. If value is not current, set current, value set previous to current. That's a good implementation too. I wanted the source code for the UI.dev one. This is the usehooks.com. Where are the actual hooks? Because this is just the website for it. Oh, Gabriel found it. Nice. Ta-da. Cool, here we are. Use previous. Look at that. UI.dev got it right. As always, UI.dev is not just a great resource for learning React stuff, but it's also one of the few that gets this correct. Good stuff, and not even using an effect. Isn't that nice? The benefit of not using an effect here, by the way, is that you won't ever get the wrong render, so to speak. Because technically speaking, with this solution, there's a use effect running that interrupts a render. By doing it in that state call, you're batching it as one call. So when you call multiple use states or things like it before a render happens, they get put into one change set, so to speak, and then it renders the result after. So if you have an effect, this interrupts the render process. If you have multiple state calls, it is contained within one render. Bit hard to follow. Let me know if you want a full breakdown of React's rendering process, because it's a bit much. But yeah, it's not too hard to write this hook correctly or to grab someone else's source code for the same thing. In fact, I can take this. Oh, I just realized this isn't type safe. So as much as I love UI.dev, this solution isn't type safe, so I can't actually recommend it. RIP. Might be time for somebody to make a better equivalent of these things. So I put T, value, T. And get rid of these. Change this to be T or null. There we go. Same deal. Even fewer runs. Nice and simple. Hopefully, this helps you write an actual use previous hook. But yeah, if you can, React Query doesn't necessarily solve this specific problem, but it solves a lot of things like it. You should check React Query out as well. I got nothing else. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace. Cool. That's a fun random one. Marker end of use previous. And drop that there. Cool. Yeah, I don't think resolving implies what like rendering is, so to speak. But yes, rendering is not a great word for it either. So I learned a lot. Hope. I mean, your code almost certainly works fine. It'll be hard to hit an edge case for it. Oh, shoot. Actually, more for use effect vid. Cool. Phase, these are things I missed that I want to include. One of them is going to go much earlier. One of them is going to go when I make the mistake about the type definitions thing. Turns out I was wrong about the type definitions. Use previous has its types defined in index.d.ts. So there is a file that defines all the types. It's just not the actual original source code. Totally fine. This project's probably old. This is the way we used to do things. Now you just write the TypeScript code and compile out the results. Teach their own. The other thing I wanted to add quick, I want to go back to the use effecty way of doing this. Do I have that here? I'll just rewrite it quick. Wrong buttons. So I mentioned that the order of events, is what's confusing here because the state changes, then this runs, then the use effect runs. But if you get the right result, why does it matter? Because this works. I'll show you. Let's say we have another button. And on this button, we log current state. So on this button, we'll onClick equals, and we're going to log some stuff. First, we're going to log current is current, or count. Then we're going to log previous is previous.current. Cool. Unintuitive syntax, or unintuitive naming there. You get the idea, though. Current is just on a ref how you access whatever the current value is, so to speak. So we're going to rerun this. And now, when I click that, it does the same behavior. Watch what happens when I log the state. Current is 4, previous is 4. See what happened there? Since the render occurred before the effect, previous.current is actually the same value as count. But when it renders, it wasn't. So the state changes, the result is rendered, then this runs, which means that what you're seeing in the UI is out of date. And when I hit log current state, this is what the current values are. If I used React Debug Dev Tools, you would see the same thing. This is the problem with the solution, is that previous isn't actually the previous value. It only was the previous value during render. It no longer is after the render. State change, then render, then effect. But that means with the ref, no state change occurs, so no re-render occurs after. Cool. Think that'll be useful. Sneak that in. My gut is that should go before I switch to the use state. If I talk about how this value is technically up to date at some point, sneak it in there. Hopefully that will clarify things. Marker. End of extra for use effect. Use layout effect wouldn't work for this. Do I add the use layout effect bit as well? Fine. I got a bunch of questions about use layout effect, so I want to show that that doesn't work because honestly, this was unintuitive for me as well. So I just switched this to use layout effect. If you're not familiar, we'll read the docs for it. Use layout effect can hurt performance because it runs before the browser repaints the screen. So if you wanted to do something like apply some CSS rule or tell the page to zoom in or transform, for things like that, where you specifically want to change the context of the DOM or do something to the page before the render starts, use layout effect lets you do that. What it doesn't do is run before the render. So if the order of events, again, I've repeated this 100 times, is state change, then render, then effect, there is technically one step that I was leaving out, which is when what you do here actually appears in the browser. So if first we run this to get the new state, then we run this to generate the new HTML, use effect happens one step later, which is after this is rendered, after this is generated, we then put it in the browser, then the use effect runs. Use layout effect doesn't run before this return happens. It runs between this return happening and the browser seeing the change. So if I was to do this way, it's still going to be out of date by one because the HTML that was generated is out of date. Unintuitive, I know, but use layout effect is a very niche thing and it does not apply to this case. So how should we do this then? Well, I'll show you. And that's where you would cut to me showing how to actually do it with useState. Cool. Hopefully that is all helpful. Let me thank all the people that I've missed while doing that. Missed quite a few of y'all. Missed a lot of y'all. Thank you, Emily. I think I thanked you, Lance, regardless. 5 months, New.js stuff, always fun. Sam with the 2 years, legend. Sebastian, 7 months. Hi, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot here too. It's 80 degrees in here. I'll have to turn on the AC in a second. I'll do that now before I forget, actually. Da-da-da. Cool. We'll make that chiller. Thank you, Viper, for the Prime. Thank you, Pisoda, for the 25 months. Crazy seeing people over 2 years now. Sudo with the 100 bits. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for asking. We'll chat more about my life soon, I'm sure. Thank you, Vens, for the Prime. Thank you, Milkshake Fries, for the 12 months at Tier 1. How is it 12 months at Tier 1, but you've been subscribed for 11 months? Twitch bugging out there. Also, thank you to everybody for the streaks. Always cool to see. We got Silgarth here, 3 months into the Tier 1. Thank you so much for that. Oitzi just hit the 1 year mark. Crazy. Thank you so much. Gamer Girl, always good to see you. Almost 6 months, half a year. Crazy. Thanks for stopping by. We got Mert, 25 months in. Crazy seeing people over 2 years still. Thank you for the 2 years of support, man. Vampire Ducky, 7 months in. Appreciate that. WouterDB also hitting that 2 year mark. Jesus Christ. Lucy Furno with the 5 months as well. Lithium, 13 over 2 years, or over a year now. Dicey Nicey, 3 months in. If the ref value was a prop on a subcomponent, I think it would re-render. No, it won't. Refs don't trigger updates in React. That's the whole point. Catastrophic Blues, 13. I subscribed for 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. I still run my startup, yes. We have a lot of fun things for Upload Thing coming. Thank you, Gabe Duart, for the 9 months. Mizu for the Prime. And St. Pepper. I'm just going to call you Pepper. Thank you for 4 months in. Always for stopping by. See you all the time. Thank you. This video feels analogous to showing the world my miscellaneous code drawer. You have no idea what my miscellaneous code drawer looks like if you think that's that, because it's a lot more chaotic. Thank you, Diablo, for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. Why are pre-rolls on? I have ads automatically running. That's the whole point. Okay, they ran. It's just Twitch is really bad at UI. I think I covered all of that fine. Oh yeah, React Summit's going to be fun. See you there. You made me 2 vids? What was the other one you got me to make? It's going to be so cold. I don't want to skate in New York. React Summit US. It's a React conference. It's going to be, yeah, in Manhattan this year. Does it have dates yet? I'm not doing any of the workshops. I'm going to be here for the 19th specifically. I think I'm speaking. Probably going to, I have no idea if I'm keynoting or not. They're probably going to want me to. Haven't planned for that yet. I got a lot of talks to write, honestly. I will not be at JS Nation, sadly, no. Actually, they might try to get me there for that. We'll see. It's not a one-day trip. I'll be there for a while. Don't worry. I have a lot of family and friends East Coast, so I'm going to be doing like an East Coast tour when I'm there. I'm just having a company pay for it. So, Fatah, what was the other video that you had got me to do? I'm trying to remember. Did you mention it? Yo, Trampo with the gift. Thank you. From near DC, let you know. Absolutely will. Fatah, oh, here it is. Career shift. Oh, shit. Yeah, customer service to dev is a very real path. I don't know if the pilot to dev thing ever became a video, though. Probably should. I honestly should make that into a video, or it might be just inside of another existing one. I don't remember. It's hard for me to keep track of which rants ended up where. I have a search app, YTKS, that I'm paying for. Theo will search for pilot. Oh, it's going to just find Copilot a bunch, isn't it? Yeah, I talk about Copilot too much. I'm not going to hunt anymore. Yo, Brian, a lot of people throwing these gifts out. Nuts. Thank you, Diablo, again for the 10, Trampboat for the 5, Brian for the 5, and then Ronan giving the sub to low level. That site is ytks.app. I learned about this one because Dark Viper used it to try and own me over and over again, like obsessively searching for any time I said anything vaguely like his name. And I use it a bunch now for finding things on my own videos. Video about pilot to dev. Not the one that I was thinking of. I'll watch this later, though. I'm curious. You have my attention. Never know. Oh, something that I did recently. I set up Tube Archivist. I had to be careful because I have another dumb thing I do, which is I use my actual YouTube account as my watching YouTube account, which was a mistake. I should stop doing that. It's too late now. But I wanted to back up a bunch of things from my YouTube account, and Tube Archivist has been helping me slowly do that while also following certain channels and backing up all their videos. So just like a couple channels I didn't want to lose content from, slowly adding more and more in. Over time, I want to have all the videos I've ever liked on YouTube archived so that I never have to worry about losing them, because I've lost too many videos I care about from like channels being deleted, from creators deciding to change their mind on things, all that type of stuff. And I'm a paranoid data hoarder. Got to take advantage of it to the best of my ability. Anyways, what are we talking about next? I want to try one of these. Your file is two big ones, either the TypeScript file one or the one you should break out components. I think covering one of these just to see how YouTube responds to it and what people think about them. Obviously, Porffor has to be done. So we'll say that like these two are the top priority. The weird garbage collection one I want to jump on. In the post-React world I want to get to. Drag and drop for all, we really should do. That one's falling out of date fast. And sad state of Chrome extensions. But then we don't get one of the long file ones. Honestly, I really want to get components and composition out. So how about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That's 7 things, and I won't get the long file ones today. That's fine. These are all worth covering. Love that. Yo, Bryce, thank you for the sub, especially if you don't know how to use Twitch. Oh yeah, New Ducks here. I've already chatted with him a bit off stream. They were great to chat with. I actually have, funny enough, hopefully you're not upset with me sharing DMs, but I asked a couple of questions and got really useful context ahead of time so I could do my best to meaningfully communicate what they have to say. Yeah, they're a big reason why I'm doing it. Funny enough, I saw their DM before I saw the HN stuff because I always check HN for making sure I don't miss important topics. And as we can see today, I'm not missing anything important because the current front page top post is foobar. Love foobar. It does not need to be front page right now. Oh, you encouraged him to reach out. Fuck yeah. Thank you for doing that. It will absolutely be covering that today. Yeah, I love this actually, Griff, honestly. The idea that, like, because I get a lot of people reaching out about things that I don't have much to say or think about, but obviously a JS runtime in WASM that solves actual problems for people makes a ton of sense. And you telling them that reaching out to me would go well, good instinct and good encouragement, because you were right on all counts there. I'm very excited to cover that. Good shit. Also, I don't recall you ever telling someone to reach out to me before, so you are holding a really high bar for that, which I love. I'm not using a cloud lifter. I'm going straight into my Rodecaster. It has more than enough power. You like them before they even worked at Mozilla. Huge. Well, I hope you can keep me on track for that topic then. Okay, we're going to save this one for a little bit because I want to keep viewers coming in, and I'm not going to change the title because I'm lazy. We'll ask between these 5. Next rant, we'll do AI plateau. Post, are we post React now? Weird GC and JS. Drag and drop for everyone. Change that to all. And sad state of Chrome extensions. God damn it, Dan. Post React Clarity. I love this title. Thank you, DJ Arun. Dropping that in here. Alt title. Post React Clarity. I do love that. Thank you. People really want the post React. Post Nuxt Clarity. That's hilarious. Preact is great. It's just for very specific things. It's not a good general solution. And it's faster in some things, but it's slower in a lot too. That wasn't Nuxt hate. That was just a Nuxt pun. I like Nuxt a lot. I would go as far as to say it's almost irresponsible to use Vue without Nuxt. Like Nuxt is so good it makes me consider Vue, and I'm not a big fan of the way Vue works. Y'all really want this, but also the drag and drop performing well too. I did not think that one was going to get that much attention. This is a very useful pull. Remember, do the least voted. Yeah, by the way, you fuckers. Everyone voted against the Stripe video. Remember this poll last stream? AI Plateau, Fetch versus Kai, and Stripe acquisition got 6 votes. And I said, no, fuck you guys. I don't believe you. I'm doing this. 1 out of 10. This outperformed the CrowdStrike video initially. Getting this one screenshotted. Honestly, I want this in a more useful view. Nope. Cool. I don't think of it so much as Astro trying to be used for apps as Astro acknowledging the need for dynamic parts in a static-ish site and expanding the role of a content site. I'm going to see how my server islands video performs and possibly talk a lot more about that in the future. Stripe Acvid made you start watching again. Oh boy. Good shit. Thanks for stopping by. So got solid viewership here. How's Twitch or YouTube doing? Not as good on YouTube. Interesting. Are we post React? Cool. Change the title. We'll see if that results in more people. Never meet your heroes. You'll only be disappointed in me talking shit on view. Sorry. The yellow hair is distracting. Again, sorry. I think it looks hot, but to each their own. What are we going to film? Are we going to just go straight to the post-React world? You guys were excited about it. Fuck it. I'll let chat hang out for this one. Why not, you know? Did Vercel do a new blog on PPR? Is it the Google handling JS one? Interesting. I did have this one saved to look at. I don't know if it's going to be a video or not. Honestly, this might make a good video. I'll throw it in the list. I also have useful insight for this one, I think. I'll save that potentially for today. Oh. This, I've spent a lot of time on this page, and I've spent a lot of time fighting PPR. At this moment, I don't have it working in the places I want it to, and I'm angry about it, so I'm largely dodging it for now. But yeah, at this moment, I'm brute forcing static rendering and then lazy loading dynamic components. I've almost like reinvented server islands in Next. That's a whole separate rant. Oh yeah, my scheduled upload. I forgot I had that scheduled. Yeah, that just dropped. How's that doing? Oh, awesome. I wish I could more easily hide that number. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Look at that. 2 out of 10 on TypeScript's next release. See that? Stripe number 1, that 2. Oh, we're finally out of the window for the original CrowdStrike video, so I'm not competing with that anymore in the top 10. Nice. It's been 11 days since that happened. Good shit, though. Happy that one's doing well. Hope that some people are popping over from the YouTube video, or vice versa. Either way, if you go from live to the video, fine with both. migrate one route at a time, make a new route with app router, and then slowly move things over. I want to talk about this, so let's do it. How are we doing for ad time? We got plenty of time. Nice. Marker, post, React, world. Oh, the ppr.com site. Yeah, that site's cool. After a decade of React, is front-end a post-React world now? Oh boy. I didn't realize it had been 10 years, but it has been 10 years. I am very curious to see what this article has to say and whether or not we actually are post-React. Obviously, I'm going to have takes here, so let's see. Thank you, NewStack, for posting this. No offense to y'all, I want the free space back, so I am going to hide your top nav, which worked great as we can see. Give that a second shot. No. Why can't I get rid of this? There we go. Cool. Turns out HTML, CSS are hard. Anyways, 10 years after an influential React presentation at OSCON 2014, we revisit the concepts behind React and see how well they still apply in 2024. Crazy to think it's been 10 years. Also crazy to think I got into React in 2018. I was late at the time, but now I've been around for the majority. It's kind of nuts. 10 years ago, Facebook developer Christopher Shadow, mostly known as Vux online, VJEUX, also fun enough, the creator of Excalidraw, which is my favorite tool for doodling and drawing diagrams on a stream. I owe Vux so much. Also created Prettier, by the way. What a legend. Revealed React, created Excalidraw, created Prettier. Possibly the single person to have had the most impact on the way I do and think about things. All of those technologies changed my life. Like I couldn't write on a whiteboard because my penmanship's so bad and my hands are so shaky. And Excalidraw taught me how nice whiteboarding is. I could tangent about all of this dude's projects forever. As tempting as it is, I want to read the article, so let's do that. Anyways, he gave a presentation at OSCON, which is the O'Reilly Open Source Convention, about a relatively new JS framework called React. As the NewStack's Chris Dawson noted at the time, the presentation was fascinating because it explained the concepts behind React and not just how it worked, but why it was created. Given how dominant React has become in the front-end dev ecosystem since OSCON 2014, in this article, I'll revisit the concepts behind React and determine how well they've aged. This is especially important in 2024, when major software products like Edge have begun exploring what I'm calling a post-React approach to web development. The Microsoft Edge team is calling it HTML first. Okay, this is misleading to include here this way. I have a whole video about the Microsoft Edge React thing. That's not they're telling developers to not use React on the web. That is, Edge used React for every single little menu on their app. So if you click the little menu button in the corner on Edge, React would render with that. And if you clicked the favorites tab, React would render with that. But it wasn't one React app, it was a bunch of them. And having like dozens of mini React apps for your UI, not a good idea. The same way that micro front ends are in many ways bad, and things like web components are almost always terrible. They were using that wrong. And yes, if you have mostly static HTML for 15 menus instead of 15 mini React apps, that's better. But if you have one app, like, I don't know, a web app, like something like Twitter, one React instance powering the whole thing, A+, totally fine. They also have unique, I'm not going to keep ranting about it. Go watch that video if you're curious. I just don't like the way this is positioned. Hopefully this isn't telling for what we're about to read, but yeah. Also, non-React frameworks like Svelte and Solid offer increasingly viable alternatives to front-end developers. Yeah, not in the context of Edge, but overall, Svelte and Solid are catching up real fast. Weird to not see Vue mentioned here, but Svelte and Solid are killing it. Why React took web dev by storm in 2014. In Christopher's 2014 presentation, he explained that the genesis for React came from an extension of PHP that Facebook had released as an open source software project in February 2010, called XHP. We extended the PHP syntax in order to put XML inside of it, Trudeau said. This was done mainly for security reasons, but it also resulted in, quote, a very fast iteration cycle. Huge. The goal here was to make it so you could write more code, so to speak, specifically HTML, inside of PHP. And it made it way easier to contain your concerns in one place. The idea of model view controller had infected the brains of all software devs at the time. But when they put XHP inside of PHP and they allowed you to use XML directly, they realized having your backend code, having your HTML, having your styles and all that in one place actually made iteration much easier and maintenance much better. Turns out separating your stuff arbitrarily by the technologies instead of by the actual concerns of your application might not have been the best idea. And React pushed that way further. So let's see where we end up. However, because it was PHP, a server-side language, every time something changed, the page would need to re-render completely. So the Facebook team decided to move a lot of the application logic of XHP into JS, the browser's native scripting language, because they wanted to avoid those round trips from the server to the client, back to the server, back to the client, etc. They then looked for ways to optimize the way the JavaScript code was being used. I tend to think of React as version control for the DOM. Oh, Christopher, what a mind-boggling way to think about a JavaScript framework. Long story short, they ended up creating a JavaScript library called React, the key innovation being the creation of a virtual DOM. Virtual DOMs were still a very much new idea with React. The idea that you could run something as big as the DOM in JavaScript just to update the DOM less often, mind-blowing at the time. It just felt like it couldn't work and it had to be really slow. And we realized it was great, use it for everything. Then we realized it's not perfect and started pulling back a bit, but I'm curious how the virtual DOM comes up throughout this. The DOM, as Wikipedia nicely explains it, is an object-oriented representation of an HTML document that acts as an interface between the JS and the document itself. As Trudeau explains, React gives you two virtual copies of the DOM, a before and after for each interaction, from which you run a diffing process to establish what exactly has changed. This is the key for React. When you change something, even if it re-renders in the JavaScript code, it doesn't actually update the DOM unless something changed. So the virtual DOM notices that this node got deleted and this one got added, or the opposite, that this one got removed, or this one got added, this one got removed. So this yellow one appears here, this red one's gone. So now when you diff them, you see the difference here. So we only have to apply that. Yeah, as they said here, React only applies the changes to the actual DOM, meaning only a portion of the DOM is changed while the rest stays as is. That in turn means only a portion of the web page needs to be re-rendered for the end user. Trudeau had a nifty quote that summed up the benefits of React. I think of it as a virtual control for the DOM. So in this framing, React's kind of like Git for the front end. That's a bit of a reach. The idea of diffing, fine, but it's not like Git for the front end. Another innovation was the creation of JSX. I've been thinking a lot about how JSX happened, because if you were to try and extend JavaScript syntax today, you'd be fucked because TypeScript would never merge it. But since TypeScript had to compete with Flow and wanted React users, they had to add JSX support to TypeScript, which is why now JSX is almost a forced standard, because if you want TypeScript support and you want markup syntax in your JavaScript, the only one that TypeScript supports is JSX. So you either use that or you build your own separate thing, which sucks. That's why Solid, Astro, and React have the best TypeScript support, because all the other solutions have their own markup language, which makes it harder to get the types working. And they usually rely on things like a VS Code extension to make that possible. Even Astro has that problem to an extent, but technically Astro is using JSX, so it's a bit easier to implement. Anyways, back in 2013, Facebook's Pete Hunt described it as an optional syntax extension in case you prefer the readability of HTML to raw.js. Remember when JSX was optional and not literally the only way we write React? JSX was so controversial when it dropped. I'm happy we're over that now. One of the important ideas behind React was that it wasn't template-based, like previous popular frameworks. Remember before I said the MVC model? You had a template, you had a model and you had the controller, which actually bound everything together. So you have to write the template first and then write the way things change it, rather than the state resulting in the actual output code. There's a thing I've seen a lot, and I see it being talked about now more than ever, which is UI equals F state. This is meant to represent that the UI is a function of your state. So you pass your state into a function and out comes the UI, rather than UI plus state plus bindings equals app, which is how most things worked before. You had the UI, you had the state, and then you had the way that it was all bound together, and then an app would hopefully magically come out of that. But the non-deterministic relationship between these things sucked, whereas UI equals F state was a lot easier to manage, comprehend, change, everything else that we do in modern applications. It made it way easier to make a giant app with a lot of people contributing without constantly breaking things because you thought a certain string would be in a certain place and it wasn't. Also showcase the value of a lot of functional mindset and programming techniques. As they say here, since it wasn't template-based like popular frameworks at the time, Ruby on Rails and Django are used as examples. As Hunt noted, React approaches building user interfaces differently by breaking them into components, which means React uses a real, fully featured programming language to render views. Sure that the fully featured programming language thing got us some trouble, but anyways. React really did provide a revolutionary method of developing web apps, and it was especially suited to large applications where data changed a lot. Influential developers began to take note, and the adoption of React grew in 2014. James Long, who was at Mozilla at the time, summed up the buoyant mood around React with a May 2014 post entitled, "Removing User Interface Complexity," or "Why React is Awesome." This sounds like a very fun post. I might go back to this one in the near future. That sounds very fun. Let me know in the comments if I should read this article from 10 years ago about why React is awesome. React's critics. Despite its popularity, it didn't take long for complaints to start rolling in about React. By the end of 2015, some devs were complaining of React's. By the end of 2015, some React. I just remember. Did I remember to set a marker for this? Because I might have forgotten. Oh, I did. Cool. Just making sure. Sorry, so I had to confirm that. By the end of 2015, some devs were complaining about. By the end of 2015, some devs were already complaining of React fatigue because of the steep learning curve. In 2015 of December, Eric Clemens wrote, "Ultimately, the problem is that by choosing React and also inherently JSX, you've unwittingly opted into a confusing nest of build tools, boilerplate, linters, and time sinks to deal with before you ever get to create anything." And then Create React App was invented, and with it came a lot of new patterns that were really cool. We'll get to that in a bit, I'm sure. Developers also had issues with the way React handled state management. Here's Charlie Crawford on the new stack in August 2016. Problems start occurring when the component tree gets tall, and you have components that are far from each other in the tree, and one component is not a descendant of another, and both components depend on the same bit of state. By 2017, some influential devs were starting to regularly voice complaints about React. In August of 2017, Alex Russell, who at the time was still working at Google's Chrome team, kicked back against the notion that the virtual DOM was fast. Oh, Alex Russell. Fun fact. Alex Russell and I had a debate in 2020. Where is it? Here we are. On the merits and limitations of React and single-page apps. This was a debate I had with Alex, where he talked 3 times more than me about why React is evil, and I did my best to defend it. Intentionally took some L's to try and bridge the gap. Interesting convo, was a live debate in person. Worth watching if you want to see his takes. We don't agree on a lot of these things. He also pushed web components really hard. I think they were his spec. Iffy stuff overall. I have a whole bunch of stuff where I talk about the average React dev and why his bias exists the way it does. He spends his time looking at the most broken React apps in the world. He's biased for a reason. It's a good reason. But yeah, we don't always agree. I'm not saying React was a mistake, but its apologists need to reckon honestly with what it's done to the ecosystem. I don't agree. I think it made development in the ecosystem overall significantly better and allowed us to evolve the web way faster. He also complained that the diffing in the VDOM is slow compared to other frameworks. Other frameworks are going faster, like Svelte, Lit, Vue, etc., but by taking different approaches. But they get similar surface syntax, and they are much smaller. Let's continue. Some of the React issues that developers have complained about over the Some of the React issues that developers have complained about over the past decade have either dissipated or been resolved. For instance, the learning curve isn't much of an issue nowadays, especially with the new React docs. React.dev is one of the best learning experiences for any programming tool or technology. This set an insanely high bar for learning how to write any form of code. Even if you're an experienced React dev, it's worth looking through this. But if you're new to React or want to learn it, blast through this quick. You'll learn a ton. A lot of new front-end devs have come onto the market since 2014, and many started out by learning React. What was the number at ReactConf? Like 60% of devs start learning React, which is nuts. There have also been good solutions to the state management issues, like Redux or React's Context API. I wouldn't call those the good solutions, but they're good enough. Big fan of things like Zustand, but to each their own. Even with the performance issues, React has its defenders. Chief among them is the company Vercel, which runs the industry's leading React framework, Next.js. In July of 2023, Vercel published a long blog post about React 18, the current stable version. The post outlined how concurrent features like transition, suspense, and React server components improve application performance. Yep. All of these features are really cool, and the fact that they're as easy to adopt, minus server components, is awesome. Transitions and suspense in particular are really cool and underrated and make things a lot better. And then server components allow you to not have to update things that don't need to be updated, which helps a lot with the diffing too. Also, I would make the argument towards poor Alex Russell that server components, by inversing the way web components worked, made the goal of them significantly more achievable. But even if those features do improve performance, has that come at the expense of complexity? Some, including Netlify CEO Matt Billman, think so. 2 I's instead of 2 L's. By the way, Matt's awesome. I've had a lot of great conversations with him. Huge shout out to Matt. In January this year, Billman used a tweet from Vercel CEO Guillermo Roche to poke fun at the seeming complexity of Vercel, and by extension, React. Next, passing a promise from an RSC into a client component that hydrates the initial state of an SPA data fetching layer like SWR, essentially an on-the-fly ergonomic streaming API server. Okay, I get why he's poking fun, because Guillermo shoved in all the buzzwords there. But let me show you why this is actually cool. I'm going to quickly nerd snipe myself and spin up a quick thing. npx create next app at bunx create next app at canary. We'll name this stream promise demo. Is GitHub down? Are you sure? It is not down. Way to bait me. That does remind me I need to turn on my VPN, so I'm going to do that quick before I forget. Tunnels. Cool. So here I have a page. I'm just going to nuke this and make the template as simple as possible. And let's make a child component. Random or client example.tsx, use client, export. Cool. I'll import use state from React, const count. Sure. We'll take that. And now let's actually mount this. Cool. Phase cut to here from when I say I'm going to do an example. So this is a really basic example of a React Next server component app. I have this file, which is a server component because it's a page and doesn't say use client on top. So this only runs on the server. I can prove that by doing a console.log. This only runs on server. And now if I bun dev local host 3000, I new tabbed that. What the hell? How did that kill my browse history too? That's really annoying. What's going on, Arc? Cool. I forgot I'm on an old version of Node. Let me grab, I have an NVMRC that will fix that. I need to just install 20 as my default. This is the wrong code base. Don't save. NVMRC. Cool. We're going to retake the intro of this. Cool. So this is a basic React Next.js server component example. I have two files that matter. Page TSX, which is a server component. So this will only run on the server. And then this component, client example, tagged use client. So this does ship JS to the client. It runs on both, but it ships JS to the client. So this code only runs on the server. I can prove that by bun dev going here, and you see, if I open my console, no logs in here. But if I go to my terminal, this only runs on the server. If I was to use client up top here, now it runs in both. See, this only runs on the server? No, it doesn't, because I put use client there. The composability is magic. Watch my Dan Abramov reaction video if you want a deeper understanding of how cool this is. But I want to showcase some of the cool functionality that exists within here. The promise thing is nuts. Let's say that I want to return a message later on. So I'll make a promise, async function get message. And I want to wait for an amount of time. So we're going to do async, or I'll just do function wait for. Get the autocomplete. Cool. So we'll do a wait for. We'll make it a bit longer. 2000, and then hello from the server. We need to do something with this, though. So we're going to go to the client component. We're going to give this props. We'll say message string. I'll say message. I'll do this the proper way. Props message string. Cool. So now you have props message string. Going to comment out the count. I'll leave the counter. But we're going to put here props.message. So if I want to pass this message equals get message, that's not going to work because I have to await this. I can do this, but you have to do it in an async function. So I have to make this async. And now if I go to load this page, it takes a second to load. Well, 2 seconds specifically. If I close and reopen, you'll see it's waiting, waiting, waiting. Then this happens. What if I don't want to have to wait? What if I want to get this rendered ASAP and then deal with this message later? Here's where the React passing promise thing gets really fun. If I change this to be promise string, now I can make this not async anymore. I can delete this await. And now I'm passing the promise down. I can't just render that. In fact, if I try, I'm quite curious what happens. Console. Hello from the server. But theoretically, I have this as a promise, so I don't have to just put that there like that. What we could do is put this in state. So const message set message equals use state string or null. And then in this use effect, which I have to import. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. On the dot then, because this promise comes down, I'm going to set the message. So now, when I render, it comes through like that. And I can even do message or here's what we'll do. If no message, return div loading. That's so cool. Do you guys understand how insanely fucking cool that is? This is client-side code that takes a promise as a prop, and I can pass that promise from the server. There's a lot of fun terms and technologies and things going on here, and I understand the desire to talk about all those, but the reality of taking something like a promise, like an async thing like this, be it a data fetch, be it something from a database, be it any of the many other things you might need, the ability to return something to the user and then later return this promise and have React just handle it. Unbelievable. It's so fucking cool. I love this so much. And sure, you can call me a Vercel shell all you want. They're not paying me for this video. They have paid me in the past, but not for this one. This is mind-blowing. I love this still. The first time I saw that this just worked, melted my brain. Oh, so cool. Obviously, you could use suspense and other things to do different ways, but the ability to pass a promise to the client to do something with it, and it just works like a normal promise, unmatched. So, so, so cool. You can also use if you want to suspend on it, yes. So if I was to const message equals use props.message, I have to import this from React now. Now it's going to block the render of this component until that comes through, but you can fix that with a suspense. So if I put a suspense around this, sure, just import this. Cursor, I love you, but the auto import's breaking makes it almost not useful. Cool, I don't care about that being there. We don't need it anymore. Because now this loading happens from the server, and then when the client gets everything else, it renders the rest. It's so cool. You just call use, and now this component won't render until it gets the data. I can delete that loading state because it'll never get hit. And I could even delete this use effect because it will, again, never get hit. Because this promise gets resolved in here, and until then, it fires the suspense above. So cool. So cool. And if you wanted to lower the suspense boundary deeper in, because you want to show the counter immediately, but you want to show the rest later, we can do that too. We can have a function message, and this takes in the same thing. Again, it needs to be a promise for string. Now we have this. It's not props.message rendering, it's just message. And I can put this as a suspense here. And then render message with the message equals props.message. Import suspense. I'm even going to get rid of the fallbacks. I don't want that here. Cool. Get rid of the suspense up here as well. And now I refresh. I've improved it by reopening. We get this immediately. And then this message comes in after. So I can actually be incrementing the count while I wait for that promise to resolve. It's so good. It's so good. Nothing has this level of composability. It's part of why React always wins. It is one of the best syntaxes for doing these types of things, for granularly adopting and that's the wrong word. It's just so composable and flexible. Nothing else does this to this level. Everything else can let you like make a promise that returns more markup, but the idea of a promise that you just pass to the client and you can just pass around your React tree is so cool. It's so cool. And you can move the suspense boundary wherever you want the loading to be. Like if I change my mind and I want this to load here instead, is all it takes. Come on, do the import. There we go. And now the whole thing loads while it waits for that to resolve. It's so easy to do stuff like that. No other framework has made it this easy to choose where these behaviors occur. 10 out of 10, no notes. Play with React more. Sure, you can poke all the fun you want to poke. I need to hide this again. You can poke all the fun you want to at this Guillermo tweet, but the flexibility here is unreal. and make fun of all the buzzwords, the actual reality of just passing a promise to a component and being able to call use to have it, it feels so elegant and simple, and it makes the logic around your stuff way easier to deal with. So I find it hard to talk shit about these things and also use effect at the same time, because use effect's a type of complexity that was necessary on the client, and this allows you to defer those things off of the client and make life much simpler. So yeah, to each their own, but I think this is awesome. Back to the article. It should be noted that Netlify is a direct competitor of Vercel. During that presentation, Billman pitched Astro as a much simpler framework alternative to Next.js. While Astro does allow users to integrate React, they can also choose alternative UI frameworks like Vue, Svelte, and Solid. Just this week, Netlify and Astro announced a formal partnership, so we can expect more of the keep it simple narrative from Netlify. Astro also announced server islands since this post was written, which is a really cool way to do some of the stuff I just showed. Not as composable or powerful, but way easier to adopt if you don't have a server running JavaScript like we do here. So, conclusion, post React or no? It's too early to proclaim that we're in a post-React front-end landscape, because React and associated frameworks like Next are still enormously popular and growing in popularity, to be clear. It's not like they hit this point and they're slowly dying. The growth is still going. They are still getting more popular every day. But there is a sense that developers have viable alternative approaches to choose from now. Neither Astro nor Svelte use a virtual DOM approach, so developers can now choose a web framework that doesn't rely on React, although Astro still has React as an option. I do love calling out these two examples because both Astro and Svelte are learning a lot of React. I love the use of Astro and Svelte here because both are learning a ton of lessons from React right now. Svelte realized that their way of doing state was not composable enough, especially outside of a Svelte file, so they've now introduced runes, which are their equivalent of hooks, which are way more composable. Astro realized that having static for most of your page with dynamic streaming for parts of your page is really valuable. So they made server islands as their alternative to what Vercel and Next were doing with partial pre-rendering. But all of these solutions are learning a ton from not just what React did right in 2014, but what React's doing differently right now. We're all still trying to catch up with React because every time that gap closes in, React does some revolutionary shit, like let you pass a promise from the server to the client as a prop and it just works. These are the things that leave React in the lead, because you can copy the DX and the functionality and the behaviors and all of those things in other frameworks like Astro, Svelte, Vue, Solid, whatever. But the magic is that they invent these new simple ways of composing applications that then take us 5+ years to catch up to after. So sure, React of 2014 has been caught up to and even surpassed by Astro, Svelte, Vue, these other things. But React of today and React of the future, still really far ahead in my opinion. Also, the HTML first approach that Edge pursued, as I mentioned before, there's reasons for that make a lot of sense. Apparently, Alex Russell's a member of that team. That explains so much. Either way, front-end development is no longer as tied to React as it was just a few years ago. If you're a new web developer entering the profession, you might even consider eschewing React altogether, although admittedly, that will diminish your short-term job prospects. But it's at least an option to seriously consider. It might even help you land a job with a forward-thinking employer. No. I am going to plug a video because it bombed and it shouldn't have. I have a video. It doesn't come up when I search that. Stop using new technologies unless you really want to. This is one of my best videos. And nobody gave a shit. It bombed. 34K, 3 weeks is one of my worst performing videos of the year. Because people don't want to hear that you shouldn't use new tech. I don't recommend you actually adopt new technologies unless you really, really want to. Learning something new is something you should do either for fun or because the new thing is so enticing and exciting to you that you feel bad not learning it. But you shouldn't be learning new things because you're scared of falling behind. That mindset's bullshit. Watch this video if you want to hear me rant all about that. I'll try to remember to link it in the description. You know what? I'll put that there now so I don't forget to. Yeah. Watch that vid if you think I recommend too many new things, because I don't. And if your goal is to get a job, learn old things. Learn something that's React or older. If you really want to get a job ASAP, go learn COBOL or some shit, something ancient. Job opportunities and productivity opportunities tend to come from using old-ish solutions. There's a reason PHP has this huge wave right now of indie hackers, because old things are great. They're stable. They work really well. If you really want to play with the new thing, though, go ahead. I think that's all I have to say about this one. Accuse me of shilling in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. I saw that the Wasm Roseblocks thing happened. I'm going to do a deep dive on Roblox stuff in the near future, but I have a lot of work to do before we can get there. Cool. That one is done. 2 videos recorded. It's only 2 p.m. We're killing it right now. Let me thank all the people that I missed while we were doing that. I think I got you, Bryce. Regardless, appreciate it a ton. LX with the 30 stream streak, legend. Piano is what I'm calling you. Thank you for the tier 1. And then C-Bob with the Prime as well. And Sporto hitting the 5 stream. I'm 50-50 on reading this one. I'll probably do it. I will say having the auto running ads is actually quite a stress relief, not thinking about ad timers and just trusting it to do its thing. What were the other ones that won here? Drag and drop for all. That should be pretty fun. You know what? I'm going to do a thing. Where is my... Here. I'm going to make a new thumbnail for this too. I want this video to do better. No, I need a file, open recent. Let me just go through here. I find the original late. So many thumbnails. Cool. I loved what I did here, but we're going to kill that. Dubulate V2. I'm going to use my favorite thing, SVGL. Svelte. Enter. Paste. Group that. Bun. Group that. Next.js. I'll ever come through. It did. Throw that into the group. Any other really new things I should throw in here that are like recognizably new? Astro? Oh, Astro would be good, actually, yes. Oh, I need the Astro Dark. Ah, they have a dark mode version as well. Did that work? They have both. Oh, there we go. Nice. I think this is a solid set to do what I want to here, which is bright red. Okay. That's 100 times better. What was the test result? Oh yeah, this test result was useless. Done. We're just going to hot swap it immediately because I know this will do better. There we go. Hopefully that will save the video. Startlight know the winners. That feels like my other one. I did a similar one. Betting t3.gg. Yeah, betting on your tech stack was similar to that, and this one also bombed for the same reasons. That doesn't fit the topic of the video is the thing. It does not need to be thicker because you'll look at the thumbnail. People think thumbnails are smaller than they are. Most people look at thumbnails on YouTube mobile, and they actually are quite big there. So thumbnail check. Yeah, it's still up. What did I name the video? I forgot that it broke. Oh. Annoying, because they try searching to get started. Yeah, they broke his site. This used to be so useful for these checks. RIP. Someone should fix that. Make it easier for me to test a fake thumbnail. If somebody made a better version of that, I would use the absolute shit out of it. Yeah, mobile is pronounced more like this than mobile. Anyways, did I move that over? I did. If you want to drag and drop for all, I'm down for that. This should be fun. Tara, follow me? No, not. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, this one's thumbnailcheck.com. It's an old Rocks project. The goal is to make it so I could see what a thumbnail looks like on YouTube. Like, it's supposed to like take the YouTube homepage and replace one of the thumbnails and titles with yours so you can see how it fits on YouTube. I've been needing to learn more about Amori. I'm going to save that to watch later. It actually seems like one of the better attempts at a different browser. Oh, what did happen with Tractor? Do you mean with track with a K? Drop a link. This is more mature and cross framework compat. Ooh. We'll save this to look at. Oh, I've not heard about that. I don't want to get into DARPA shit. Thumbnail preview. Oh. No, the max size on YouTube is 2 megabytes. This does not work. That's bullshit. YouTube's max size is 2 megs. If it's not honoring YouTube's size, they don't actually understand YouTube for shit. I know that's a weird thing to be that angry about. But no, if this doesn't let me upload the same asset I can upload to YouTube, it's bullshit. Oh, shit. Okay. I can do this video, yeah. Low level, you here still? Because I got to be referencing you in this one. You got it from Let's Get Rusty. Thank you for the confirmation of where you found that. Cool. We'll do this one next. I want to do the drag and drop one. It's been sitting for a bit. If you can link the Let's Get Rusty channel, I'll throw that in. Okay, cool. I can just link the channel. Good shit. Thank you. No low level here. That's fine. I can still shout him out. Maybe he'll reappear. Either way, let's get started with this one. Drag and drop stuff. Marker, drag, and drop for all. I see that. I see the rain bolt appearance. Peer dev submit a PR that overwrote the mono repo package JSON with a fresh one. Oh, God. I'm regularly amazed at how dumb some devs are. Anyways, let's do this. I think I have an intro in mind. I've spent far too much of my life dealing with complex drag and drop interfaces. Phase cut in footage of maybe an 80% opacity of me playing with the mod view dashboard. I can even record it after, so my face cam isn't in the corner. Or I'll do that right after this so that you can have that as a reference. I think having the complex drag and drop interface being shown, maybe slowly zooming in with me in the background, almost like a flashbacks from war type thing, would be kind of funny. I've spent far too much of my life dealing with drag and drop, especially when I was at Twitch. I get flashbacks and shit. I probably have straight up PTSD from how complex drag and drop is. And the harsh reality is that most people don't need those deep, complex, full UI navigation type drag and drop experiences. But in the rare times you do, if you want to be able to move component A from here to here, it shouldn't be as hard as it is. And that's why I'm really excited about the project I just stumbled on, Swappy. This seems to solve a lot of the generic drag and drop and reorganization problems. It's very different from the things I've built in the past, but I want to take the time to dig in. First, I want to get that mod view footage. Hopefully it won't play sound. I'll mute just in case. Let me hide my camera for just a moment to make this a little bit easier to edit and post. Cool. I don't really want unbanned requests here. Hopefully that's good enough. Get my camera back. Should be enough footage for you to use phase. Back to Swappy. So let's check this library out. Meet Swappy, a framework agnostic tool to convert any layout into a drag to swap one with just a few lines of code. Handles the resizing as well. Interesting. So you define a slot, or in this case, multiple slots, and any components allowed to fit in any slot. Do you know what this is reminding me of already? There was a library I did a video about a while back called Auto Animate from the FormKit guys. This library is super cool. You can use it with things like drag and drop, but what Auto Animate does is you wrap a div, you make sure every element's identified in some way, usually with an ID or a key of some form, and then when you move things around with your JavaScript framework of choice, in this case, native.js, nothing happens. It just doesn't give you any feedback. But when I use Auto Animate, it also doesn't do anything. Is this I have reduced motion on? This has to be because I've reduced motion on my Mac, isn't it? Yeah. Let me turn off reduced motion. There we go. Yeah, it's because I had reduced motion on. It's actually kind of cool that it honors your motion settings in the browser. Like that is a feature that I had reduced motion on my Mac, and that resulted in this not animating. That's a good thing, but I had to turn that off in order to show it. And now when we switch these around, you see they move, and you can actually get a feeling of like what changed. Or if I remove something, like the smoothness of those animations or new thing. This is what Auto Animate does. If you want to see the code for how you integrate it, all you do to add Auto Animate is you add the, all you do to add Auto Animate is take a ref for the element you want it on, and then Auto Animate that ref. That's it. Super, super easy. And in native.js, it's even easier. In your script tag, you select the element and you call Auto Animate on that element, and then you're done. It's so easy to use. And it seems like that's what they're going with here. It's a very similar vibe that I'm getting with Swappy so far. Let's see how you actually use it. You can install it with PNPM, or you can just embed it via a script tag. You know that they're going for everything if they give you a vanilla embed like this. Showing you a simple layout, but yours can be as complex as you want it to be. So you have slots. Interesting, they have the data swappy slot property for this. So you have data swappy item and data swappy slot. And then content for content B goes here, data swappy handle. I want to see a React example. Okay, cool, they do have one. And you bind it by grabbing the container, create swappy for that container, and you can use dynamic or spring or none for the animation, and then you enable it. This is actually really useful, being able to enable and disable, because you can have like a lock for the UI, which is actually something, if we go back to mod view, that was one of the later ads that ended up being a really good change. We actually have an option in here for locking the UI. I don't know where it got moved to. Here it is, the lock. So lock layout, now nothing drags, which is really handy if you don't want to accidentally screw up your layout. Mod view is still the most beautiful thing Twitch ever made. I was partially responsible for getting it working, not for it being this beautiful. Huge shout out to the team, to Iris, and to everyone else responsible for making this such a stunning product. It's sad the best UI on Twitch is only for moderators, which is a very small percentage of Twitch's users. Anyways, yeah, this is a very useful function for that reason. Listening to events. Swappy on swap, you can log things when the swaps happen, but I want to see this in React. So let's just download the repo and then grab the React example and play with it. Download zip. Examples, React. It might be easier to just launch it from in here. Do they have a... No, they don't. Annoying. I'll make it work. Honestly, it might be easier to do this in Stack Blitz. I already have this one going. Source app TSX. We will hop over into here. React. Copy. Could have said the copy file content, but lazy. I have to import the style CSS. A little annoying, but I can do that. Copy. Paste, save, not close the whole thing. I have to go create Swappy, but I have to actually import the Swappy package. Why did they make these examples this way? Okay, I can work with this. npm install Swappy. What's the name of the package? Just swapy? Yep. Cool, that works. I'm going to delete all the other style code because it's only going to cause problems. Delete. Where is... Oh, no, I deleted the wrong one. I need to delete app CSS. Why is it styled so strange? Maybe the index HTML needs to be a little different too. I'm just trying to get this in working order. I'm sorry, Phase. Chop to when I actually have this all set up. Copy contents. I have to include the source main TSX. Let me grab that. Div ID needs to be root. And then delete everything else in here. Okay, so it's just set up weird. Is this really their example? It can't be, right? I have to make my own. Oh yeah, they only have A, C, and D. Interesting. And no matter what, it doesn't... This does not seem like the example they would want to use to showcase this. Elements. Okay. Why is the root div so small? Oh, I know what the problem is. I just figured it out. This is targeting app, isn't it? Yeah, body ID app. That's the issue. If I just change the main TSX to render an app, and then I go change the HTML to also be app. There we go. Fixed it. Cool. Debugging other people's code is always fun. So I just ripped their example. I want to play with this a bit and try to break down why it's cool and, more importantly, how it actually works. So yeah, let's do that. Here we have A, C, and D. Note this empty spot. And I should be able to drag things to the different places. Seems like A does not want to drag unless I grab the handle, which is actually an interesting thing to have in the example. If I put something somewhere that something else is, it moves accordingly. So I put A where C is, it'll take that spot. Interesting that it goes different places depending on like how you do that. A little unintuitive, but still really cool that you can swap things around in that way. Let's read the code though, because that's where things get fun. So we have A, which is this div. It does not need to be wrapped in a fragment. None of these do. A little confused about that, but that's fine. I'll resize this so we have a little more room as well. So we have 1 is A, 3 is C, 4 is D, and 2 is null. So this is the default when you first load it. And all of these have a data swappy item key that tells you what these map to. So that swappy can use these IDs on these elements to know what is where and how to move things around. So you get item by ID, takes in A, C, or D, and then we have the switch statement for if it's A, we return A, C, C, D, D. Okay. There's going to be some fun bugs because of that, and I'll show those in a moment. Again, with these unnecessary fragments. Okay. So here we have the majority of the actual code. We have the slot items, which we're actually grabbing from local storage so that if you put something somewhere and then you refresh, it still knows where to put it because it pulled that value from local storage. That's actually really nice. Putting it here means that on every re-render it runs again, but at the very least, local storage is fast. Should be fine. JSON parsing, it's a little annoying, but again, fine for a starting point. Personally, I would have bumped this out and bound it outside so that it only has to run once, but to each their own. And then this use effect. We grab the container with the query selector, and then we bind it with create swappy. And then on swap, we update the local storage so that we have the new value. Don't love that way of doing this, but that's fine. We can work with it. I'll refactor this a bit, but first I want to showcase a specific bug that this code will have. We're going to change C. We're going to have C have a count. Const count set count equals use state 0. I have to import use state. And now in here, we'll leave that, but we're going to have a button, and it shows the current count. And on click, we're going to set count to count plus 1. So now when I click this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if my hypothesis is correct, fascinating. I was certain that was going to nuke the render. Console log, 1, 2, 3, 4, drag and drop, it doesn't re-render. Very interesting. Why do we need that switch statement then? Oh, we don't. It's just bad syntax. Okay. Good to know. This example is really misleading. I might file a pull request with a better one. This is bad. Don't do this way. Do this. Oh, no, because that's how you have to get the slot item. Yeah, that should break, actually. Fuck. Huh. Weird. Get item by ID. Slot item 1. This is so strange. Okay, I'm confused. That should be triggering a re-render when you're moving the JSX around, because it changes the child it's in. Why does that work? Is this for the initial render only? But onSwap's going to rerun, isn't it? Console.log rerunning main render. Console. It's not. The fuck? Okay, that makes more sense. So whatever you render in these only happens for the initial render, then the rest doesn't occur in React. Which is very strange. But makes sense. It's just weird. So effectively, the way that this works is React renders a template, so to speak, with all of these elements in all of these places. Then this use effect runs that identifies that container, makes it a swappy container, and then on swap updates local storage. The only reason this code makes any sense is because we have this local storage thing. If I literally just kill that and I change slot items, or even just get rid of slot items, and instead we render A here, C here, and D here. One of these was null, right? I guess it doesn't matter. That one we'll leave as null, and then this one will be D. Cool. Now we don't even need to keep the swappy since we don't care. But this will all work as expected because the rendering state here, the reason those were all there and using that getter was just so that it could honor the local storage state of things that already existed, which is fascinating. And React doesn't seem to give a shit because I'm assuming it's leaving element references. Like, what happened to this element's location? So we have slot 1. If I move this, yeah, it's no longer a child of slot 1. It's now a child of slot 2. I am surprised React is as cool with this as it is. Usually React gets really mad when you change the relationship between the virtual DOM and the real DOM. Ooh, you know where things might get fun? Const global count, set global count equals use state 0. And let's make a button up here before the container. Okay, fine. His fragments were okay. Button on click equals set global count to global count plus 1. And now when I click this, it increases. But what I want to see is if I move these things, it's not even letting me move them now. Interesting. Weird. If I remove this, will it? Is it just having that state broke it? Something else I do break it. Maybe you do need to actually have that and it just didn't update. Yeah, it's possible that the code I was writing didn't actually persist into the browser because I'm using StackBlitz. But I might have been right initially where these were re-rendering. Because now it's work. What the fuck? Okay, I am even more confused now. So if I bring back the state, save, refresh, that works. If I bring back the button, refresh, move, it works. What happens when I do this? It still works? Very interesting. I was convinced having some state outside of it, potentially triggering a re-render here, might break things. Gonna do something a little stupid. Key equals global count. Yeah, it does it. Okay. So React's keying can still break it. Yeah, since I I updated this element. React didn't know what to do after, and that broke it. If I bet since this is a new element, if I was to rerun this on that, that would work. Cool. Yeah, that does it too. Interesting, yeah. This might be one of those things where they're doing a little bit too much outside of React, and you're going to hit these weird edge cases. Also, the state in the blue element, if I do this, that will nuke it. If I leave that, also nukes it. And if I get rid of that, so that we're not rebinding swappy, I'll also get rid of this key. This should be fine. Increase that to 3, and that won't trigger that to re-render because it's keyed and isolated properly. But like if I was passing props to container as its own thing, and one of those props changed, it could trigger this to re-render and break the binding here. And that's what's unintuitive, is if this query selector ever breaks for any reason, swappy breaks with it, which is unintuitive. That's why you see a lot of things like this provide their own components to handle these edge cases for you. So they give you a container component that you would use instead. I get why they didn't. Their goal is to support vanilla JS stuff. And this is still really cool. I see a lot of use cases immediately for why this could or would be useful. But the potential to reach one of these broken states is a little bit high for my taste. Still a super cool thing, and awesome seeing libraries like this that work for all frameworks instead of just React. But it would be nice to see more React-y bindings. I also was linked DocView. And there's a couple other things like this. Like on Twitch for ModView, we used React Mosaic, which was only part of the puzzle. We also used a lot of React drag and drop. But React Mosaic was a tiling window manager for managing which windows are where. It does everything with a binary tree with percentage splits. So there are nodes that have left and right or top and bottom. It's 1 and 2 is what it actually has. And then it has a percentage and vertical or horizontal. So if I, they have a demo here. Cool. So this would be a single node. This node, or this would be this tree would have one node at the top, which is a node that has window 1, window 2, split horizontal, percentage 50-ish. And if I add another node, now we have the first node, which is split with node 1 is window 1. Node 2 is another binary node that has window 2, window 3. That one's vertically split 50. This one's horizontally split 50. But it's just a tree that describes this. I bet if we look at the console, they might even show it. Be nice if they did. Yeah, see, direction row, first 1, second 2, split percentage, split percentage. And when you move it around, it will change. So now 1 is the first node. Second is another split node. This one's direction column, first 3, second 2. If I move this back, now it's 2, 3 again, and you'll see second, first 2, second 3, direction column. I could also do this, and now it's going to be a row split here. A direction row, first 2, second 3. If I do that, now it's going to be with a percentage, 61%. So this whole thing is really basic binary nodes. The catch here is when you change the layout, things break. Like this might be wide enough here, but there it's not, because we're not setting minimum or maximum widths or percentages. We're setting a percentage based on what available screen real estate there is. So yeah, React Mosaic's super cool. We use it a ton at Twitch. Good solution for that aspect of things, but it's very much you have a full space and you want the user to have this specific windowing, tiling, mosaic style. DocView looks a little different. It's similar, but they have a concept of tabs. They have a concept of pop-outs and a lot of these other things. Super cool. I believe it's also framework agnostic. Yeah, React View and vanilla TypeScript. And also D&D kit, which is phenomenal. React Beautiful drag and drop is really outdated. I'd recommend avoiding it. I've gotten in trouble for that in the past. The thing I want to show here, D&D kit, is in a phenomenal state. Do they have examples here? Yeah. You can make draggables and droppables with really simple syntax. You have to have the D&D context to let things know that they're draggable and droppable. That's weird cursor. But droppable has to have an ID. Draggable is this element that we define here. Go ahead, drag me. And handle drag's a function that does something. A little sus that they return here, and then this is written there. Just weird ways of writing this, but it makes sense. You set the parent for over to be over ID. Well, that's the case. And then parent, droppable or draggable. Not the best example, but I promise React Beautiful D&D, when you actually get it set up and you use it right, it's great. Fantastic library. Highly recommend. Well, yeah. That's all I think I have to say on this one. Swappy looks dope for specific things. Has a couple edge cases to look out for in React. If you want more of a layout style thing, you can use DocView or React Mosaic. If you want more primitive drag and drop or D&D kit's the way to go. Swappy's a niche in between that really has that auto animate feel. But for a lot of things, I could see this being really, really useful. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Did I just say React Beautiful D&D? I'm pretty sure I didn't. That's not what broke that. That is not what broke that. I'm going to marker end of D&D, but I want to prove that's not the case here. App, copy, original content. Swappy. Okay, so I have this count. Fine, this all works. Fine. But if I set this to be keyed on count, it breaks still. Trust me, I know React. This is broken. I'm dragging and nothing is happening because the reference it had to container changed when you keyed this. The only way to keep that from breaking would be to put this in the use effect, which will create a new Swappy instance every time this changes, but it will guarantee this continues to work. But Swappy needs to know what to reference. Yeah. There are real edge cases to worry about there. This has nothing to do with the position. This has to do with the binding. The new pragmatic drag and drop stuff looks really cool. I haven't had a chance to deep dive, but it's not truly open source. Hell, it's not even on GitHub, which is weird to pull up Bitbucket to look at a library that isn't being used particularly often. Lots of promise there. It's just not something I'm as comfortable recommending. Oh yeah, use gesture is great too. That's more for D&D. Yeah. One more great drag and drop solution I almost forgot. Use gesture. This is by the Poimanders crew, the people who made React 3 Fiber. This is by Poimanders, which is the crew that made React 3 Fiber, Zustan, Jodai, and a bunch of other really cool stuff. And this is the most primitive of the drag and drop options, where they give you hooks for very, very specific behaviors, as well as use Spring combining really well with it to make cool feeling things. So you have a simple React example where you can drag and it changes the background and it has like the nice subtle animation back in when you let go. That's what use gesture is focused on, is giving you those really low level primitive controls and combining it with something like Spring to have these nice behaviors. You need to go deep and care a lot about these types of things. It's almost like there's a spectrum of you want to care about every detail, use gesture. You want to care about some details, use D&D kit. You want to care about not as much detail, but you really want the layout for the like mosaic style. You can use React Mosaic or doc view. And if you don't care at all, but you want to choose where the elements are allowed and not give that much customization, Swappy seems like a good solution. But there's almost like two axes to think about here. All great options, all for relatively different things, but each and every one of them is worth considering for some stuff. Cool. That's a good extra. Fit that in wherever it makes sense phase. Cool. I stream every Wednesday around 1 p.m. PT till around like 7 or 8 p.m. Feel free to write any of the things I just showed in 10 lines of JavaScript. If you succeed and drop the link by the end of stream, I'll give you mod and $100. If you fail, you're banned for life. Have fun, Andrew. You got 20 minutes. It's 10 lines of code. It can't be that hard, right? Let's see them. I see Pragmatics on GitHub now, but I don't think it's... Yeah, it's just a mirror. See, it doesn't even have contributors. This is Atlassian auto-committing it. You're not annoying at all. I'm happy I could sneak doc view in. Yeah. I will say that why would you do that with a library? It's only 10 lines of code. Increasingly feels like a self-own. Because like, if you actually think you can do all the things something like React Query can do in 10 lines of code, you're writing really, really basic shit. If you think all the drag and drop stuff we showed you can be done in 10 lines of code, you're working on really, really basic shit. You know what? This is a tweet. There you go. What I'm saying, Andrew, is that you're a beginner and you should shut up until you're not a beginner anymore. React Beautiful drag and drop is the first time I ever got canceled because it's so trash nowadays. I'm skewering Andrew because he said stupid shit, and the whole like you guys suck if you think these things are necessary thing is it's such a bad self-owning mindset, and I want people who feel that way to feel bad about it. Here's the tweet if you guys want to join in on the pile-on. I won't call him out directly online beyond stream. Oh, there you are. Do as you please, Andrew. Feel free to show code. But I have a feeling you're too busy ship posting to actually show code. Anyways, we got 3 priority things to talk about. Time for Porffor? Time for Porffor. Let's do it. Cool. This is going to need an Excala draw. Ooh, chat's making good points. This mindset lets you feel better about yourself without actually making progress. 100% agree. My goal when I call people like him out is to allow the beginners that feel demotivated by things like that to feel more motivated. There's a large scale of solutions from simple to complex, and you should work with whatever makes you happy and solves the problems that you have. If you're spending your time shitting on other people's solutions instead of actually learning, you're not learning. Look at that. You already agree. This was never meant to be a short stream. I never claimed today was going to be short. Yeah, Jamin. Good to see you, man. Yeah, you're doing a good time. We got some JavaScript runtime stuff to talk about. This will be fun. Cool. So, oh God, this is going to make me tangent. Fun thing about the middle of the bell curve is that most people are the middle of the bell curve. So if you're building a code base that has people of a wide variety of skill sets contributing to it, you need to write it in a way that middle bell curve people can not break the entire fucking world. And that's one of the benefits. When you pick like bell curve center technologies like React, then most people can contribute without breaking most things. So as much as we love the bell curve meme of, oh, you can write that in 2 lines of code on both sides, the middle is the reality that I and my teams often end up living in. Next to D&D, interesting. Ooh. This looks fun to play with. I'll add this to my bookmarks to look at later. Thanks for the link. Ooh. Thank you for this link. Very, very interesting link. Thank you so much for sharing this. I'm saving this in the notes. What do I think about other devs or working with other devs in React? I think you need to have a culture of people who like to take charge of the code base and like do the experimentation and make the decisions and set rules. React is a very flexible tool, and you can't let every developer take full advantage of that flexibility. You have to choose what parts do and don't make sense for you and your teams. But that's also part of the magic of React, is you can scale it and right size it to basically any team size or culture if you chop and expand and contrast at the right amounts. It's not just too many cooks in the kitchen, it's that you need a lead chef. It's fine to have 20 cooks in the kitchen if there's one lead chef that they respect, or there's a hierarchy of people that make sure nobody's fucking up. But you got to have a structure for that. And Angular means there are less tools in the kitchen, which makes it slightly less likely the chefs fuck up. But without a good culture around it, there will still always be mistakes. Past 9 years, we've had a few lead chefs that experiment, and then they bring back learnings to the rest of the team, and then we evolve our stacking patterns. Yep. Is he still flaming me on Twitter? I'm curious. That's hilarious. Lol. I did not make YouTube chat thing. This was a very generous gift from G Sporto that has made my life significantly easier, so I don't have to like select the right chat every time anymore. This is fair. I've seen some cursed Angular code. Good place to have design discussions with other devs surrounding full stack. Your workplace, nerdy communities that are down to have those convos. There's no like one place for it. It's actually hard. Part of why I made the channel is I wanted to rant about those types of things, and it turned out a lot of other people wanted to at least hear how I think of things. Anyways, I want to do the Porffor video. Marker, JS WASM runtime. It's time. We're doing it. The main topic of the day. Okay. WASM's been promised to us as a solution to the performance issues of JavaScript for a long time. We've seen a lot of frameworks trying to rethink the web with things like Go and Rust in order to make our sites as fast as possible. Well, WASM comes with a lot of, how do I say it, peculiarities that make it not the best choice for doing traditional web development. And if we're going to be realistic, we have to accept that most web devs primarily know JavaScript. That's why there's so much exciting development in the runtime world, taking the code that we're already writing in JS and making it work in a more native way, be it with Bun and its crazy Zig bindings, or static Hermes and all the crazy things Facebook and Amazon are doing to make your React Native apps super fast at the speed of assembly in C. But what happened to WASM? What happened to this promise of making the browser way faster? And what happened to JavaScript? What if we could just compile our JavaScript into WASM the same way something like static Hermes is letting us compile it into assembly? If WASM's so much faster, why can't we do that? That's a great question, and there's a really interesting dev working on a really interesting project, and I want to talk about that today. Because Porffor is a fascinating attempt at rethinking how we write and run our JavaScript. To be very clear, this is super, super early, not ready to actually be used. People seem to think I'm super excited about and adopting all these bleeding edge things. I don't know if or when I would ever use this, but the potential and the research going on here is so cool. And I want to take some time to dig into it. My face is covering the side here. It's a from scratch, experimental, ahead of time JS engine. Compiling your JS code to WebAssembly or even to native code ahead of time. It's very limited, but the developer is now getting to work on it full time, and I'm very excited to chat a bit about it. If we look at the playground here, we see this simple isPrime function. If number is less than 2, return false. I is 2, I less than number, I plus plus, return false, return true. Just a quick way to check if a number is a prime. And while counter is less than or equal to 10,000, we run through this, and we use porffor.numberlog to actually log that out. And now we see the WASM code that this puts out, and it's very WASM-y. It very much has that assembly vibe that nobody would want to actually write. But what's happening here is it's compiling out this JavaScript code and turning it into WASM ahead of time. So the same way TypeScript's compiled to JS, this is taking JS and it's compiling it to WASM. Note that I said JS though, because it's one of the most interesting aspects of what's going on here. It's not relying on TypeScript as much as other solutions do. I want to see the performance difference here. Oh, is it test 262? Yeah. So this code executed in 7 milliseconds. If I take the same code and let's hop into my terminal, we'll make a new project, make dear Porffor perf touch index.js, or I need a cd Porffor. And this, paste, change this to console.log. Then node index.js. I have to time this. So it did run very fast as JavaScript, 0.06 seconds total. User time's 0.02 seconds. Not quite the 7 milliseconds that we saw here, but not too far off either. But if we look at their promises, things are very interesting. It's up to 18 times faster than Javi, which is, what is Javi? It's an existing JS to WASM toolchain. Run your JS on WASM. Javi takes your JavaScript code and executes it in WebAssembly embedded JS runtimes and create very small WASM modules. Cool. Do they have a website to describe more about this? I was not as familiar with this project. So I bundle interpreter into a WASM binary. Interesting. Okay. How do I want to describe this part? I kind of want to take the time to set up a performance test suite to compare these things, but that's a lot of work. If I add a 0 here, how bad will it be? Wrong button. Okay, added a 0, compile in 56 milliseconds, executed 450 milliseconds. If I add the 0 here and run this again, 0.62 seconds. So a decent difference, not massive, but a solid percentage performance win. This is kind of what I expected, though. I didn't think the performance of compiling to WASM would magically be hilariously exponentially better, but I bet if we just call is prime and then don't do anything. Oh, that's actually slowed it down somehow. No, it's just, that's roughly what it takes. Cool. And if I kill the console logs, that tends to be the slow thing in Node. Now they're like neck and neck, 451 milliseconds versus 500 milliseconds. So the performance here isn't going to be like massively better than something like Node, but that's not the benefit. One more 0, people are saying. Give it one more, see how long it takes? Sure. My computer is lagging now, is what's happening. That might have just killed the tab, is what that did. That is what that did. Now I might have killed the tab forever. Oh no, because I have the code snippet change there. If I delete that. Cool. Now we're good. Yeah. Don't put too many zeros if you don't want your browser to lock up. Regardless, the performance win here isn't huge. It's not like putting it in WASM is magically 1,000 times faster than the JavaScript equivalent. But what it does enable is for embedding it way, way more minimally. Because if you compile your JS ahead of time, you no longer need to bundle something like Node with your project. If you want to make a game with JavaScript that runs on people's computers and is distributed through Steam, now you can take that 90 megabyte binary of Node plus your JavaScript and change the result to be less than 50 kilobytes. It also uses way less memory because it doesn't need all of the JavaScript runtime. It just uses WASM or even native stuff if you compile to C. And the performance can be up to 3 times faster. These are some really cool wins. And if you're a person making the right technologies for something like this, it has the potential to make a ton of sense. I got a lot of really useful context and info from the Porffor dev, so I'm going to go through that and do my best to honor it. First, we should talk about Honk, because they're a fascinating creature. 19 years old, they were working at Mozilla for the last 10 months, and they just quit so they can work on Porffor full time now. That's really exciting. Wait, they made Test 262? No shit. No shit. That's nuts. That just doubled my confidence in their ability to make this happen. Oh shit, you're in chat. Yo, Canada. Thanks for stopping by. That's nuts. These are the right people to be doing these things. If like Test 262, for those who don't know, is one of the most useful resources to see what features are supported by which JavaScript runtimes. So if you want to compare how JavaScript Core's feature set works compared to something like V8, this lets you see each of these solutions and how much of temporal is implemented, how much of decorators are implemented, all of these types of things. And if this dev is that focused on this type of thing, it makes perfect sense to me that they're the right type to re-implement JS in such a crazy way. Super cool stuff. Yeah, crack. There's one of those rare like 100x devs that knows things I can't even comprehend. So here we have a comparison with V8, SpiderMonkey, JavaScript Core, Hermes, Rhino, and Porffor. Hopefully I'm pronouncing Porffor right. Let me know how much I'm butchering it. And you can see we're still early on a lot of things like these proposals. And when it comes to ES6, not too much implemented. Still not too far from Hermes, but far from having everything implemented. Still nuts to see this much progress on a project that's this early, and also very promising that the dev who made the site for checking is also the dev working on it. But I need to take the time to contextualize Porffor compared to these other engines. I got some really good context from Honk that I want to take the time to break through here. He specified, actually, do I have your pronouns right? Just want to make sure I don't get that wrong. Not what I wanted. They? Okay. I will do my best. Thank you. Appreciate it, Oliver. Yeah. Wanted to be sure. Cool. Let me reopen the things I closed there. This one I wanted to keep open. I think it's important to contextualize the position of Porffor compared to these other solutions. And Honk did a great job reaching out to me and giving me that context. So I'll do my best to share that. We're going to open up Excalidraw because we have a lot of different solutions we need to talk about here. So JS engine runtime spectrum. We have a lot of things to put in here. We have V8. We have things like Dino. We have Porffor. We have static Hermes. We have Bun. We have LLVM, which, no, it's not LLVM, it's LLRT, sorry. LLRT, which if you're curious about, I'm one of the few people with a video on it. For a long time, I was the only person with a video on LLRT. It is, oops, not mean to do that. It is a runtime built at Amazon to allow for Lambdas to spin up faster. And also to ship way less code to said runtimes. So of these, if we look at all the options here, I'll just make this a fancy little summoning circle with all of these options. Where do y'all think Porffor leans? What do you think it's competing with? My assumption initially was that Porffor was competing with static Hermes, which for context, static Hermes is the attempt by Meta, Amazon, and a few others to allow you to compile your type-safe JavaScript code, be it in Flow or TypeScript, to native code. And it uses the type definitions to figure out which memory to map, which types to use on a lower level, so that it can use those type signatures to make more optimal code. And since Porffor is compiling to assembly and then native code with C, the immediate assumption I would have made is that it was close to this. Honk has since made it very clear that is not the case. Their goal is actually a lot more aligned with LLRT. I need to make a spectrum to explain what I mean here. On one axis, we're going to have performance, as in ops per second. And on this other spectrum, we're going to have binary size. These are two very, very different spectrums. And all of these fall in different places. V8s, and I'll say, this is binary size. I'll say big here. Actually, I'll say optimized here. I'll say huge or big here. And then I'll say slow and fast here. So this is our rough spectrum. All of these solutions fit somewhere within this. Bun isn't worried too much about binary size because it's worried about performance. So Bun is very fast, but it is not small. V8 is also relatively focused on performance. And it's a bundle that already exists in a lot of things with something like Node. But I would say it is nowhere near as fast as Bun. I'd almost put it like right in the middle. But its binary size isn't the worst, but it's not good. So I'd put that there. Dino, I would say, is a little more performance optimized than V8, but not a lot, because it is still using V8, technically speaking. I also want to change V8 to Node, just to be a little more polite to it. Dino, I would say, is a little faster. Bundle size, a little more to consider, because you have to bundle a whole separate runtime for it. And then LLRT, this is where things get interesting, because they're taking a hit on the performance in order to make the binary size, the actual file that has to ship to a machine to run, way more optimized. LLRT is one of the few solutions optimizing for binary size. It is willing to take a hit on performance to get there. That's why Porffor is so interesting, because it's trying to get there without the performance hit. These are arguably two different directions, but the goal is the same, of optimizing how much has to ship to a user or to a Lambda or wherever it has to in order to actually execute the code. Very interesting. It's also worth noting, as chat just pointed out, that binary size and startup cost are linked, which is an important point to make, because having an optimized binary won't make your code run faster. So once it's running, the amount of requests per second you can handle doesn't necessarily go up. But the real win, the real win is interesting, which is the actual time to go from not running to running is a lot better when you optimize. I also forgot to put static Hermes in here. Let's do that quick before I forget. Static Hermes is a little more focused on the bundle size, but a ton on the performance. In fact, I would say more so than even Bun. I'd push Dino a little back as well. Hopefully this helps contextualize where Porffor stands. It's a very unique solution because theoretically it's slightly faster than Node or Dino and other things, but it's not as compatible. There should be a third axis here of compatibility, because Porffor, LLRT, and static Hermes are all losing in compatibility. It's almost guaranteed once you're over this binary line where you're optimizing your binaries, you're rewriting everything. And now, as such, your compatibility is going to go down. Bun has stated the original goal of being as close to node compat as possible. It's not there yet, but it's making a lot of progress. And then Dino is effectively fully node compat now. But these are all the important things to consider as you look at these solutions. Like, yes, sure, there are now more JavaScript runtimes than there were JavaScript frameworks 15 years ago. But the same way most frameworks have some specific goals in mind, these runtimes also have very specific goals in mind. The only ones that are even vaguely close are Node and Dino, because they were created by the same person. So that almost makes sense that Dino was largely created due to the small handful of flaws that Ryan saw in what he created with Node that he wanted to patch up. So he just made a subtle move over with that. Bun says, no, we need crazy performance and we'll eat a lot of cost to make that happen. Static Hermes says, we need a lot of performance and we're going to do the impossible and make a TypeScript to native code compiler for it. Porffor says, what if we could just make a smaller binary for our JavaScript code that executes on users' devices? Very interesting. It's almost taking what LLRT did for servers and trying to do it for users. According to the creator, I'm doing good with the comparison so far. Thank you so much. Is there anything I'm not really touching on that is worth bringing up so far? Hopefully I'm doing okay. Gonna quickly read through our notes. Goose, are you cool with me just showing your responses in DMs? Because these are really good, and it'd be easier to just show it on the screen so that I'm reading it from your words instead of mine. Awesome. Cool. So as I mentioned before, Canada Honk reached out, and they gave me a ton of really useful context that I want to break down. I could try and paraphrase this myself, but their words are better. I asked a few questions. First off, they confirmed what I was just sharing, which honestly I stole from them. Most of this video is just me taking advantage of the awesome resources and info they gave me. I started working on this before static Hermes even existed. To compare against that directly, that is much more focused on TypeScript and specific use cases rather than a general JS engine like Porffor. I think people focus more on JITs as they are good for use cases like browsers, thanks to their relatively tiny compilation times. But for some applications, they're not great. See LLRT, which in a way, this shares some potential goals with. I love that comparison. And to, again, double down on the TypeScript thing, Porffor doesn't have more info about what your code actually does, because I don't know when you define something in vanilla JS, if I let some value equal 7, if some value is greater than 7, some value equals high. Since you can write code like this in JavaScript, it's really hard to optimize it because you don't know what data type or memory allocation to make for a given value. But if I was to use TypeScript to enforce this has to be a number, obviously this code can't be written anymore, but it could be optimized differently. Even if I did number or string, we now know how to define this pointer in a way that we can make things a little more optimal on the native level. But Porffor's goal is to let you take any JavaScript code as optimizable or not as possible and handle all of it, the same way something like Bun works, where static Hermes is trying to take advantage of type definitions to make the most optimal possible output. Also to note, Porffor can optimize using TypeScript type info, but not to the same extent as static Hermes. Makes sense to me. So I asked some follow-up questions, specifically, what weaknesses do they see with the AOT model, which is the ahead-of-time compilation. So you put in JavaScript, it compiles to WASM, and then you ship the WASM to the user, versus just-in-time, JIT, where I ship the JavaScript to the user, and then their runtime, usually V8 in the browser, interprets that to be something more performant, which is the just-in-time, right? Is they get the code, they compile it to something else quickly so that it could run more efficiently. And I also asked how has WASM helped and limited the development so far. This is a response straight from the creator. Thank you again, Goose, or thank you again, Honk, for responding as quickly as you did. For stuff like browsers where you are loading dynamic content, I would basically never recommend it and just stick to JITs, at least for the foreseeable future. I love when devs call these things out. I see so many devs that are like, I made this solution and it works for everything. But Honk is straight up saying, don't use this for loading dynamic stuff in the browser. If you're loading dynamic JS, don't use this instead. Also, things like eval or function definitions won't work since you can't AOT compile them if you don't know all this info at compile time. The other weakness is that since you're essentially reinventing the JS engine as well as the runtime, it will take quite some time to reimplement everything, but it is feasible. I would doubt almost anyone else saying that it is feasible, and I certainly would doubt them if they said they were going to do it, if they weren't literally the creator of the tool used to compare how compatible different solutions are. Almost any other person I would be calling a lot of shit on, but I would be calling shit on them by using test 262. So yeah, they can actually do this. To my second question about WASM, they replied, WASM is great for the ecosystem, especially looking into the future. Being able to potentially just give a WASM blob to something like a binary WASM opt function or package, which will optimize it for you, is a very cool possibility. It can be limiting sometimes, but most people I have had issues with, or it can be limiting sometimes, but most things I've had issues with are solved in upcoming proposals, like not using, or like WASM GC, because theoretically that will finally be in the browser. WASM garbage collection is a whole rabbit hole. Man, if you want to see how bad that one gets, I have a whole video, why WebAssembly can't win, and most of this is a rant about garbage collection. So check that out if you want more info on that. It is limiting for some performance, which is also why I started investing in a native compilation by compiling the generated WASM to C themselves, and then passing that to Clang to make a native binary. That's a pretty crazy compilation pipeline. So imagine this. We start with TypeScript, then we TSC that or ES build that to JS. Then we compile that with a Porffor to WASM. Then we compile that to C. Then we compile that to native binary. That's quite a compilation tree, if I do say so myself. Nuts, but the potential of this is crazy. When you think about it, a lot of technologies are doing things like this already. Like even now, I'd be doing TS to JS to the V8 JIT to some native chaos. So it's not that many more steps, but it is a fascinating build chain. Also, they called out this is relatively early in a research project, and an important call out here from Defunct, which we'll get to in a second because I want to read the post about it. A new chapter for Porffor. Porffor is my hobby ahead of time JS engine, but no longer. This week, I've resigned from Mozilla after a wonderful 10 months to work on Porffor full-time, supported by Chris Wanstreth from one of his unannounced projects. Wanstreth is a legend, created a lot of things, also original GitHub CEO. And as much as I might not be fond of Ladybird, the fact that he is sponsoring this development changes my tune entirely. Because similar to, funny enough, the issues I had with Ladybird, where it felt like it was re-implementing for the sake of it, this is almost the exact opposite. This is looking at this chart, seeing what LLRT and other things were doing, and wanting something in this space in the corner. If I just delete that, there's a huge gap here that nobody was filling, and Static Hermes had no intention of filling. So that's why I'm excited so much about what's going on here, is this dev saw a hole they wanted to fill, they chose to fill it. Obviously, there's another giant hole here worth filling, but maybe not so worth filling the more you think about it. But seeing this opportunity and taking it is very exciting, and I'm pumped that they're getting funding from the original GitHub CEO in order to do it, especially since they have projects that they're actually planning on using it for in the future. Where's the blog post? If you don't, so what actually is Porffor? Probably should have started with this, honestly. If you don't know, Porffor compiles JavaScript or TypeScript code to WASM ahead of time, rather than interpreting it or just-in-time compiling it like existing engines do. Compiling JS ahead of time allows some exciting possibilities. You can ship it as WASM instead of needing to ship the whole JS engine, better safety via WASM sandboxing, massive performance improvements compared to interpreting, and potential native compilation too. And what's changed is that they can now bring full attention on Porffor, independent open source as well, and they can continue focusing on things like Test 262, making sure their stuff passes it, and also maintaining it for other frameworks as well. Super cool stuff. Shout out to Chris for funding this. Huge shout out to Canada Honk for making this, keeping me informed, and doing their best to make my dumbass able to explain these things properly. I'm actually hyped about this. Is it something I'm going to use anytime soon? No. Does it magically make every website way faster? Absolutely not. But is it a promising opportunity to change how we think about JavaScript and to build a new way of building our JS? Absolutely. And if JS is going to be the language of the future, things like this will be necessary. Obligatory plug for the birth and death of JavaScript, which is one of the best tech talks of all time. It's sadly not on YouTube, but if you Google search this, you'll find it. It's from Gary Bernhardt from over 10 years ago now. I almost want to make a video where I reflect on the points on this and see how much of it did or didn't come true. Because this video explains how JavaScript takes over the entire world. And tools like this are a huge, huge part of how we get there. Once again, shout out to Canada Honk for doing this and giving me all the information necessary to cover it properly. I'm really hyped about the project. You should give them a follow so you can keep up with it too. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. How did I do? Anything big I missed or didn't feel fair? Ooh, I want to see your 10 lines of code D&D solution. You're impressed? That's good to hear. That's a relief. General Assembly to not only WASM, but it's WASM to C to General Assembly. Thank you, Andrew. And again, thank you for reaching out. Also, shout out to Griffin for telling you to reach out. It's so helpful to making sure I cover these things fairly. And this one's cool, and I wanted to make sure I did it right. So I really appreciate you showing up and the extra effort you put in. I try to not hit people up and tell them like, hey, be at stream at this time, because my schedule's a mess and I don't want to have to rely on them in chat to make content that's good. So yeah, you killed this. One of my favorite people to collab async with for something like this. Also need to make sure I grab your Twitter so that I can link that as well. Is it the same handle? It is. Perfect. I'm dropping that in here so that that will be linked. Good stuff. We'll get this out probably next week. Schedule's a tiny bit chaotic at the moment. We still got, this one posted. Schedule published. We still got 1, 2, 3 priority videos. And honestly, this is priority as well, because this is the winners for the upload thing contest. I probably should have hosted this by now, but too much other shit I have to rush out, like the Google and Reddit colluding, Astro Server Islands. This I need to rush out so I can beat Prime to it. I might actually have to shift some things. Anybody happen to know if Prime covered Google and Reddit's collusion thing? Anybody see Prime talk about this? Really hopeful the answer is no, because that'll make my schedule a lot easier. He didn't. Awesome. Okay. Well, we can adjust accordingly. I will move this to be Friday release. Bump this back. I'm going to have to bump a lot of things. Lighthouse, I promise next week, so I have to get that one out for that team. Server islands, I'll be like the only one to cover, so that's fine. Let's aim for this one by... I think I can pull off the 4th. This calendar view is my life. I really need to do the upload thing, so we'll bump this back one more day. Government mandated OSS. Hacking Lighthouse, so it's still out that week. It doesn't scale, is very behind. This one can be delayed to literally whenever. Kai versus Fetch. Handling millions of users with Erlang. Pump the use server back. Cool. Calendar fixed. I have to fit the AI plateau video in at some point. A fascinating creature. Honestly, that would be such a banger quote from me. Yes, you are one of the most fascinating individuals I've had show up in my DMs, both in terms of how the things you choose to work on and how you think about the work on them. I absolutely adore it. It's really cool. I'm gonna do the upload thing. Well, I do that a lot. Yeah, I just went over a bunch of drag and drop stuff. You scroll back in the video. And I also saw somebody at Akonch asking, did I remove the VOD playlist? I did. If you need a VOD link, you can DM me and I'll get it to you. But yeah, that playlist is being used against me, so I had to delist it, sadly. You can still, if you keep the VOD link when the notification goes out on YouTube, you can still use it. The VODs are unlisted, but the playlist had to go private because people were abusing it. Anyways, I want to play with this. Interesting. Let's see the source. Hide. Hide. Cool. Pointer down. Yeah, 10 lines of code. Drag and drop listeners are so easy to write. Yeah, this looks about right for how difficult this is to do properly. Fun stuff. Good work doing that fast, though. Good shit. D&D is hard. Terrible due to time constraints. Understandable. How is my tweet complaining about the self-owned mindset doing? It's blowing up. I think I'm doing better enough to unpin this. Yeah. Okay, these are fine. There's a spectrum here, and I cover the spectrum in my Kai video, which is coming out soon. Thank you, Jamin. Yeah, D&D is just one of those things that is way more annoying than it should be. Drag and drop, file uploading. This might be a video topic. Things that shouldn't be so hard in web. Drag and drop, file uploads, custom borders, rounded corners used to be hard. I'll think of more things. I want to think more on this one, but if I can get a good list of things that suck in the web that shouldn't be so hard. Oh, modules, ESM is a disaster. Caching between sites. Security issue. Accessibility isn't too hard. You just have to put a lot of thought into it. I'd say I would say accessibility wouldn't fall under most of my definitions of hard. It's often missed. It will be uploaded eventually, yes. I filmed it earlier. Peer-to-peer and local first are two niches that are far too niche for me to really care. If somebody builds something cool with peer-to-peer local first tech, I'll take a look. But usually I try to start with somebody built a cool thing with the thing wherever possible. Of course. And yeah, if you have a cool project somebody made with that tech, let me know and I'll definitely take a look. Oh, Cores. Cores is a great one. Yeah, I like the idea for video. Star history graph. Oh boy. Yeah. You know what? I need to add a plug for that. I'm going to do that quick. Cool. That's for star history. One last thing before I forget. Make sure you give Porffor a star on GitHub. I want to see it explode. Even just today, we've had that. But once this video is out, I want this in the thousands, not the hundreds. Support them where they're building real innovation. Give this a star. Phase, fit that in wherever you think it makes sense. Probably near the end. And I'll make sure that is linked as well. Porffor. Snuck in there. Nice. Thank you again for all of the help with that. Cool. Oh, I replied to the Tim find my thing. I was sad. I love Tim Sweeney. He's a little too deep on his anti-Apple bender, which sucks because 95+% of the time where Tim Sweeney's being anti-Apple, I'm fully aligned with him. And that was that rare percentage where we're not, because he's just being a little bit of a hater. It made me more hesitant to cite him going forward, though, which is sad. Oh, shit. Blazingly slow with the 10 gifts. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that a ton. I also missed Ronan giving a gift sub to Canada Honk. Thank you so much for that, making sure that they didn't have to deal with ads throughout the video. Ross Sewage with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for that. Blazingly Slow asking earlier, can I make a note someday to talk about drag and drop in JavaScript without a library? That's going to hurt. Did you just drop a 50 bomb when I switched tabs? God damn it, Blazingly. Well, if you're going to do that, yeah. You've earned it. It'll go in the to-do. The state of drag and drop. And I'll put this in here so I don't forget. Bumping it down a little on the priority list, but that is absolutely going to happen. Least I can do. Thank you for the support. The browser drag and drop behaviors make your thing semi-transparent. That's hilarious. But yeah, thank you again for the 50 bomb. That's nuts. I must have missed Julius earlier. Thank you for the 26 months. People over 2 years are still nuts. Econch, long time no see. Thanks for stopping by. You got McKay with the 8 months. Supporting the blonde. Appreciate that. Ninja Bit Dev, almost at the 1 year mark. Thank you for that. C-Bob with the Prime. And I got you already, Piano, so we've caught up. Thank you all again for the support. We're over 1,000 subs again. Nuts. And that's all because of Blazingly pushing us over. We were quite a bit under before. I make literally no money off of Twitch Turbo. It's like pennies. Total, I make like $50 a month off of ads plus Turbo on Twitch. I make like $7,000 a month off of ads on YouTube. So yeah, no, ads on Twitch make me nothing. I only run them to get pre-rolls out of the way. That's the only reason. If I could pay Twitch money to not run ads on my channel, I'd probably do it. Twitch Turbo is Twitch's equivalent of like YouTube Premium. Which, funny enough, Turbo existed before YouTube Premium. They just never advertised it because everybody got no ads because they were using Twitch Prime, which at the time, Twitch Prime had no ads. I could do a long history of ads on Twitch. Yeah. I do get paid for YouTube Premium views. It used to be more... When you look at the hours watched from Premium versus non-Premium, I used to make more per hour watched from a Premium viewer than a non-Premium viewer, but that's recently started to swap. I would pay up to $200 a month, I would say, to not have ads on my streams on Twitch. More than that, I would have to think it through, but I would spend at least $200 a month to have ad-free streams on Twitch. You were Turbo before Prime was a thing, then you switched to Prime, then back to Turbo. Yeah, I'm also an ad hater. I gladly spend money to not have ads. I almost started VPNing for Instagram so I could be in the EU and use the paid no ads feature because they only have it in Europe, not the US. If this is fast HTML, I'll be doing a video on that soon, don't worry. But you know what? I'll be straightforward with it. I'm working on details with Vercel to make a sponsored video about fast HTML because I think it'd be really funny if Vercel paid me to talk about Python instead of talking about JS and Next stuff. Ooh, JIT and Python. That'll be fun. Yo, Jacob. Thanks for showing up. Just in time. Only 4 hours late. We need to start filming. We got more shit to go through. I want to get through... I wanted to do these two today as well. Fuck. Yeah, we got to start gunning content out if we're going to hit all these. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 actual videos filmed today. I'd like to get these 4 out. What time is it? Fuck, I missed my meds. 1 sec. Try and take them at 3, but I forgot to set my timer today. Rip. Anyways. Oh, good night, Akanch. I didn't know that you were staying up for me. Appreciate it. Let's start filming the government moving to Rust, because this one is going to be fun. I don't need to keep their channel open. We can clear all that. I do have a friend who works at DARPA that I'm considering hitting up to get their thoughts, but I don't want to get them in trouble because then they'd be doing media. You're watching on a plane. That's nuts, but I'm not surprised YouTube's encoder is significantly better for that use case. Yeah, Twitch's encoder is focused on latency and like bit perfect behaviors. Nowhere near as much focus on performing in bad scenarios. You're missing streams, you're sleeping on time. Now you're not. It's 4 a.m. Jesus Christ, go to bed, man. Oh yeah, the IVS calculator. Channel. I forgot what, okay, output we'll do 1080p. Hours streamed, 7 viewers. We'll do the like max average, which is 450. Average viewer watch duration. We'll do 100% because it's closer. Yeah. If we switch to real time, it should be a little less bad. Oh no, because that's their WebRTC thing. So stream 450, average 100. Yeah. Yeah. Live streaming is expensive. Yeah, speaking of live streaming, we just got a huge raid. Thank you, Sve, for the raid. Appreciate that a ton. Let's give them a shout out before I forget. What are you guys up to? Thank you again for the raid. Also, Turtle for the sub. For those who don't know me, I'm Theo. Mostly known as a web dev nowadays, but I've been a full stack dev for a long time. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch with my audience here to help make sure I stay on topic and don't say anything too stupid. You're working on the map. I did save that, actually. I was really excited to take a deeper look on that. I have that in my watch later. It's like top of the list. Yeah. I make things with a capital T. Upload thing is one of my favorite things that I've made, and my team is working really hard on making really good. Actually, a little thing that warmed my heart. Somebody tweeted yesterday a list of developers on Twitter who actually ship. And I was the only one in the list with like an actual following that's like an influencer for a living. And it's cool that despite the fact that most people see me as like an influencer and a YouTuber, that I'm still managing to maintain the perspective of someone who ships, because that is my goal. Like if I had to pick between being an influencer and being a dev, every day I'm sticking with dev. I would give up YouTube immediately if I had to stop coding instead. It's just no option. Ship of Theseus, lol. But yeah, thank you, Turtles, for dropping the Prime. Appreciate that a ton. And thanks for stopping by for the stream. But yeah, the harsh reality is that I'm scared of being seen as an influencer and not as a dev. And for a long time, I got away with that. But I noticed that around like the 100K or so mark, people started seeing me as a YouTuber, not a developer, as much so. But it hasn't gotten too much worse since that inflection point. And I still get tagged in things like, here are 10 people I follow because they actually ship and I can learn from them. And being on that short list felt really good. So it's a small thing, but it was cool to still be included in like the here's 10 people building things and sharing it on Twitter. I don't like coding with hundreds of people watching. I also just don't watch live code. Like I don't watch people building things live. I don't want to do things I don't engage with. Like if I couldn't see myself viewing it, I don't do it. That's the case for almost all my content, especially my YouTube videos. I don't make YouTube videos I would not have watched. Yeah, my favorite time to code is on my couch at like 11 p.m. with some idea I can't get out of my head, and I'm just sitting there hacking. Like I spent so much time the last 2 days hacking shit on pick.ping, which we're so close to shipping, by the way. Actually, I need to see, is it image data engineering? Okay, cool. So that works now. Let me actually test to see if I got this working. Give me 1 sec. Don't need that anymore. Do need this, but not for these reasons. Image loader. You know what? I'll show you guys this. I just have an absolute fuck ton of images on the service that I'm building, so I wanted to try different ways to optimize that. All of them suck. Like, all of them suck. I tried like 3 or 4 of the image optimization tools. Yep, still broken. Great. Thanks, Cloudflare. I'm gonna nuke my DNS and hope that maybe Cloudflare will let me optimize images. Nope. Cool. Yeah, I'm annoyed. I'm just going to bitch about Cloudflare for a second because I like bitching about Cloudflare because Cloudflare fucking sucks. Their infra is really good at very specific things, and then everything else is garbage. But I need to bitch for a second. My email's leaking, whatever. So they have this images tab here, which has overview for their image storage product. But I'm already storing my images. I don't want to store them there. I just want to transform them and have the transformations in the CDN. So I go to transformations. You have to enable it on a zone. If you want a zone to be a subdomain, like if I wanted cdn.pic.something or cdn.ping.gg, you have to be an enterprise customer. Oh, my hash leaked. I'm sure that they'll let me reset that, right? Do they actually not? That's hilarious. Well, if that causes issues, I'll blame them. And that's only for images, thankfully. Oh, the account ID hash. Yeah, it's the account. It's the one here. Account ID and account hash. Hopefully that's not an issue. And if it is, cool. Fuck Cloudflare for clean texting that. Again, Cloudflare, it takes like the worst parts of AWS where like everything's this weird bespoke bullshit and then doesn't have any of the tools to share things between stuff. But there's no way for me to do a subdomain zone that has image transformations enabled on it. In fact, there's no way for me to use the image transformed optimized images on a specific set or subset of domains. Your only options are you can enable it for the domain that you already have a zone for, or you can enable resizing from any origin. There is no in between. These are your only options, which is kind of insane. The fact that I can't enable this on a subdomain, or ideally enable this in a way where it only will transform images from a certain subset, is just absurdity. It's really dumb. And I can't actually believe that this is as bad of a product as it is. I might actually make my own image optimization solution because all of these suck. All of them suck. Versalis is the only one that doesn't suck, but it's too expensive. Ugh, yeah, no. I'm annoyed. Also, I have enabled it on image.engineering like twice now, but they haven't like populated the CDN. So it just doesn't work yet. I'm annoyed. Can a mod contact you? DM me on Discord. Let me open Discord so I can actually see that. Sent, did you whisper me on here or Discord? I'm waiting for Discord to load. Message requests. Oh, that's fine. You need more tokens for that to leak or to matter. Thank you for checking in on that, Autumn, but that should be fine. No worries. No, it's better that you confirm than not. It's just good to know. A zone isn't for subdomains. Then it should let me enable it on subdomains. They shouldn't only let you to do image optimization on a zone level. This is kind of part of what we have planned, Rudolph. Yeah, it's just, it's under implemented, which means I have to write it myself. A tiny BNG API is an API. I need the CDN part. I haven't looked at bunny CDNs. They're one of the few I didn't dig into too much. I even went here. Yeah, they weren't in this list, so I didn't try it. I could do it myself, but yeah, they're super cheap. Definitely worth me looking into in the future. I have a lot of decisions to make around all that. I'm probably going to build it on Cloudflare and use a transform rule. That was my plan. Coworker you're going to start reviewing or referring to as under-implemented, honestly. Fair. Let's start these videos before I get too sidetracked, because I'm getting super fucking sidetracked at the moment. Kill that. Anything here I don't need it anymore. Kill. Let me kill my email so I don't accidentally command tab it. Cool. No, you do not need to pay me via Twitch bits. DM me after stream and I'll get you an invoice. I don't want Twitch to get a percentage of that money. No. I have a bunch of billing stuff I need to do at the end of this month, which is fuck now, because yeah, I have a lot of sponsors and things I need to hit up. Let's do this video. I kind of want to make my like order of events for this. So Gov made a list of safe languages. US safe language, or USA safe programming languages. I want to find the original for that. They had like a chart of the things they recommended, I thought. Is that not in here? Yeah, strip working. I'm not using a Chrome extension. I'm just using this, or Arc. The case. Oh, yes, this is it. Thank you. Good find. Yes. And in here it goes. Memory safe languages. I'll use this quote as well. Cool. I think I have everything I need for this one. We're going to YOLO it. Cool. Let's do it. How do I want to open this one? The US government realized that their code kind of sucks, I'm sure. A retake on that. The quality of code from the United States government's been a bit of a meme for a while. For those who are at least my age, ideally older, or for those of y'all who are at least my age, you probably remember the healthcare.gov fiasco, where a new healthcare service was put up and it just didn't work. There has been a lack of code quality from the government for a while, but recently there's been a lack of quality code from the government for a while now, but it seems like they really want to change it. Earlier this year, they did some really interesting research trying to figure out which languages would be the safest, as they wanted to overhaul their cybersecurity and defense systems and also improve the quality and resilience of their services. Some research was published that I thought was really interesting. The specific part that this calls out is that in order to reduce memory safety vulnerabilities at scale, creators of software and hardware can better secure the building blocks of cyberspace. This report focuses on the programming languages as a primary building block and explores hardware architectures and formal methods as complementary approaches to achieve similar outcomes. So what was their conclusion from this research? Their conclusion is we should be using memory-safe languages. You've probably seen a couple videos about this already, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about something much more exciting as we get in. But here, they're talking about the languages that they, after their analysis, determined to be memory safe to potentially reduce the safety issues that could exist in their platforms. They chose C#, Go, Java, Python, Rust, and Swift as the languages that are memory safe enough to be used for the things that they are building. I thought this was a really interesting call out, but what does it actually mean? They still have a bunch of code that's in C. They still have a bunch of code that's unsafe. What are they going to do about it? That's what the video is about today. Tractor, translating all C to Rust. After more than 2 decades of grappling with memory safety issues in C and C++, the software engineering community has reached a consensus. It's not enough to rely on bug-finding tools. The preferred approach is to use safe programming languages that can reject unsafe programs at compile time, thereby preventing the emergence of memory safety issues. The Tractor program aims to automate the translation of legacy C code to Rust. The goal is to achieve the same quality and style that a skilled Rust dev would produce, thereby eliminating the entire class of memory safety and security vulnerabilities present in C programs. This program may involve novel combinations of software analysis, such as static analysis and dynamic analysis, and machine learning techniques like large language models. This is a very interesting development. I did not think that this would happen ever, much less from the US government. Translating C code to safe Rust and then going all in on Rust is a huge change in any software organization, much less one the size of DARPA in the United States, like government and research. But how big of a deal is this? How unsafe is C? Well, I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite videos on YouTube. We're going to go to my homie Low-Level Learning's channel and sort by most popular. Coding in C until my program is unsafe. It took him 42 seconds to make his program unsafe. Hilarious, but also very reminiscent of the problem here. When you write C code, if you're not good about making sure you're referencing memory in a way that's locked down and isolated, and you're not cleaning things up when you're done, it's very easy to reference something from memory that has actually been changed by something else. And now you can force execution of random behaviors in the code. And if somebody's trying to exploit your services, it's one of the best ways to do it is to figure out where memory is leaking, where things are being read where they shouldn't, and then use that to abuse the safety of your application. Let's watch this quick, actually. I think that'll be fun. Make sure my sound is working. Not actually sure if the sound is working for that. Let's just try a random other YouTube video that will have sound that works, just to be sure. Yep, great. Sound is broken. Fun. That might be my rewiring cursing me. Let me triple check in here quick. Give me 1 sec. Wrong capture. Right capture. Properties. Nothing wrong there. Advanced audio. Yeah, it's on monitor and output. That should be working. If I play something else with sound, like if I just go to one of my videos I edited recently. Nope. No luck. Not going to try and figure that out now. I have too many issues with sound to debug them live. Do I risk it all and unplug and plug back in? I'm going to try it. I'm going to try rolling the dice with my expensive ass cable. Unplugged. We lose it. Plug back in and cross our fingers. Come on. Mac OS. Okay, it just restart or resized here. Okay. And it can't just be a browser restart because I tried other programs. Fuck. No luck. Yeah, rip. Can't say I didn't try. I am checking OBS. No luck. I'll figure out my sound routing after stream. It breaks all of the time because routing sound is hard. I wanted to watch this. It's a good video. Might record that later. Whatever. Yeah. Sorry about all of that hubbub, whoever's editing. Appreciate you. I want to find more resources. Okay, cut to this point. Show me showing the video, cut me trying to play the video, go over here. Really funny comment from chat here. Low-level learning's fatal mistake was attempting to use strings. Everyone knows that to write safe code in C, you have to handle all user inputs and outputs through integers and floats. This hurts me so deeply. So deeply. God. I do actually like this particular report the government put out to justify why they're putting the effort in here. They actually got quotes from a couple different software architecture people and people who work at security and other technical places. And they had a lot of important things to say here. Let's see. This new technical report takes a positive step forward on a critical issue, the need for foundational safeguards against the root cause of many vulnerabilities across the software supply chain. Addressing vulnerabilities across systems and infrastructure and ensuring resilient and diverse connectivity options are vital to national security interests. Space adds an important layer to the diversity, but by its nature, faces a distinct set of security challenges. Good shit. John Delmore, who works in Accenture, said, memory safety vulnerabilities pose a significant security risk to software systems and are a root cause of many of the most damaging cyber attacks. To address this, we need to adopt memory-safe programming languages for new applications and rewrite code using modern memory-safe languages with secure development practices from the start. We're pleased to see the ONCD raise the issue because the integrity of the global software supply chain is critical for national and international security. The report's focus on memory-safe programming is a game changer for cybersecurity, underscoring the urgent need to prioritize safety in our coding practices and drastically reduce vulnerabilities. At Trail of Bits, we stand firmly behind the crucial shift towards a safer digital future, leveraging formal methods to prove that these techniques are not merely theoretical ideals, but practical necessities. Our experience has demonstrated that formal methods combined with memory-safe programming languages provide a robust framework for eliminating vulnerabilities with unparalleled precision. As you can see, it's a pretty universal agreement that memory-safe programming languages are a really helpful part of making safer systems. But we just looked at that list. There's a bunch of other things in here. We have Go, Java, C#, Python, and Swift. Why'd they go with Rust? It's kind of an interesting choice, right? Because as we all know, as we talk about a lot here, Rust is far from the fastest language to iterate on. That said, this is the US government. They're not moving very fast anyways. So the speed of iteration is not anywhere near as important for government software. Where Rust is strongest is when the specific behaviors you want to encode are really well defined and aren't going to change. So you want to write the code in a way that will be relatively static and maintained for so long, it will rust. I have two big Rust puns I want to make with this that I think will help you all understand what the value here is. Rust USA. So Rust equals code that you let rust. It's a really clever name in that sense because the goal of Rust code isn't that you change it every day, that the way you build things in it changes constantly like it is in, JavaScript, where JavaScript today looks very different from JavaScript 10 years ago. Rust is trying to avoid that. It's trying to make code that is just as maintainable in 10 years as it is today. They want your code to be able to get old in an elegant way and never, ever break. So you can run some code that was written in Rust and just leave it running forever and not worry about it. It's a phenomenal name in that sense. But there's another fun pun here I want to make. Trust. One of the biggest values of Rust is that you can encode the safety as behaviors in your actual application. So you can, on a given function, specify what it can and can't do, when it does and doesn't interface with memory. And the idea of a borrow checker makes it and the idea of the borrow checker surely makes maintaining and editing your code a little bit harder, but it makes your code much more trustworthy because you're encoding the exact behaviors that you're expecting it to do. And if your code breaks those expectations, it will not compile. But this comes at costs. The costs are iteration speed. Because when you're working in a system that's this strict, it's inherently going to take more time to make changes. If you know exactly what you're building day one, you can get there pretty fast still. But if the thing you're building changes, it can get rough. And don't take that from me, somebody who doesn't write a whole lot of Rust. Take it from somebody like Prime, who tried really hard to write a lot of Rust and ran into these issues when it came to maintaining the code bases and specifically pivoting what they were expected to do. As soon as you need to make a change, like make something async that was sync before, Rust starts to fall apart. Not because it's bad, but because it's so strict and arguably so good that it slows you down and makes you really think through every one of those changes. Speaking of thinking things through, compilation times. The borrow checker and all the fun things that the Rust compiler does take a lot of time. It's funny because we're using Rust as the language of choice to rebuild all the JavaScript build tools. So you could use something like RSpack instead of Webpack and go from 20 to 30 minute JS builds to 10 to 30 seconds instead. I find this really funny because Rust projects are notoriously slow for building. When you try to build a project with Rust, it's going to take a bit. Next.js itself, so to be clear, not an app you built with Next.js. The actual Next.js code base has a lot of Rust stuff in it, and building Next now takes hours to do because the Rust builder happens to be very, very slow. According to chat, the generics are another one of the largest hits to the compilation times. That checks out, but man, the compilation times suck, and there's no pretending otherwise. There's also some other factors that affect here, like compilation times. So we said generics hurt. Also, cargo won't allow binaries. So if you have some Rust code that takes a while to compile and you release it as a package, you can't ship the package with the binary. You have to ship the package as source, which means if somebody installs your package, it's going to take significantly more time for their whole project to build because it has to build all of the code that you shipped them. This is a terrible thing if you're trying to move fast, but that's an awesome thing if you're the US government, because now you're actually building all of the source. The likelihood that a bad binary gets snuck in is significantly lower. So when it comes to the trust part of Rust, that's great. And the rest of the things here, like iteration speed and compilation times, those aren't anywhere near as big of a deal for the US government, because 90% of the time, actually, here's an interesting spectrum. On a given project, what percent of the time is being spent on planning and process versus is being spent on everything else? So I'm going to change, I'll leave that as red. So if we have these two boxes, can I link them? Cool. I really wish there was a way for me to like attach these two edges so I can resize with them, but not easy. So I'm going to do red and green because I think it's funny. So red is planning, and green here is building. For most projects, these are not an even split. Here's what my process looks like. We have a little bit of planning. We have some building. We realize our plan sucks, so we do some more planning. We do a tiny more bit of building before realizing we're entirely fucked. We then plan a good bit, and then we actually build the thing. This probably looks somewhat familiar to the thing we love to call agile. This is the reality of a lot of software devs' lives. So this is most devs' reality. This is not how the government works. Government software. Here's how government software works. A lot of planning, a little bit of building, but the building didn't know that there was still planning going on. So this happened underneath. And then they had to kill it because it turns out they were building the wrong thing. So this gets killed. The planning continues. Then we get an actual approval. So we actually start building. And then whenever somebody tries to propose a change, they get told, no, fuck you. We already have this approval. And once the spec is completed and the project's goals are determined, nothing changes from that point forward. In fact, whoever was doing this planning is now working on other things now. So we spend an insane amount of time planning. We might start building a little bit, but it's almost certainly going to get killed. You finally get to the point where you have the spec, and then you actually spend far too much time building the thing after the plan has been ironed out. But this more iterative back and forth style, that's how most of us are used to coding applications. This doesn't happen in the government. There is a planning process, sometimes some exploratory dev work going on during planning that almost always gets killed. And then the actual project starts. This is the reality of government software. And yes, this results in things taking significantly longer, but it also enables them to theoretically have things that are much safer and built in very different ways. This is hopefully you can see why building Rust here doesn't make a lot of sense. Because if I put all the time into building here and we realize we were slightly wrong, now I have to try and rebuild it, realize that porting this to the new idea sucks. So we go back and plan a whole bunch on how to actually do it, and then we build it right the third time. The government doesn't do things that way. They don't rebuild a thing during development. Once development starts, it almost always is going to ship eventually. And then if they want to fix things, they do another one of these giant planning arcs, and then they fix it. So if we make this timeline like over time, the next step is like decades of nothing, and then another one of these planning arcs, and then another one of these building arcs. And that's the reality of government software. So much of it gets built. Then you sit in this empty void for an indefinite amount of time until things are on fire enough. Then exploration starts, often because of a change in government leadership. Then they actually start building. Point from chat is that the build time's a lot shorter. Hopefully you're not saying that for the government, because it's not. Especially with a project like translating all C code to Rust. This is like a 10 plus year project. This is insane. This is going to take so much time to do. The potential for this is nuts, especially if they open source it. But there's a lot of work here to be done. Another important point that came up is that the government uses contractors. A lot of the employees who are working on these things aren't full-time. So once this building is done, the whole team probably gets axed. At this point, the team leaves. Contractors leave. Which means there's basically no iteration to happen because people who built it aren't there. They might hire one person or some new person to do whatever updates, and they have no context or history of why any of the previous decisions were made, and their lives just get harder and harder and harder as a result. This is the reality of government software, and this is why so many government sites are so miserable and ancient, because they go through this loop. But again, this is why Rust makes sense. When you think of the strengths of Rust, it's code you can trust, takes a bit to write, but it's also a lot safer, doesn't have weird behaviors hidden in binaries you have no access to, and it's code you can leave for a long, long time and not have to worry about as much. And if you write code in a way that isn't safe, it yells at you. So when you do get to this point where the team that made the thing left, where the contractors are all gone, the likelihood the new person you bring in fucks things up is significantly smaller. If your options at this point, let's say they have to add a new feature, and this has to be made by one of those contractors that comes in afterwards, that doesn't know the code base. Let's say we theoretically have two options. It takes this long, but has a high chance to break. Or it can take this long, but has a low chance to break. If you brought a contractor into an old like Rails code base and said, add this feature, they can add that feature really quickly. The likelihood that feature breaks other things or potentially doesn't even work at all, relatively high. With Rust, it will likely take significantly longer to implement that feature or that change, but the benefit is that it's much less likely to fail because the things that could fail are encoded as rules here to prevent you from doing that. It's almost like a level beyond testing. But that's the power of Rust. The things that make Rust a weak choice for your average project, I think make it a really, really good choice. I think these things make Rust a weak-ish choice for devs working at traditional companies where resilience and reliability are much more important than iteration speed. But for the government, the incentives here make perfect sense to me. I'm aligned. I think this is a good call. This might be my single favorite use case for Rust. I'm a little scared of what adding LLMs to our government code bases is going to look like for translating code. But that's the only scary part, is it sounds like they're going to use AI to generate Rust code out of C code. If Prime or low-level learning or somebody smarter than me does their own equivalent of this video, what I would want them to do is take a bunch of C code that is unsafe, throw it at all the different LLMs, Claude and ChatGPT and all the others, tell it to translate to Rust, and see how safe the output Rust code is. I'm very curious. I am not good enough at Rust to give honest takes on those things, but if Prime or low-level learning want to, I'd love to see them do that. I think that's all I have to say on this one, though. Until next time, keep your app safe and peace, nerds. Until next time, keep your app safe. Peace, nerds. Cool. Fun. I have a little too much inside info on how the government's thinking about LLM, so I can't actually talk about that. But, yeah. I didn't say anything. I wanted to talk about more of the things here. DKP comment. David K. Piano is right that LLMs need some structure. The purpose, or he proposes state machines, and you only use the LLM to make intelligent but limited decisions. I like this. Actually, something I was trying based on recommendations from DAX is I gave Claude the context of my schema for my drizzle stuff. So this is my drizzle schema. And I could ask it questions about writing queries for me. So it's admittedly a pretty simple schema. I have uploaded images and I have copy events. But I can ask it something complex because copy events have image IDs. Write me a query that, or write me a drizzle query, or write me a function using drizzle that returns the 10 images with the most copy events. This is insane. I was very impressed with this, that it can know enough about Drizzle from the schema and what little training it has on Drizzle's docs to generate something like this for me. It's a little aggressive with the like return types because that should be inferable. But the code is right as far as I can see here. We select ID, original name, and then we do a copy using a custom SQL or call here, specifying that it's a number so we can get count of copy events here. And then we can left join and order by that. It's cool stuff. I'm actually really impressed with Claude and its ability to use context well. For this type of thing, it could be really handy. Good shit. Llama 405 Bill has not been better than Claude for me. 3.1's really good for what it is as like an open source model, but it is not where Claude or ChatGPT 4 are. Is it time to do that tangent? Is it time for the AI plateau? I think it's time for the AI plateau. What a transition. Thank you. Interesting link. Yes, I love this. This is actually a very useful link. Who dropped this? Foss, thank you for that. CPU performance improvements over time. I'm going to marker false start, ignore last marker. because I want to get a little more prepared for this one. This looks very good. Although this is ancient. It's gotten worse since then. Anybody have a good link on how we've like capped out on Moore's Law? Fuck you. When's this one from? 2023? Cool. This looks good, actually. This is a good enough starting point. I can rock with that. Oh boy, a LinkedIn post. Sure, this won't anger me. Let me not leak DMs. I caught that just in time. Holy shit. Interesting. Very interesting. I think I'm just going to read this straight up as part of the video. Thanks, Jamin, for stopping by. I love Ars Technica. Is there no chart in this one, though? This chart's not accurate. Ooh. An Intel link. You have my interest. Intel's going to claim that Moore's Law is still happening. Of course they are. Ooh. Using /www and URLs, lol. This looks interesting. This is the perfect chart, actually. Okay. Let's get our order of events right here. Okay, we'll start with this. Go here. Drop the XKCD. Go to the post. Look at the hype cycle. Grab the Mistral large. Let's sketch out a rough order of events. LMs are getting massive. Training data, context windows. Just parameters. We're no longer seeing as massive of wins. I'm gonna go a weird angle and talk about processors. Moore's law, how it's dying. XKCD joke. NVIDIA disagrees, but they're wrong. GPUs are the only way, GPUs are a different architecture with more room to improve. What's the equivalent for LMs? Cool. I think this is a rough order of events I can go with here. Get these links open because I'm curious. Director of AI at Meta. Oh boy. Huge, huge drop here, Lucas. Thank you so much. This will be a fun one to include too. We'll sneak these. Where's the NVIDIA number? Is that one here? Yes, we'll put that there. Then I'm going to wrap up with that. I like this order of events a lot. I'm going to grab all these sources. Just to have them all. Cool. I think I have everything I need for this one. I think I have a good order of events. YOLO? He's not saying don't compete. He's saying compete with something that can actually win. I fundamentally disagree here. I think what he's saying in that tweet isn't don't compete with us. It's compete with us using better technology than what we're using today because we're near the cap of the technology we're using today. I also want ChatGPT benchmarks over time. This will be very useful, actually. Think I have everything I need for this one? YOLO? Let's do it. Yeah, I have my order of events here. Let's do it. I got a hot take for y'all today. I think AI might be plateauing. I know it doesn't seem possible. We have all these crazy advancements happening every day, new models appearing that make things I know that seems impossible with all the advancements we're seeing, these new models appearing that make the impossible possible. I said impossible twice. I know this seems unrealistic. You look at all the advancements happening in models, you look at I know that this doesn't seem possible. When you look at all these new models reinventing how we use computers, when you see these new experiences and applications taking advantage of Claude, of ChatGPT, of OpenAI's, I need to get a good order of events for this one. Retake on the whole thing. I got a hot take for y'all today. I think we might have hit an AI plateau. Well, we haven't hit it yet. I think we're getting there fast. What do I mean? This can't be possible, right? When we look at all the new models and all the crazy things you can do with them, the improvements from ChatGPT 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4, Opus, and with Claude coming out of nowhere and being really good, with open source models like Llama and Mistral, we can't be at a plateau. That's crazy, right? Well, there's a lot of things that have these patterns, and I want to start with a bit of an interesting tangent. I want to talk about Moore's Law. I want a good starting point for Moore's Law. If you're not familiar, Moore's Law is an old concept from the programming world. It's a law created, or it's not a real law. It was some speculation from a dev and a hardware enthusiast back in the 70s. And he noticed how fast things were improving in terms of performance. His observation is that the number of transistors on a microchip roughly doubles every 2 years, and the cost is halved over the same time frame. So if you had a chip, let's say, that had 4 transistors on it, within 2 years, with advancements on how we were manufacturing these chips, we'd get it up to 8 transistors, and it would be cheaper. And we did that over and over again and saw massive growth in performance of our machines. It was actually realistic for a bit. If you took a computer that you went and bought at Best Buy and then waited 2 to 4 years, bought a new one, the processor could be 2 times faster in a very short window. And it's crazy to think because now, if you buy an Apple M1 computer from 2020 and a brand new top of the line machine from 2024, the performance difference between those things is not that big. But back in the day, we saw insane improvements year over year. We've started to hit walls with the physics, though. We realized you can only get so small for the silicon before you start running into manufacturing problems. Now the manufacturing processes for a lot of these things are so complex, there's only 1 or 2 companies that can even do it at the small sizes that we're expected to hit now. If you want to make the most efficient chips possible that fit as many transistors into your die as possible, you have to do that through a company like TSMC, because they're one of the only places in the world that can manufacture that way. And both and companies like Intel, Apple, and NVIDIA all rely on that one manufacturer, TSMC, that is still not hitting the Moore's Law goals, but they're the only ones even vaguely close. We've effectively accepted that Moore's Law, due to physics, is no longer true. Here we see from a study where somebody proposed a new alternative to Moore's Law. The blue line is Moore's Law, the orange line is their alternative law, but the green is performance. And you'll notice things are flatlining pretty hard up here when before they were going up at a relatively steady rate. From the 70s to the 2000s, even to 2015, things were going up pretty steadily. But we've started to see a flat line. And the harsh reality is that from 2020 onwards, it's gotten worse, not better. That's terrifying. Obviously, there are companies that disagree. Here is a diagram from NVIDIA where they actually admit that the CPU performance we're seeing has plateaued pretty hard, where we went from getting multiple giant wins to around 1.5x per year down to like 1.1x per year. I'm streaming right now using a PC with hardware from, when did the 10700K release date? Yeah, the processor of my desktop's from 2020. It's not even one of the high-end ones. It doesn't perform much worse than the top spec one I just bought a new computer in a different room. Performance wins year over year have gotten way worse. Even though the technology is still advancing, we're still making big wins in the manufacturing. Intel and AMD are as competitive as ever. We're still not seeing massive wins anymore. This has some benefits, like buying an old processor can be this does have benefits though. Like if you buy an old processor for way cheaper, you still get really good performance. You can buy a MacBook Air M1 from Apple, not from Apple, but from like Walmart used for $400 and have great performance on a machine that I paid $2,000 for not long ago. And those things are great. I know people are bitching all about this isn't about performance as transistor count, but transistor count has always been a way to map rough performance over time. And we've used the number of transistors as a way to measure the progress of processors. And historically, if you had a big win in the manufacturing process, if you made the dies go from 10 nanometer transistors down to like 4 nanometers, you would see massive wins. This is rough. Obviously, NVIDIA's doing their thing here, claiming that GPU compute performance can continue to grow. The fun thing about graphics cards is they don't have the same model with cores, with the complexity of sharing things between them, because the cores in a GPU are significantly dumber. It's a different abstraction, which means you can just staple more and more GPUs onto each other to improve performance. You might end up with a GPU no longer being a tiny little thing you slide into your computer, and now it's a giant room full of things. It's still one GPU because of the way the chips are architected. But the only way NVIDIA is going to see this type of performance wins continuously is if they just add more and more chips to their actual architecture. It's kind of cheating, but the reality is that the tech that we use today, which is traditional CPU manufacturing, we have hit a physics wall for how much improvement we can see. And the only way to get out of it, theoretically, is an entirely different architecture and way of building compute. Things that rely on this model will not benefit from these advancements as much, but anything that can work with this model could theoretically continue to see growth. On that note, GPUs are not necessarily the best way to do AI stuff. Just a quick tie-in, I think it's interesting that IBM's researching analog AI chips, similar to the stuff that we saw with Bitcoin back in the day, where before you would mine Bitcoin with a GPU, before ASICs were made, which were specialized computers just to make Bitcoin mining as efficient as possible, we're starting to see some research into doing this for AI as well, which is exciting. Potentially, GPUs aren't the right architecture for AI, and we can see advancements. And these chips, once they work, will probably advance significantly faster than CPUs or GPUs. So why am I talking about all of this when I'm talking about models? Hell, why am I even talking about models? I saw a very interesting post from Mistral. Mistral is one of the two big open source AI businesses. It's them, and funny enough, Meta. So Meta/Facebook are working on Llama, which is their open source model. It's technically not open source because you can't run the code yourself, but you get the model and you can use it however you want. Mistral's doing the same thing, and they just released Mistral Large 2, the new generation of their flagship model. Compared to Mistral 2, or compared to its predecessor, Mistral Large 2 is significantly more capable in code gen, mathematics, and reasoning. It also provides a much stronger multilingual support and advancing functions called capability, or calling. It also has stronger multi-language stuff and function calling stuff. Cool. The key here is large enough. This made me start thinking a lot about the plateau that we're likely reaching. And I'm not the only one thinking about this. Here's a tweet from Jan LeCun, who is the head of AI and LLM research at Facebook and Meta. He's one of the ones most directly responsible for the creation of Llama. And he said, if you're a student interested in building the next generation of AI systems, don't work on LLMs. What? LLMs are how all of these things work. But let's rephrase this. If you're a student interested in building the next generation of computers, don't work on CPUs or don't work at Intel. It's obvious when you look at the numbers that iteration on CPUs is not going to be where we see massive performance wins and massive computation wins going forward. Different architectures will have to be invented and iterated on for us to see meaningful improvements in performance year over year. Apple does this in all sorts of interesting ways. One of the crazy things Apple invented was the idea of having different cores with different roles. So you had efficiency cores that are trying to use as little power as possible to do simple things, and then performance cores that use way more power but are quite a bit more powerful. They also started embedding things like video processing and video encoding chips that just do H.264 or H.265 decoding and encoding way more efficiently. Apple started adding things to their processors that weren't just CPUs and also weren't just GPUs in order to optimize specific things so they could keep seeing massive performance wins. I think this is the future for AI as well. And I have a reason. I have a very similar chart to this one. Notice something. Notice how much smaller the wins are getting. Claude saw another solid one with Sonnet in 3.5. But the gap from GPT-4 Turbo to Turbo 2 to 4.0 is a lot smaller than from 4 Turbo to 4. It is way smaller than from 4 to 3. Claude 1 to 2 to 3 saw massive wins, but those are starting to slow down as well. We're seeing a plateau of the quality of the responses these models are generating. It is not like going from 4 to 4 Turbo to 4.0 was less work than going from 3.5 to 4. If anything, there is more money, more time, more GPUs, more effort going into these bumps. And the actual bump we're seeing is going down. So each of these iterations takes more money, more time, more compute, more energy. And the results are not as big as they used to be. I know a lot of people are saying the AI future is going to doom us all because the AIs keep getting so much smarter. Eventually, they're going to be smarter than all of us. I don't see that here. I don't see that here at all. What I see is a theoretical ceiling that we're getting very close to and a closing of the gap in performance between these different models. More and more, these options are going to become commodities. The same way you have like 15 different computer manufacturers making the same Windows laptop that has roughly the exact same performance, we're starting to see that here too. I have to read a LinkedIn post, which I know, pain, cringe, miserable. So I'm going to soften the blow with an XKCD first. This one was linked in chat, and I thought it was really funny. Number of computers created is going up a lot year over year. In fact, I think it's going up exponentially. But the number destroyed by hurling them into Jupiter, it's a much smaller number. It's only 3 so far. NASA needs to pick up the pace if they ever want to finish the job. Yeah. If they ever want to catch up, they got work to do. It's a fun way to think about data in these ways the compute changes over time. Anyways. The Bitter Lesson, a famous 2019 blog post, claims that general AI methods using massive compute are the most effective. NVIDIA's soaring stock price supports the thesis, but is this approach sustainable? What are the alternatives? In the original blog post, AI pioneer Rich Sutton makes the following observations. Over the last 70 years, I'm going to command plus this a bit first. God, I love that LinkedIn layout. I'm not going to try and make that bigger, whatever. LinkedIn is what it is. I'll give him a follow, though. Over the last 70 years, AI researchers have repeatedly made the same mistakes of trying to bake human knowledge into AI systems, only to be eventually outperformed by a more general method using brute force compute. This is funny because we're seeing the opposite in processors now, where processors were trying to just increase how many transistors were in them and how fast they could solve problems. And now we're seeing specialized chips being embedded in the processors that do certain things way better. Some prominent examples of what was happening before with models were custom chess and Go engines versus Deep Blue and AlphaZero. This was a fun one. The Go, not the programming language, the board game, was really hard for software developers to solve because the game has so many different potentials. You can't just encode all of them and then figure out which is optimal. And we learned after trying to make custom engines for these things that AI solutions like Deep Blue and AlphaZero that were more generic, more traditional AI, did a better job than the custom code we wrote. It took hilariously more compute to do it, like hundreds of times more, but the results were always better. The main reasons for this are the following. Building in expert knowledge is personally satisfying for the experts and often useful in the short term. This is a very good point. If you have experts that know this game really well or know video encoding really well, they can flex their knowledge, feel useful, and see an immediate result, all of which feels good. On top of that, researchers tend to think in terms of fixed availability compute when it's actually increasing daily. This is also a fair point. Yes, the amount that a given processor improves year over year has gone down, but the amount of processors you have available is going up, especially with NVIDIA going insane with their manufacturing. Sung concludes that we should focus on general AI methods that can continue to scale, most notably search and learning. We should stop trying to bake the contents of the human mind into AI systems as they are too complex, and instead focus on finding meta methods that can capture this complexity themselves. Some of the important things that people pointed out are that Moore's law is fading, architecture of our most successful learning models were actually carefully handcrafted by humans, like transformers, convnets, LSTMs, etc. And for general computation problems like integer factorization, progress based on human understanding was often far greater than progress according to Moore's law. Another great point. We're still optimizing algorithms in ways that we never would have imagined possible before. One that I love to cite that comes from Doom is the inverse square root. One that I love to cite here is the fast inverse square root, which was used in Doom in order to handle lighting, reflections, and rendering. Because knowing the inverse square root lets you know how far something is relative to multiple points, and it's used a ton for doing math in games. Previously, getting this number, getting the inverse square root, took a lot of compute, and as such, the idea of 3D games was basically impossible. But someone discovered a math hack that they didn't even understand at the time. Do they have the original code here? Yes. The fast inverse square root function that was in this code base had evil floating point bit level hacking. It's the comment here. This weird bit shift where they take this random hard-coded value, subtract the bit shifted long representation of y, comment, what the fuck? Next comment, first iteration where we multiply it by 3 halves and this function here, and we could run it again if we wanted to be more accurate. I want to find a bit more. Yeah. 3D graphics programs must perform millions of these calculations every second to simulate lighting. When code was developed in the early 90s, most floating point processing power lagged the speed of integer processing. So yeah, if you were trying to do this with floating points, which everyone was, you would eat your processor. And now what I was trying to click. I'm trying to find, I was hoping there would be more info on like the hacks they did here. The advantages in speed in this fast function came from treating the 32-bit floating point word as an integer, then subtracting it from a magic constant. This integer subtraction in bit shift resulted in a bit pattern which, when redefined as a floating point number, is a rough approximation of the inverse square root of that number. This function, this crazy math hack, allowed us to add dynamic lighting to 3D games. This wasn't something we got because processors were way more powerful. It was a clever hack that allowed us to invent a new genre of game effectively. Pretty nuts. Pretty crazy stuff that this enabled as much as it enabled because somebody came up with a clever math hack that's not even that accurate. It's just accurate enough. So as is said here, the wins we saw in compute, the revolution in 3D games that we saw after that code came out and people started using the engine, that wasn't because GPUs or CPUs got way better. It's because our understanding of how to use them to do these specific things got better. And we saw massive wins, not because the CPU got way faster, but because we found smarter ways to use it. And I think this is going to be true now more than ever. In the same way we're reaching the cap of how much you can do with a CPU, we're reaching the cap of how much you can do with an LLM. Companies like OpenAI show that focusing on more compute may still lead to massive gains as compute power, despite the warning of Moore's law, continues to increase several orders of magnitude over the next decades. Don't necessarily agree. Currently, the hype is definitely outperforming Moore's law. See the image below. As a result, AI is at risk of creating a deep environmental footprint, and research is increasingly restricted to large corporations that can afford to pay for the compute. It's a bitter lesson of the last year. Yeah, this is a fun one. Moore's law versus AI popularity. But again, Moore's law is plateauing, and AI is now way more popular than what Moore's law enables, so we're just spending billions on GPUs. I saw a really good chart from... found a surprisingly good chart from Gartner, believe it or not. The hype cycle for artificial intelligence. Hype cycles are very common. This particular chart, the startup hype cycle, an idea happens, we have a spike of excitement, the first valley of death happens where you realize this is hard, you go hard, you go really fucking hard, you get inflated expectations, irrational exuberance, and then pain. You end up in this thing called the trough of disillusionment where you're unsure of everything. Then the slow slope of reality as you figure out what you're actually capable of and what your product, company, vision, whatever it is, actually could resolve to. And then you hit the real company and real value. I saw a link in chat I want to take a quick look at. Huang's law is the new Moore's law and explains why NVIDIA wants ARM. Cool. I'm not allowed to read it. Thank you for the link. Rip me. Where was I with the Gartner thing? So back to the Gartner chart. It's funny because they have all these examples in here. We had first principles AI, multi-agent systems, neurosymbolic AI, more and more things happening. And we started getting into generative AI. And then we hit a massive point. Realized we needed more optimization, things like synthetic data, better model optimization, AI that is on the edge, so to speak. So it runs on our phones instead of on the servers. Knowledge graphs. But you notice we're going down because these things aren't fun. These things suck, and they're necessary for us to keep evolving. Then we started seeing AI makers and teaching kits to try and get people to actually learn shit. Autonomous vehicles, which were very painful and still are. Cars that drive themselves are far from functioning. But now we're seeing more and more things that will hopefully allow us to really benefit from AI. But we need to make sure our expectations are realistically set, not around the exponential growth every year, rather around how we apply the functionality of these things to actually benefit our lives day in and day out. It is incredibly annoying, or I am honestly just annoyed that people pretend the models are going to get 2 times better every couple years, because we went through that. That's clearly over. We're just not seeing levels up like that anymore. What I'm expecting us to see instead is massive wins in things that we're not currently using models for. Like we're starting to see video generation catch on, and it's taken us a lot of time to get there. But I could see us growing there really quickly, similar to how ChatGPT got way better really quickly. But it will also hit a plateau. And I think we're going to see more and more of those plateaus hit. And our solution isn't going to be magically make it better. It's going to be entirely different models and hybrids where we take advantage of handwritten and crafted code, maybe human massaging of things, and AIs, and intermingling and mixing those. The same way CPUs and GPUs take turns working on things, depending on what each is best at. Handwritten code and AI code doing similar stuff has a ton of potential. And I think that's going to be the future of AI. Because this is not the future of AI. This is a flat line. This is a plateau. This is us reaching the end, not the beginning. And if Mistral is saying that their model's large enough, I'm inclined to agree. Especially when you look at the numbers here and you see how close all of these models are getting to being basically even. The wins are no longer the models being way better than the others. The wins are going to be efficiency, performance, speed of responses. And then the next set of wins is going to be how we use these things in new and unique ways. I did see somebody got me an archive link for the Wall Street Journal post. See if there's anything useful in here. Nothing in here I really want to cover. The mobile thing is tempting, but I think I'm just going to skip that. What's this? Ooh, this is actually a very interesting link. There's a project called the ARC Prize that was just linked from chat. AGI progress has stalled. New ideas are needed. It's a $1 million public competition to beat and open source a solution to the ARC AGI benchmark. Most AI benchmarks measure skill, but skill is not intelligence. General intelligence is the ability to efficiently acquire new skills. Challett's unbeaten 2019 abstraction and reasoning corpus for artificial general intelligence is the only formal benchmark of AGI. It's easy for humans, but it's hard for AI. Oh, this is fun. This is going to be like captions, basically. So we have these patterns, an input and an output. It's pretty clear what we do here. Configure your output grid. Okay, so you have to do this. I get that right? There. And then we have to put the dark blues here, 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 and here. Submit. Is that or even is the next puzzle? Is there one here or? Oh, yeah. Fun. So the point here is these are the types of puzzles that we can intuit. Because we look at the pattern and we can learn quickly what the pattern is with these things. It looks like the light blue is ignored. Red has the outward pattern, then in dark blue has the pattern with the like T shape. But AI is historically really bad at solving these types of things. So here is the ArcAGI progress. But if we look at other AI benchmarks that people use, a lot of the ones we were looking at earlier, like HelloSwag, ImageNet, all of these, it seems like things are improving at an insane rate. But when you look at general intelligence through a benchmark like this, AI sucks at it. Progress towards artificial general intelligence is stalled. LLMs are trained on unimaginably vast amounts of data, yet they remain unable to adapt to simple problems they haven't been trained on or make novel inventions, no matter how basic. Strong market incentives have pushed frontier AI research to go closed source. Research attention and resources are being put towards a dead end. You can change that. I like that they have they call out that the consensus definition for AGI is wrong. AGI is a system that can automate the majority of economically valuable work. But in reality, AGI is a system that can efficiently acquire new skills and solve open-ended problems. Yes, that's what the general in AGI stands for. I actually fully agree with this call out. Definitions are important because we turn them into benchmarks to measure progress towards AI. I fully agree. I love that Nat Friedman is one of the advisors, the old CEO of GitHub. We also have Mike Knopp, who's an absolute legend, who's been involved in all things software dev and AI for a very long time. He even did a podcast where he talked all about that. I'm going to watch this later for sure. Good stuff. Thank you for the link. Who dropped that link, by the way? Oh, shit. Filippo, thank you for the raid. My whole fucking body's overheating. It's way too warm in here. It's like 82 degrees. Yeah, Lucas. Thank you, Lucas. You've dropped a lot of useful links throughout this one. Yeah, thank you for the link. That was a really good one. Yeah, I love this. And I think this is the only way we're going to really see improvements and wins with AI. LLMs are hitting their limitations. And as we saw here, they're not really winning on general benchmarks like this. And sure, we have these fancy benchmarks that everybody loves, but even these, we're starting to see a flat line and a plateau on them. So yeah, we might be near the end of our AI revolution. So yeah, we might be at the end of the LLM revolution. And if we want to see AI continue to grow and advance in its capabilities, we might have to leave behind LLMs the same way we're starting to leave behind CPUs. The future isn't an LLM, but faster. If we want the future to be AI, it has to be a different type of AI. Let me know what you guys think and tell me all the ways I'm wrong. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. There's a video in there somewhere. It's going to be a bit hard to carve out. Cool. That was a fun one. My head hurts a little. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actual videos filmed and 2 shorts. I'm going to air out the room and hang out a little bit, and then we'll figure out what we're doing last. Do we have ads running? No. Let me open the door before I overheat. Okay, the fans are on. The AC is on as well. Hopefully the room will calm down, or hopefully the room will chill out a little bit now. Thank you, Space Train, for the tier 1. Appreciate that a bunch. Low disk space in the 5-stream streak. Nice. I think I already thanked you, Turtles. Regardless, appreciate it. We finally found a way to keep the cats off the top floor. Mark had a box that he leaves in front of the hall, and they're scared to jump over it, which is very convenient for us. God. Poor kitties, but they get so much of my attention. This is the one time of week that I need to keep them out because they make the studio significantly harder. Cool. Anything else I really need to talk about? I need to change the cat's collar so I can do that. My phone number's on their collars, which is great if they get away, but not great otherwise. Oh, this tweet's doing well. Nice. Oh, that actually sounds interesting. I'm throwing this in the Discord. Wait for it to open. Hop here. Research. Paste so I don't lose it. Got a lot of DMs to catch up on. That's fine. Cool. Did that. Did the angry dude delete his reply? What was his name? Andrew, right? Did he get embarrassed? I think his tweets, either he blocked me or his tweets disappeared. What did you reply, Aiden? Did you quote tweet it? I don't see your reply anywhere. I want a diff tweet. What do you got for me? Oh, yeah, sorry. He was on this one. I was just reading the wrong tweet. Yeah, this one's doing well. Why use Kubernetes when you just host it for self function? Feels like, oh, lol. Fine. Thank you, Jerry, for honoring my intent that well. Anyways, the actual reason I checked Twitter is to see if I missed any releases or other interesting announcements. Anyways, there's also a solution. So HTTP requests and fetch are not hard to work with. Meh. This is why I don't check Twitter when I'm live, because all I want to do is explain in detail why I think this is the stupidest thing anyone's ever replied to me. Like, this one hurts. Like, I could literally sit here and explain for like an hour all of the details that have to be wrong in your head to think something like this is a normal thing to reply and say. I'm not going to get heated. I want to, if anybody has anything worth talking about that's high enough priority for me to schedule, that'd be cool. I was just doing a quick audit of like what's around. I would like to do the Chrome extensions or components one as a nice wrap up. It's instinct at this point. More, I'm checking to see if they follow me or not. Yeah, the slow death of Firefox. Oh shit, Nick with the resub hit in 11 months. Appreciate that. Schedule is funny. Let's take a look. Oh, this actually sounds fun. When a C programmer tries React. Saving that for later for sure. Thank you. What was the button stealing extension again? Because that was really cool. I have this one on the list. I don't think I'm going to get to it today. I've talked about memory too much for one stream. Firefox can't unload tabs on anything but Windows. Yeah, this guy, the button stealer. I love this idea. This might actually be a video. I want to use it a bunch first and steal a bunch of buttons so I can show it off. Does it have like a hotkey? How does one use the button stealer? Aha. So it just slowly steals buttons over time. So if I go to like twitch.tv, I guess none of those things are really buttons. Dashboard, that has some buttons on it. And now if I go to the button stealer, wrong, that's the points auto clicker. Manage stream, we've stolen one button so far. I love this idea. I want to collect buttons. I want to be a big button collector. What do you got for me here? I really need a spicy Twitter alt. Will it steal the Twitter buttons? Opening, that's dangerous. Oh, cool. Fami is the first post. That's not as dangerous. The best performing prompt for his tower defense. This is a tower defense. This is you. Become the seal and destroy. I'm very excited to see his tower defense video. And yes, I miss Twitter circles so much. So much. Let's see if this stole more buttons for me. We got see new posts and manage stream. I'll be collecting buttons over the next few days. That'll be a very fun one. This actually seems very cool. As someone who hates doing animations in Tailwind, this is on the list for sure. Good find, Gabriel. Oh, and the creator follows me. That's a huge green flag. Cool. Gabriel, why weren't these dropped in research? Throw these in the research channel. These are great. Will refreshing this give me more stolen buttons? I want every button stolen. I'm so excited to have a huge collection of buttons. I'm like irrationally excited about this. Will upload thing buttons join? Yes. Go on my dashboard. Will I get more? What happened there, Mark? Not enough space? No worries. You've been good overall. I was just surprised. That's a cursed one. I also want VR to be good so bad, Snow. Same page. UI Shadsian's a good call. It grabbed the male one. That's hilarious. Cool. It looks like it just grabs the first one on a lot of these things. I'll take it. Axiom. You get started for free. It's cool when you click it brings you to where it got it. This is such a cool thing. I'm very excited to make a video about that. I'm scared to open the Axiom dashboard. Oh, is this the one I think it is? No, it's not. Okay. I thought this was... No, I was thinking of Wasp. I fucking hate Wasp playing. You know what? This feels worth it. Vint, a new language for front end. Very interesting. Cool. At least that should have collected the buttons, right? Now I got a fork button, though. The run button, though, is half run. That's hilarious. Not really in bed. Yeah, this will probably be next week. What do you have for your last link for me, Gabriel? Oh, Axiom, yeah. Quit Sibelius. Oh, Sibelius. Music throwback. You just like the disabled sake because you don't have to talk to the backend team. Yeah, I'm a big Tentacruel fan. I want to do the components and composition one. Kind of want to do the Chrome extensions too. That one's long. This one's not as long, and I've wanted to do it for a while. This will be a nice backlog video to have. Make sure I didn't miss anything here, and I'm gonna go piss quick, and then we'll get started with the final video. I'm gonna run a poll, 'cause I'm curious. Final video. I was gonna say, I thought I did that one, but no, I did a different drag and drop video. Yeah, drag and drop for all. This one could be fun. How long is this? Might be too long. I'm gonna start changing out my wardrobe. Oh no. To being 10x or I'm trying to think of a tweet that's like the there we go. Thank you guys for the free content. Let's get this poll going so I can go piss. I don't feel ready to go for any of these other ones. Okay, it was that one, and this one were the three I put in the poll, right? Yeah, I'm curious what you guys think. Know that I might ignore what you say. This is more for my own interest. Ooh, if this collects a button, I'll be very happy. Did not appear to collect a button. Rip. I will be back momentarily. Sup, nerds? I'm back. I am very curious to see what won that poll. How Google indexes is what you guys want. But enough of you wanting components and co-location, and I'm so behind on this one. I've needed to do it for a while. I think it's time. What read did I miss? Last video cut. Do you mean like the AI like plateauing one? I'm more a hardware person than I let people know. Like, I've been a hardware nerd for longer than I've been a software nerd. It's just never been my career. Yeah, I like that you caught on to that, though. I like that it showed. Let's go in. Let's do this. Final vid. Might have the energy in the tank for one more after. We'll see how I feel. I built a poll thing before. I'm not doing it again. Let's do it. I think I can have chat for this one. Does he have a dark mode so people don't bitch at me? He does not. That's fine. I like light mode. Everybody else will be mad. That's fine. Their problem, not mine. Cool. Components, collocation, composition. A note on the state of React. Sounds like a bold name for an article, because it kind of is. But also, Boba has written some of the best articles I've read in tech. He did the great he did the great article of HTMX versus React versus Solid way back. So if you've watched that one, you're certainly going to love this. I've been wanting to read this for a while, and I'm so hyped to finally get to it. So let's dive in. Also, the call out that Tanner Lindsley happened to make a thread on Twitter of like the exact same topic. We will certainly be going through this momentarily. But obviously, first and foremost, we need to read this. So let's do that. Recently, the React community went through a bit of drama. I'm not here to recite the whole saga in this blog, as this excellent chronicle by Dominic, aka TK Dodo, has already appeared. But here's a brief summary. Also, I have a whole video on this. React broke Theo. Where is it? I don't even know how to find this video. Here it is. Yeah, they searched the right things. How React 19 almost broke the web. Apparently, YouTube doesn't want to index this one because I talk about React too much. So I'll put this in the notes so you can more easily find it. It'll be in the description if you want to take a look at this video. It's my breakdown of the React suspense drama. Fun, big, dramatic one. Highly recommend watching. This is one of my best videos. I put way too much time into that one. It's not the usual I read a blog post thing, although there were blog posts in it. There's also a ton of behind the scenes work and research to make sure we characterize the situation properly. So check that out. It's way more important than this video. This one's going to be good too, though, so come back if you can. Anyways. How much do I want to repeat this here? I'll start from here. Previously, React on client would concurrently render all siblings under a suspense boundary and display the provided fallback element until all promises are resolved, kind of like a promise not all. They changed this behavior the change behavior with React 19 would instead sequentially render siblings under the same suspense boundary on the client, which would allow for React to display the fallback element faster while introducing waterfalls for async tasks. It's like a for of instead. It might have been a trivial change for the core team, or it might have been a trivial change from the core team's perspective, since the suspense behavior on client was still marked as experimental. But a lot of big libraries in the React ecosystem, including React Query, TRPC, and React 3 Fiber, were already depending on the original behavior, as well as many individual early adopters. So a big pushback was inevitable. I don't fully agree here. Of these libraries, TRPC wasn't directly using this. It was part of React Query using it, because TRPC is just a shim on React Query for its React bindings. So anything TRPC is doing in React is almost certainly React Query. To be fair, the TRPC devs do make requests and do file PRs to React Query to add functionality for TRPC and other things like it. But TRPC isn't using React Core so much as they're using React Query so heavily. And they're one of the few consumers that's heavily using the suspense stuff, which, by the way, most people using React Query have probably never written a suspense query. You know what? We're going to poll. Have you use suspense query? No, I don't use RQ. No, I use RQ though. And yes. So if you're not a React Query user, first one. If you are a React Query user, but you've never used suspense query, you just use query, this one. And then yes, if you've actually used a suspense query before. Take a shot for every React video on Theo's channel. There aren't that many. It's not that bad. When was my last React video? I'm actually curious now that you've said that. Not kind of. Okay, so 7 videos out. Sorry, 8 videos ago, we had one React video. This one, which wasn't really React, is almost entirely like infrastructure and caching stuff. Oops, I want to click it. Still making sound. I love the browser. Not. I haven't been doing very many React videos recently. Yeah. Here's one, React Native, 4 weeks ago. So I've done 2 React videos in the past month. Don't do this, you'll die. I am curious about this query, this though. Yeah, this is what I thought. 50% not using React Query, fix that. 50-ish% using React Query, not using suspense query, and only 2 people in my audience, admittedly pretty late, we only got around 300 people still watching, only 2 rushed to go click yes, they've used use suspense query. So to the point of the article, yes, React Query does technically take advantage of this suspense behavior, but not a very large percentage of React Query users are actually taking advantage of that behavior. So yes, it sucks in the sense that a big library had some things that got worse, but the point I want to emphasize is that React was thinking about the users building apps with React with a change like this. Because for most apps, especially apps that are big like Facebook, the change to get you the fallback earlier was a good change. Watch my video if you want a breakdown on this, but the point I'm trying to make is that very few people have actually used suspense in the way that React broke. Just because the library supports it doesn't mean the users are using it that way. There is an exception though, React 3 Fiber, which absolutely uses this very heavily. React 3 Fiber was the real victim of those changes. Anyways, I've made my point. You saw the poll. I'm right. Let's continue. Also, how did the numbers shift? Okay, React queries dropped a tiny bit. Y'all need to use React Query. Anyways, a big pushback was inevitable. Absolutely. This all shortly concluded with the React team reverting the change, acknowledging the concerns, and promising a better alternative in the future. Again, React team were bros here. They recognize they fucked up. They've been holding the React 19 release for months now on this. React 19 would have already shipped if it wasn't for the fact they're spending all the time doing this. What most stood out to me from the discussion, however, was the core team's early response to the community feedback, initiating data fetching in individual components under a suspense boundary, A pattern known as fetch on render is a bad practice. This is the important key here. Oh, shit. I'll finish this right now. I'll answer that, though. This is the important piece. Fetch on render is a thing that they want to discourage. What does that mean? Well, if I have... Let's come up with a mock example. Am I opening up my editor? Cool. We'll open up my editor. We'll use the stream promise demo. Fine. Cool. Let's say we have a function, I don't know, friends list. And it doesn't take in the friends. We have a hook that's function use API. And this function takes in endpoint string. And sure, we'll just let this autocomplete its thing. Fine. Import use effect and use state so it shuts up. It's going to be mad with the any's, whatever. I don't care. So we get the const data error loading equals use API, and we'll have /API/friends. If loading, loading. If error, error. And then we return each of the friends. So can I pass this a type def? Did I set it up accordingly? I did not. Cool. This needs to be data t error any loading boolean. Cool. So now I can give this a type by saying here, it's a friend array. Let's define the type friend quick too. Type friend phase, feel free to cut out most of this. ID string, profile picture, file image URL, string. Cool. We'll go with it. So let's take this example of a friends list component. Let me export this so it gets a little happier. We have data error in loading, and we're hitting this API endpoint API/friends. Let's say that instead of this returning a whole friend object, it actually returns all of their IDs. Now let's make a friend component. So function friend item. This takes in props ID string, and we want to get the rest of this friend's info. Look at that. Cursor's getting pretty smart. So we have this use API call where we're calling API friends friend user ID. Now we're getting back the data, and we can use this for something. Let's just render data.name. So now we're rendering their name when we get it. And we can go over this list. I'll just leave that as div for now. Look at that autocomplete being so smart. So we got our data, which is the array of user IDs, and we map over it. And for each one, we set the key to be their ID, as well as, importantly, the ID that we actually pass. So the thing to note here, the part that matters, the reason everybody's upset, is the concept of fetching on render. So the thing here that sucks is that we have to load all of the JavaScript on the client, render this component, and then, and only then, can we start fetching this data. If we want to get all of the user's friends, we have to wait till the site has loaded, the JavaScript's loaded and been parsed, it has rendered, and it has put out its first response. Then this use API call fires, we start getting that data, and then we re-render when we get it. That seems pretty bad, but where it gets way worse is the waterfall. Because once this back and forth is done, so we have the first back and forth where we go to the server to get the HTML, then we have to go to a different server to get the JS, then we have to load the JS, then we have to render the JS, then we can start the first data fetch. Then we get back the data, we render all of these additional components with all the friend items, And then each of those now has to make its own request. That sucks. Now we have so many back and forths before the page can actually render the content it's supposed to. That's the issue. When people talk about fetch while rendering, this is what they're referring to, is in order for the fetch to start, you have to render the component first. And this is inherently likely to cause waterfalls where you have to load data to then trigger the next load, to then trigger the next load. Because that's architecturally what fetch while rendering is you have to render, then fetch based on the render. And before Theo rants about server components, you caught me red-handed. I did see I've done 40 React videos this year, way more than Fireship and the Primogen. The Primogen is into React dev, and Fireship hosts weekly, not daily. So that makes sense. But 40 React videos out of, how many did I do this year? How many days since Jan 1, 2024? Because I've done roughly daily videos. So 40 out of 212. That's a pretty good ratio. I don't talk about React that much. React doesn't mention in 3.4. That doesn't surprise me. Anyways. This is the thing that we're going to be talking about a lot, is the composition of the data fetching in given components. Oh, my hotkey for that doesn't exist in this. That's annoying. Cool. Clear that. There is a beauty to this way of writing, though. The cool thing with this is now I can mount friends list anywhere, and I don't have to give it props, and it will just render. It will just work. And that part of, in that piece of React is magic. The composition of friends list guaranteed can figure everything else out that it needs to do. That's a really, really cool thing. But this comes at the cost of you can't optimize the data loading, which means getting the data to this component to then render is slow. There are solutions to this. Things like Remix, which pushes you to move the data loaders out of React into the routes and then pass the data through so the data loading can start before the components actually render. This is a bad example, though. Why wouldn't the fetch with the list give you all the details you actually need? Because React devs aren't backend devs. This is hilariously common, that the backend team doesn't give you the flushed out friend object you want with the API call, and you have to make a separate API call to get the actual data. But this is super common, to have something you're fetching from that loads identifying data or an array of the pieces, but doesn't give you everything you need. If your front-end team has that level of control of your back-end where you can always write the exact right thing at the right time, that's awesome. But most front-end devs are strapping together 15 APIs from 50 different teams, none of which return what they're supposed to. And this is how they've solved that problem, by just fetching all over the place. It's the harsh reality of working in technologies where your backend and front end are so far abstracted and the teams don't even talk to each other. So as much as this is a bad example in the sense you shouldn't do it this way, it's a realistic one. Emily points out that the opposite is true too. She writes an API to give them all the data they need, and then they ask for simpler ones that only give one piece instead. Great question. How do we fix it if we don't have control over the backend? We'll probably get there as we go throughout this. Let's keep reading this article because it's almost certainly going to be very good. As I was saying from the article, initiating data fetching in individual components under a suspense boundary, which is a pattern known as fetch on render, is bad practice. The recommended alternative was to prefetch data outside the components that read the data. But wait, isn't React all about composing components? Components that contain everything they need, state, logic, and view, all nicely co-located. Are components not sufficient? Ooh boy, I like this framing a lot actually. Components, a success story. One fundamental bet of React is that components are a primary building block for UI apps. Each component contains a full recipe for React to produce a piece of UI, state, logic, and view. A component may include other components as its children, thus forming a tree. So a React app is the root component of a component tree that is passed to React to render. On state change, React re-executes the whole or parts of the component tree to produce the latest view. Of course, the actual process involves a few more steps, but that's the gist of it. This has turned out to be a wildly successful bet. For years, React has reignited supreme in the For years, React has reigned supreme in the web UI development space and gained significant traction in the mobile development space as well. There have been many alternatives, some of which have found great success as well, but React still largely dictates key concepts and conventions and concepts in the space. Indeed, most React alternatives are component-based, even if they may differ in the details on how components work. In fact, the idea of component has been so successful that React is bringing components to the other side of the network. We now have React on the server, or as I'd like to call it, React server, that understands components, produces an intermediary React tree representation, and sends it over the wire. React on client then weaves the server output and its own component tree together in a single React tree to finally update the UI on the screen. It does, and it does this in a way that's really fucking cool. I also got another idea for a video as I was reading about React Native. The secret sauce that makes React Native magical. Alt title: Why we'll never see another React Native. I have so much to say about React Native. Let me know in the comments or chat now if you want to hear what I have to say about that, because React Native does not get enough credit for the cool things it does. Anyways, the trouble with state. Unfortunately, React components fall short as a sole model for the real-world apps. One main challenge has to do with state, or more precisely, the high cost of shared state across the component tree. The React model executes components to produce the latest view on state change, and this puts a lot of strain on performance for a large tree that includes computationally expensive components. This is exacerbated by state that sits close to the root of the component tree and is used broadly across the tree, because any update to it can lead to a huge amount of work, regardless of how small the actual diff might be. Very fair points here. Seeing this a lot with people putting a giant context at the top of their app and then actually changing things over and over again. It's obnoxious and a very real performance problem I've seen. I will say a lot of the changes in React have allowed us to work past that in solutions like Zustand and Jodi, pulling the state updates away from the global and away from a root context so that you can trigger them more granularly, has let us work through most of that while still maintaining the tree nature of the React component hierarchy. But it's a fair point. As for your question of how does React Native support server components? Sorry, I misread that. React Native server component stuff still in progress, but there's a lot of fun things coming. React Native's done 120 hertz since day one. It had no reason it couldn't do that because React Native isn't a rendering engine. Yeah, this is not it's not a problem. Like React Native, yeah, as Embed said, React Native's not Skia. It's not a different way to render your apps, a different way to tell the native platform what to render. It's like, I can't even come up with a good analogy. I'm going to get sidetracked. I'm going to get back to the article. Another important and related challenge is data fetching. A component tree in which individual components fetch data to satisfy their own data requirements can lead to a waterfall of network requests as well as poor user experience. This problem is made worse when data requirements for one component depend on another's, further degrading the user experience. React Native Ski is a really cool separate thing. I think I did a video on that already. Check it out if you are curious. I'm actually curious if I did. Native Skia Theo. I'm getting sidetracked so hard, you nerds. Yeah, Flutter inside React. React Native Skia is wild. Definitely worth checking that out if you're curious about those things. Also seems like my React Native videos have a plateau. 65K, 65K. This one did way better. Yeah. It's like asking if React or HTML have that higher refresh rate. Yeah, that's a much better analogy. Anyways, back to data fetching. As they said, the problem is made worse when one component's data requirements are necessary for another's. As I showed before in the code, this component has to fetch this data before this component can fetch its data. Another common one, to give a better example, would be here we fetch the user's data. So we use the cookie to figure out your user and your user ID. And then we pass the user ID to the next query to then fetch your friends list that has everything in it. Waterfalls are almost inevitable when you're building things this way. The community has recognized these challenges and made numerous attempts to address them, some more successful than others. Facebook engineers, the largest React user since its introduction, proposed Flux as an architectural solution in which React was playing only a part. For more concrete solutions, we have seen Redux and many other state management solutions, React Query and other data fetching solutions, Relay's compilation of multiple GraphQL fragments combining into a single query, React Router and Remix's nested routes and parallel data loading patterns. The list goes on. Relay is particularly interesting here because it goes through your component tree and sees which GraphQL chunks each component requests, and then it composes that into a single query that it could fire all at once to get all of the page's data in one request. It's a really interesting solution, and it's a big part of how Facebook functions. In all of these, we repeatedly find a common pattern where we need more than a single component tree to build an app with React. We need managed state placed outside of the component tree. Of course, the managed state still needs to be accessible from the component tree, and the main mechanism for this is using a context and hooks for individual components to access managed state and data. And there we have the common structure of a React app over the last several years, always buttressed by the ecosystem. That's a word I've never seen before. I recognize this name. Oh. Shit. Did they shut down? Anyways. Fascinating. Anyways, welcome to the jungle. You wanted a banana, but what you got was a gorilla holding the banana and the entire jungle. Is that how people feel when they install NPM or when they install things from NPM? That would check out. This is a famous quote of Joe Armstrong, a co-creator of the Erlang programming language. In the original context, the quote was an analogy to describe the problem of implicit environments in object-oriented languages. Oof. I don't like that you're applying mocking OO to React right now, but I'll take it, Boba. It may be a surprise to some, but the same applies to React as well. A common practice, a temptation even, is to put everything a component needs to produce the UI inside of its body, making it appear as an autonomous, self-contained Lego block to compose with. There's even a name for this, state collocation. The general idea is to keep state as close to where it's used as possible. This mostly works when all necessary state is strictly local to the component or it's provided as a prop. But as we've discussed earlier, passing external state to components as props can get very expensive in React. An entire ecosystem has been built around addressing this. A natural workaround to this conundrum is to place state in a context and have components to access it via hooks. This allows React to re-render only the relevant components on state change instead of the larger component subtree. Indeed, this is what many established solutions handle state. Indeed, this is how many established solutions are handling state. Place our context provider at the top of the component tree and access managed state directly from your components via hooks like useSelector, useQuery, useLoaderData, etc. The not-so-hidden cost of this performance optimization is that your components are now tightly coupled to these Gorilla contexts. I have feelings, but I want to keep reading first. So now we've arrived at the jungle. We wanted simple components to compose with, but what we got is components that are tightly coupled to global state and context as well as other dependencies. The irony is that the more we try to make our components I want to read this whole paragraph. So now we've arrived at the jungle. We wanted simple components to compose with, but what we got is components tightly coupled to global state and contexts as well as other dependencies. The irony is that the more we try to make our components autonomous and self-sufficient by co-locating all their state and data next to the UI, the less composable they actually become. Oof. That's a banger. That's a banger. Funny how components come so close to objects, state location to encapsulation, and context and props to dependency injection. They may as well be the same thing. Oh boy, what's this tweet? Components are objects. Components equal local state plus methods. Local state plus methods equal objects. This is funny. This is from 2017. This is like before hooks even happened. I think the component object distinction serves to culturally distinguish JavaScript and Java. Quote, we do not do OO like that. Okay, I don't fully agree with this point, actually. I know Elm is trying to do functional programming even further, but the mindset for React and the thing that the React team's always pushed is UI equals F of state. The goal is that you have the function, which is the React app, and you hand it a state, which is the way the world works, and out comes your UI. That was always the goal of what they were building with React, and it has had crazy paths to and from that point, but that was always the goal. I know that Dan changed it very slightly. So instead of UI is function of state, he changed it to UI is function of data, comma state, because the data is the thing that loads in first, and then state is the things that the component and the UI owns. So it's two layers of state, so to speak. The client UI paradigm is UI is a function of state, which is how you write a counter. The server UI is a function of data, which is how you would do something like a post preview for a blog post to preview the contents of a given blog. These are two entirely different paradigms, but when combined, you can do really magical things. And it does still feel in a lot of ways like our UI is the result of these inputs. And yes, once you start intermingling and mixing and having components, which are UI, determine their own state, it gets more complex. But that's part of why React is pushing back on the fetch while render patterns and pushing us towards these higher level data loading solutions. Excuse me. Components are pure overhead. Many of us have learned to live in the component jungle. Some may even enjoy it for fun and games, but others are desperate to find a way out. What are the alternatives? Solid, the poster child for signals, mostly bypasses the problem of state view duality by treating view as a mere byproduct. This is a very interesting point because, funny enough, we were working more on Solid recently for the upload thing bindings. And of the new frameworks, it is the one that is like the easiest to pick up as a React dev by quite a bit. But it's still very unintuitive that the contents of a given component don't rerun when a change occurs. Because instead of having a tree of components that trigger updates where a parent component makes a change and then everything underneath it updates accordingly, the tree isn't of your components. The tree in Solid is of the data and the signals. Because you don't even technically have a component, as chat corrected me, it's technically a setup function. It returns JSX, and it can call other setup functions that return more JSX. But if you want that tree of, but if you want your HTML tree to be able to update, you have to build a hierarchy with your data separate from the hierarchy of your UI. Part of the magic of React is that you can, sorry, motorcycles are being quite loud. Part of the magic of React is that you can roughly keep track of the state hierarchy by using inspect element. The fact that if I inspect element, I have this hierarchy of HTML that roughly maps to the hierarchy of my React code, and I have things like the React debug tools that give you an even deeper way to look in like that. It makes visualizing and identifying where your state is going significantly easier than something like Solid, where that's your problem now. So yes, React is kind of forcing us to do our state in a specific way that might not be optimal in many cases, but it's good enough in most of them, and it's way easier to visualize and debug. And I've regularly found that trying to figure out what's wrong in a signal-based approach is a lot harder than figuring out what's wrong in a React-based approach. I'm obviously very biased because I've debugged a hell of a lot more React code than Signals code, but it has been quite hard for me to debug the weird, even small signals problems that we have relative to doing things in a component hierarchy. Yeah, as Boba says, the truth lives in the signals graph holding state. The signals are where the UI update graph comes from, not the components themselves. All components in Solid melt into air after completing the job of setting up the signals graph. In fact, Solid's creator Ryan Carniato already declared that the future is componentless as early as in 2021. And we're seeing his prophecy may be coming true as more UI frameworks are moving away from components in runtime, like Svelte 5 with runes, Vue Vapor, etc. HTMX's locality of behavior principle offers an alternative take on what made components successful. The intuition of what changes together should be placed together. I do love this. The thing that exists and the ways that it change should ideally be as close to each other as possible because it makes reasoning about your code base significantly easier. But of course, there is no real component to speak of in HTMX. All there is are a handful of these HX bindings and attributes. All there is are a handful of these HX attributes to encode behaviors into the HTML elements, and a few tricks like boosting. And what about state? It mostly just lives on the server side, unbeknownst to the client side that receives the resulting view over the wire. This is a limitation that is also a blessing to many who got burned by juggling duplicated state on both ends of the network. This is a very real problem. Once you had to deal with client and server side state and balancing the two and making sure they were all correct, it's hell. And we're starting to get into this again with the current local first movement. People are going to get crazy here. Worth noting that state takes priority over view in either approach. Also a fair point. Yar VTW, yet another React versus the world. Back to the recent drama. What it highlights is the gap between React's component-oriented vision for building apps and the reality of its current limitations, as well as the established solutions from the community to address those limitations. Until recently, React and its community partners were largely aligned, but the relationship is starting to evolve as React's own vision and scope expand. By bringing components to server, React takes another shot at putting both state and view under the same component model. Yes, there are still two separate structures, but they're both component trees that React can manage, and here it goes, compose. Yes, this is basically the conclusion I was going to come to, which is a lot of the templating and a lot of the setup stuff that shouldn't be part of the React tree often still requires data, and either way should probably be run first on the server, be it during build or when the actual page is requested. And the more we can move to that and let the components be these small, optimized solutions in their tiny little boxes, we get really close to the vision that even somebody like Alex Russell had for the web of a static page with little interactive elements. And we're getting there. Every framework's becoming a crab. And by a crab, I mean a bunch of little JS bundles inside of a giant application. Along with that, React aims to establish new patterns for architecting apps where the component tree on the server takes on the responsibility of keeping the current view in sync with server state and data. In turn, the component tree on client gets new features like use optimistic, use action state, use form status, and more to streamline passing messages to and from its server counterpart. In the new React architecture, perhaps React alone is sufficient to implement the flux pattern across the network gap. And is it just a coincidence that React now has an action in its core terminology? I'm just asking questions here. The client tree is getting leaner and lighter as a bonus, the client tree getting leaner and lighter is a bonus, and the React compiler can make it run even faster. Maybe we even mentioned compiler here because it solves a lot of the update problems. Good call out at the end there, though. And remember, we are getting to the end, but I still have to read the Tanner thing too, so don't leave just yet. As it pursues this RSC strategy in full force, React now makes a new demand from the ecosystem where frameworks take a more central role. And with that shift of focus, frictions are inevitable. All established solutions from the community have invested a lot of time and energy, but now will face an uncertain future. So the latest drama is only one manifestation of the friction. I expect more to come. I don't really agree here because the friction was brief, agreed upon, hurt a very, very small subset of React users, and it was fixed. So I don't think React will have this problem. Historically, React's backwards compatibility has been insane, like unbelievably so. I don't see a future where most users can't react to. It would be hard for me to believe that someday there's a React 20 that React 18 users can't reasonably upgrade to. That just doesn't feel like the way React works, especially when you consider how big the React code base is at Facebook. They can't make changes that break things. And while I agree that React won't back down from pursuing its vision, I'm curious what you link here. Interesting. React versus the world. While I agree React won't back down on their vision, they will absolutely find a way to minimize what breaks in the process. Will friends turn enemies, or will their bonds go stronger after tests and trials? All eyes are on React. At least we agree here. Everybody's following React and what it does and what it learns. Let's hop to this Tanner thread. But first, huge shout out to Boba. I'll be sure to link his Twitter in the description so you can follow him. Let's hear what Tanner has to say. Very curious. I'm very thankful React rolled back the v19 suspense gate and were willing to work with us. I think the future's as bright as ever. Now this is where I want to go next. I'm increasingly concerned how much React is pushing render as you fetch, hoisting and preloading as the blessed and last week almost required approach for client-side data fetching, despite the current state of the ecosystem. This is a fair point that right now, most React apps are fetch on render, not render as you fetch. And that's going to be hard for a lot of companies to adopt. Even the ones using GraphQL are often doing it through something like Apollo, which is very much fetch while render. So flipping it so that we start fetching immediately and then UI appears as the data appears, instead of the UI appearing, then triggering the data to then appear. That's going to be a hard move for the whole ecosystem. Not in like the tools, like the libraries we use, but the big code base is built that old way. Regardless of the library you use to fetch client-side data, if you're not using a framework's SSR-level route loader or async paradigms, your solution probably resembles some kind of hook, like useQuery, or heaven forbid, one that you rolled your own. Tanner is one of the few people that can make that joke as the creator of React Query. I'm happy about the concern we all have for performance, UX parallelism, etc., but not super happy that some of us are so quick to give up the amazing DX that is data colocation. Woof. Very real. Every once in a while, when I'm building an app that's interactive enough, I desperately miss React Query and tRPC and then cave and do it. I just got mostly done with rewriting pic.ping, which is the tool I use for managing my thumbnail faces. This will be open soon for people to pay a subscription and use their own picture management. Very excited for it. Previously, I did this all using server components. And I started running into a few annoying things to do. Things like infinite scroll with pagination. You can't see because I have the stupid Vercel bar there, but when I get rid of it, you'll see these little scroll wheels appear as you get to the bottom and the rest all floods in. Doing those types of things was a little bit annoying with server components. There wasn't really a pattern for it yet, but it's just built into React Query and tRPC. It was like 3 lines of code to do that with this instead. So I started moving more and more of the API layer back to that solution because just embedding the data call in the component and using those existing libraries and their existing behaviors made building a real usable application way easier, even if the first load now takes slightly longer the first time. It's worth it, especially because I'm going to start locally caching some of these responses so that you don't have to load it from the server to do the stuff on the client. As far as I know, Relay is one of the few libraries that can really handle hoisting data requirements out of components automatically. Not without a lot of buy-in and convention, though, and it gets you the best of both worlds. It's naturally that RSC is the spiritual evolution of this pattern. I've talked about this a little bit in other videos. I don't think people understand how much Relay influenced this new direction with RSC. I should do a deep dive on why Relay is so cool at some point. Let me know in the comments if you want to see that. The quick TLDR, as I was mentioning before, is that each component can write a GraphQL stub, and then your compiler per route goes through and finds all of the stubs all the components need, and then generates a single query to fire for the whole page. That pattern's magic because you're writing the query inside of the component, but the component isn't loading the data. The component is adding to the request for the whole route, saying, hey, to render me, I need this little bit. And then when the page starts loading, it can load that data before the component is even rendered. And you can see this in things like the way actions work in React, or this influenced the way that server components were built massively. Just one example is the way that server actions work. If you have a bunch of components that use actions, even if you import an action that's not being used anywhere, just importing it on a given route means it's now part of that route. Because again, the goal of a lot of what's going on here is to make it so that your routes know what behaviors each component might need so it can get them ready way further ahead of time. So people asking for this link. So basically it's getting back to waiting for the whole page for data to load before you see any. No, it's fetch, or it's render as you fetch is the pattern. So fetch while render is you have to render, then fetch. Render as you fetch means when things come in, you can render. And with relay, you can have certain things delayed. You can say this component, you can say this can be deferred. I don't need this immediately. And then other things come in as fast as possible. And then you can render as soon as all of the requirements for a given component are met. That component can render, and then other components can wait until their requirements are met. People seem confused about render when you fetch versus fetch while render. Let's Excalidraw a bit. Fetch and render. So, how do I want to sketch this out? Let's define the data that a page needs. Let's say we need the user info. I'm going to make this a bit smaller. The user info is needed. And I'll say this is user info type. Let's say we need friends list, which is friend IDs, or we'll say that this is just IDs. And then friends, which is the friend array that I had before. So let's say this is the data that the app needs. The way that doing this with fetch or with render, so the two patterns are fetch while render. Let's back to that font. And I should say fetch on render is usually how it's referred to. So we have fetch on render and render as you fetch. These are the two patterns. This is what people are doing right now. This is what React is trying to move us to. So if we were to do the back and forth here, the bottom of the line is your app is good. The top of the line is the user made the request. So I'll start with user requests HTML. Then server sends, or user parses HTML, starts fetching JS. User parses JS, starts rendering. And now we render the shell, which requests user info. And now we wait. And now user info comes back. Sure. So user info comes back. And now we can render the friends list. You know what? I should make a DOM hierarchy to make this a little clearer of what we're doing. So here's our DOM hierarchy. We have app shell. And we have friends list. And in the friends list, we have friend ID equals 1, friend ID equals 2, etc., etc. So the thing I want to highlight is we're pretending app shell needs the user info because it has top nav in it. So app shell needs user info. friends list needs friends list. And then each of the friends needs the data for its ID. So we know this about the app. We know the app shell is tied to this first piece. I can even diagram this a bit. We know these two are tied together. We know these two are tied together. And we know these children are also tied together. So in order to render this UI, we need this data. So fetch on render does this by starting here. We start with the React tree, we render app shell, and we realize that this means we need the user info. Oh, I can't, none of that was what I was trying to do. I wanted to not change all of that. I'm gonna just use a green underline for this. So we have the user info, which isn't requested until all of this other stuff happens. So then we request user info. User info comes back, renders friends list. Friends list needs friends list from API. So now we have the red line, which happens here. We wait for a response, and now we can render friends. Friends list comes back, render friend. Friend needs friend info. I also screwed this up. There should be ID string array. And then each of the friends needs to be requested itself, is the theoretical example here. And then the same deal, request for, I'll say, from API, more dead time. Friend gets all the data it needs. If I'm just going to draw another line. Cool. So that data comes through here. The thing I want to showcase is what is and isn't happening at any given time. During this section, we are just waiting for all of the client stuff to happen. Then we need to do the next step, which is fetch this data from the server. Then when that's done, we need to fetch the red data. And then we need to fetch the orange data. So we have this first step, which can I give it a different color? Let's make it an all white box. Cool. So this first step is just client render. That's not going to show, whatever. You get the idea. First step's client render. Then we have to wait for user info. Then we have to wait for the friends list from the API. Then we have to wait for the friend entity from that wait list from the API. Technically, this one could have like 4, one for each friend. That's all running in parallel. But since they're in parallel, they don't affect the runtime because all these happen at once. So how would we do this with fetch on render? Well, first I need to make myself some more space. We start the same way, where the user requests HTML, but the server immediately starts fetching all of this data so it could stream it down. So user parses HTML, starts fetching JS. At the same time, the server is doing things. We can almost think of this as 2 hierarchies. So we have, actually, I'm going to make this a tree, because that's the best way to explain it. So first, user fetches HTML. And now we're going to go down 2 trees. The first is the client tree, which is what we are used to. This is all the things that just happened over here. User parses HTML, fetches JS. At the same time this is going on, the server is doing some other things. So I'm going to say client side, this direction. And on the server, the first thing we have to do is authenticate the user and get their user info. So I'll make this green box get user info. But also of note, actually, I'm going to change this very slightly. We're going to make this, we'll do orange for server. Let's outline it. And we'll say parse user cookies to identify, or I'll say identify user. So this would use their cookies to identify them. But from here, once we've identified the user, also I can't use orange, I was using it elsewhere. We'll make this blue instead. I'm sorry, colorblind friends. I'm also colorblind. So we've now identified the user, and now here we can actually start 2 more parallel trees. The first tree is the user info. This one was green, right? Yes, user info. So we start fetching the user info. At the same time, we start fetching, I don't want the background. At the same time, we start fetching the friends list because we already know who the user is. So we can use that to fetch the whole user info object and the friends list at the same time. Friends list happens to be blocking the actual friend stuff here. So once that's done, it can also do the next step of fetching individual friends. But we're able to do a lot more in parallel here, where for here, technically speaking, I should have put a blue block on top of all of these, because first, for each request, we have to parse the cookie to identify the user to make sure that's the right user. Then we start generating this response and send it. The user parses it, uses it, then hits you up again saying, hey, now I need this next piece of data. So we have to re-identify the user, reconfirm it's actually them, then send it back, and then do that over and over again. I'm actually going to recreate this, but the render as you fetch solution. I didn't want to do that. There we go. So we're going to recreate this with fetch on render quick. So user fetches HTML. First thing you're going to notice is it's going to be a lot more vertical. So this is client side. Fetches JS. I'm gonna move all this out of the way for now. I might just make this and then go over it. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Phase, just watch out for when I'm done with this, and then I'll talk after. JS renders component. I wish I could highlight just a little bit of text like that. I would have made this diagram so much better. Holy shit. I'm going to use corners for when going over that because it makes that look a little bit better. doesn't have to be so fucking long. You know what? I'll move these a little bit closer to make it a little easier to follow along. Cool. Okay. I think I'm going to redo the other one and just scrap the whole first half of the video, or the whole first half of me opening Excalibur, just to like focus on this part, because I think this is much more valuable overall. Cool. So I'll move this down. Oh, dang, I don't have that whole thing selected, really. Can I zoom out anymore? I can't. Nice. Move this down here. Paste. Cool. I think this does a phenomenal job of showing the difference. Yeah, this is what I should have drawn originally. I should have come up with this earlier. So I don't know how good the description was when I was talking about this before. I'm leaning towards saying fuck it, scrap it all. Include the part where I talked about this. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to scrap all of this, and I'm going to retake the entire section where I'm using Excalibur for this video. Okay. Okay, I have a whole plan. Cool. Cutting to now, I'm going to make a note in the editor. Editor's notes. In Excalibur section, cut to when I opened Notion and wrote this, LOL. Cool. So, fetch and render. people seem really confused about render as you fetch versus fetch on render. And I wanted to break it down a bit. So let's say we have this component hierarchy. We have the app shell, which has a top nav in it and things, so it actually needs to know the user. Or we have the app shell, which has the top nav. It needs to know who the user is to know what to render. If there's no user, it needs to render a signed out view, which is fundamentally different. So this has to have the user info before anything else can render. I show that by binding this green arrow here, because app shell needs user info from this API blob. This is meant to show all the things that this page needs to load. So app shell needs user info. Friends list needs the friends list, which only returns the IDs of your friends for some reason. And then the actual friends in the friends list need to have the individual friend data, which eventually will be an array of all of your friends. So if this is the UI you want to render, and we render this the fetch on render way, I made a nice diagram. I've been working on this for the last 20 to 30 minutes. Shout out to my editor for turning this into a video. Everybody give Faye some love in the comments. He deserves it for this one. Anyways, if we were to use the fetch on render pattern, which is how most React sites work, first step is the client requests the HTML. It then parses the HTML, sees that there's a script tag in it, then it goes and fetches that JavaScript. Then the JavaScript comes in and renders the components, but it realizes to render that first component, to render the app shell, it needs user info. So before it can render anything else, it requests to the server, says, hey, I need user info. So it identifies the user, probably using cookies. Then it goes and generates the user info response, and then it sends that to you. Now the client has it. It can finish the app shell, but now it starts rendering the friends list, and it realizes it needs more data. So it goes over the wire again and says to the server, hey, I actually need the whole friends list too. So it has to re-identify you because it's possible that your authentication has changed or that you're making this request in an illegal or fake way. So you have to be re-authenticated and identified. Then it can do the friends list. And then we send you that, and you're like, oh, but I have to render all my individual friends. I need more data for that. So we have to re-identify you, fetch the individual friend endpoint, and then finally send you that so you can finish render. Notice how long that is. And that's a pretty simple example, and it really showcases the waterfalls. The first waterfall is when we wait for the JS to load. Then we render the first component that requires more user info. Then we render the second component that requires more info. Then we render the third component that requires more info. So it's step by step by step until you finally get to the end. I hate to roast you, chat, but why would you think in the middle of a deep lecture on how render patterns work, do you think it's an acceptable time to ask me what font do I like for coding? Do you know what I like? When people like you don't bother me in the middle of a filming session. We're going to time you out. Anyways, the reason render while fetching is interesting is because instead of the client side determining when data is fetched, the server side determines when the components render. So instead of the client rendering a thing and then pointing at the server saying, hey, I need this data, and doing that multiple times, it goes the opposite way, where here we have the user fetching the HTML. Since it's hitting an endpoint to do that, at the same time we respond with your HTML, we can kick off all the stuff we need to do on server and then stream in the responses. So think of this more like once you request the HTML, the server then starts doing everything that it can and then sending it over when it's ready. So at the same time you are parsing your HTML, fetching the JS, and doing all of that, we just wait for the data. So you can, at the same time that you're loading the JS, loading your fonts, loading your CSS, loading all of the things your site needs to run, we can be identifying you and generating your API responses in parallel. And then when these things are ready, which by the way, we only have to identify you once because we're doing all of the rest of the stuff after that identification. So we identify you, we start in parallel fetching your information for the shell as well as your friends list because we know you need both of these things on this page. And we send you both when they're ready. We send you your user info when it's ready. So now you can enter the app, shell, and then we send you the individual friends list when that's ready too. If we're being honest about how fast this is, like relatively speaking, this is like here, and then this is probably like overlapping, happening at roughly the same time. And that's the real magic of render as you fetch, is the fetching isn't happening because a component asked for it to. The fetching is happening because by opening the page, the server now knows to start generating this data to send to you. So render while fetch is when the server is done fetching a given thing, it then tells you to render. Fetch on render is you render and that triggers a fetch, and you do that over and over. It's on this pattern, I'll rename these. Render triggers fetch versus fetch triggers render. And that's the difference. On this model, rendering triggers the server, or in this model, rendering triggers the user to fetch from the server. In this model, loading the page triggers the server to start generating the content, and then when it's ready, the content renders. And hopefully, the difference in the height of these trees highlights why both the React team and the general web ecosystem are pushing us in this direction, because it takes 1/3 to 100th as much time to do. This is an obviously better solution, and I hope this helps clarify why the React ecosystem wants us here, even if a lot of React apps in reality live here. Back to the tweet that I was reading. That was quite a tangent. That might even be worth doing a separate video of. As far as I know, Relay is one of the few libraries that can really handle hoisting data requirements out of components automatically. Not without a lot of buy-in and convention, and get you the best of both. Yep, sorry. This is where I got sidetracked. You could argue that a loader with a loader lifecycle solves a lot of this. But one, this assumes that your data usage site is close to your route boundary, and if it's not, then two, you likely had to either move the data out of a deeper component that uses it and into the loader, then pass it back via props. Yeah, getting these patterns working with existing React models is not fun. Like, how do you figure out what data each component needs, and how do you actually get it to the components? Co-location, on the other hand, feels natural for projects that require this level of data dynamic behavior in components, like a dashboard widget or a productivity app. And for the most part, it works amazing, unless you need SSR. And that's where I imagine React has likely been thinking that server components would fill in nicely. As always, SSR is the crux of it, all, and Relay was onto something. Regardless, if you need both co-location and SSR, you have to jump through hoops to get there. Annoying ones. Even with those annoyances, though, it's hard for me to imagine many of these highly dynamic apps moving to an RSC future, unless they have SEO and SSR stuff that they're required to do. Like it's the bread and butter of your product. Like if you're a social network or e-commerce, you have to do it. My point is that RSCs are not the only answer to co-located data fetching, and honestly, they still require some kind of hoisting conventions if you want to avoid server-side waterfalls. Server-side waterfalls are a significantly less big deal, as I showed in my diagram here. You'll notice on the server-side waterfall, so to speak, we only had to identify the user once, and we could still do these two things in parallel and then do this third thing after this one without having to re-identify. That's a huge win. Not having to wait till the client hits the server, re-identifies the user, figures out what they want, connects to the database, generates it, and responds. Doing that in one request is exponentially better, even if you're firing the same number of database queries. Yeah, so that's the one thing I'd push back on is server-side waterfalls are nowhere near as big of a deal as client-side ones, and I hope the diagram helps showcase why. For starters, RSC requires architecture and opinion buy-in beyond just npm install React. Yes, the architecture you have to adopt to use these things is the biggest complexity and the reason that they're not just immediately taking over. So when I see render as you fetch, what I really see is a hefty checklist. Data hoisting with a compiler, router conventions, etc., cache coordinator in order to make sure the right data goes to the right place, as well as a consumer to make sure you have a good way to actually consume that data. And there's also a whole bunch of hairy code to make sure the SSR is actually working with streaming, hydration, etc. It can be more performant for some KPIs, and if you need those or SSR, you'll have to do it anyways. But it would be a mistake to think everyone's in that bucket. I would really like to see more attention going towards retaining the awesome DX of being able to co-locate data requirements with usage sites without forcing more cognitive load around prefetching patterns. I don't know what the solutions are yet, and I have ideas. I don't know what the solutions are yet. I have ideas. But even if we, as an ecosystem, were to go down that road, it would be 1,000 times better if it was a problem React itself would consider as first class, instead of some cursed pattern that needs to be squashed or discouraged. That's why TanStack Query is so awesome. Yes, there's some extra preloading to do if you need SSR, and for RSCs and frameworks, we've already been hard at work for some pretty cool stuff, despite not having primitives in React for it, in order to make it just work with RSCs. TanStack Start and Router will be no different. Reducing cognitive load is our goal, and trying to remember if you preloaded or kicked off a fetch in a loader is high on my list of mental tasks to destroy. Please don't kill colocation. In the end, we're all reinventing Relay, aren't we? This is a great perspective. Huge shout out to Tanner for continuing to fight for the client-side data fetching and for the colocation experience. At the same time, there's a reason that we're being pushed this way. If you can do this, it is not a little better, it's exponentially better, and it solves most of the problems people bitch about with React. The issue is, how do we solve the things people bitch about in React without making it not feel like React that we love and care about? We're all here because we love React. A part of why this is happening is people who hate React will have less reason to. But in the end, we're all doing this because we love the DX we have and we want to keep pushing it forward. I don't have too much else to say. Let me find Boba's Twitter. Shout out to Boba for writing the article. His link will be in the description. Give him a follow if you haven't. Let me know what you think, and please watch and share this video so the diagram I just spent far too long on is worth it. Till next time, keep fetching. Cool. That was a fun one. Add this to here. Marker, end of component colocation. I almost want to rebrand this video entirely based on that diagram. You know what? I'm going to keep it one video because we have too many videos right now. I have an idea. I'm going to be honest with y'all. This video is a bit of a mess. It started because one of my favorite authors wrote a great blog post about co-location of data in your components and how React's data fetching model has gotten both messier and better. I ended up getting triggered pretty hard throughout, and the result was a diagram, a very good diagram that I put way too much time into. I think this diagram and how I explain it can clarify a lot of misconceptions that exist inside of how people think about React data fetching and the difference between fetch on render versus render as you fetch. If none of these terms make any sense to you, you should probably watch the whole video. If you just want to understand the different ways of data fetching in the React ecosystem and how to think about them, there will be a timestamp somewhere so you can skip to when I talk about this diagram. But yeah, this video is a crazy tangent of me writing code snippets, showcasing different behaviors, talking to this blog post and to a tweet about it. You're in for a ride. You can take the whole ride or you can skip to this part, whatever you prefer to do. I'm proud of this video. Hope you have a good time with it. Salute and good luck. Oh boy. Cool. I'm actually curious how that type of intro goes. Ah. I'm going to move that back. I want to make this a diagram for Twitter really quick, and then we're going to wrap up. So I'm going to go back to dashboard and duplicate this, render fetch for Twitter. Did that not work? Oh, made it private. That's weird. Anyways. I'm going to make these thicker too, and I'll make this easier. I should wait and not tweet this until the video is done, shouldn't I? In order to use it as like the ad for the video. I hate that fact. I want to just tweet this immediately, but I can't because we need to get the video done, and that's going to take an amount of time. So I'm going to be sitting on this and I'll forget about it. Say component tree. Required data. You know what? This is such a good diagram too. Fuck. Export image 2x. I need the background too. Copy to clipboard. Throwing that in here. To tweet when ready or when posting. Dope. Good enough. We'll take it. What a stream. I remember to do a marker for the new intro, right? I think no, I did. Cool. Nice. You need to know the whole composition of the React code on the server before you can even know what the client needs, which needs a lot of back-end side stuff. Technically, what you could do is have the React client like build process generate a manifest that can then be part of the initial or like the second request to the server that then gets filled out by the server. But you don't necessarily need a server that understands React. But if you don't have that, you now need a way to generate the page's needs in a syntax that the server can understand, so that you don't have to hit different endpoints for every single component. Instead, each page has its generated set of data that all the components on that page need. You're almost done with the MacBook reinstall. Yeah, fresh OS X is always annoying. We know what day we need to fetch depending on the page route we're visiting. Ah. How long have we been going? We're over 7 hours live. Jesus Christ. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actual videos. Look at that. I can take the weekend off now. I probably won't, but I can. Good shit. And 2 shorts. What a day. So the client would render HTML. It would fetch JS. The JS would say, oh, hey, for this page, we need this data. And then you request all of that as one request to the server that then generates things as they're ready to go. But you don't, like, it wouldn't be the first request to stream, it would be the second one. What do you have for me, Gabriel? While you do whatever you're doing, oh, what do you have for me? Interesting. Yeah, just hoisting the calls so that they can happen as early as possible for the expensive ones. Yeah, I do this here and there. It's one of the cool things with React Cache being like per request means that you can hoist certain calls to DIY and flatten the server waterfalls. Yeah, cool pattern. I've abused this here and there as well. Yeah, I did basically this for a couple apps I was doing audits for. By the way, if anybody here wants their software audited, I've been doing a little more of that stuff. It's expensive, but I'm good at what I do. 160 was on my really long Thunderbolt 4 cable from Apple. Anyways, I'm figuring out who we are rating. I'm dead as fuck. Still have sound working, so I'm just gonna do that. Leaning towards KNX. Gappy could be fun. What's Gappy up to? I guess I could check software and game dev. I just rated Vosh last time. Who else is live in software game dev? Ooh, who's this? What are they working on? Letting chat use my voice. I love the concept. Here's who we're rating. Have fun, nerds. Fun as always. We'll see where we end up. If I go live again before my next trip, I should be live Wednesday next week. I might be live over the weekend. Appreciate all y'all for hanging out for the last 7 hours. But now I need to go deal with things and actually do the rest of my life. Goodbye, y'all. Have fun. And goodbye to YouTube as well.